Number one, it could have been a little
bit broken up on the front.
He's got the lead out. Oliver will go to the outside and then right out the low
And then takes the field sprint here. Oh, Rodder sliding out.
They start the sprint. You're right. Tina Pick is set up perfectly.
She will get it. Kendall Ryan.
She held it perfectly, and she will take the lead. Well, welcome to beautiful Clarendon, Virginia for the 2015 Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Brad Sohn here alongside Olympic gold medalist Marty Nothstein joining us again this year. Marty, welcome back for another great year of racing.
Thanks for having me, and I'm really excited to get the racing started.
Well, we're going to start with our pro women's race. They are just a few minutes away from getting underway. We saw the preview earlier, a very strong field coming to race here in Clarendon, including the current Criterium National Champion, Kendall Ryan.
Yeah, looking at the start list, there aren't many stronger riders in the entire world, and we're lucky enough to have them racing here in the streets of Virginia today. So I look forward to a very fast race, very aggressive race, and not only do we have the National Criterium Champion, but you have several World Championship medalists in the field today, including an Olympic silver medalist.
Now, Marty, you know this course well. Breakaway certainly a possibility today. In fact, I think the last 5 years we've seen a significant breakaway go 4 of those last 5. So it's going to be very important early on for riders to cover these moves.
Well, for some reason, the wind is always blowing extremely hard here in Clarendon, Virginia. And, it does favor a breakaway. And with the amount of female racers we have on the peloton today and the strength of the teams, I would imagine a breakaway could form. With United Healthcare in here and TIBCO, if that recipe is correct, that breakaway will stay.
Yeah, and that's really going to be the story. I think those will be the 2 biggest teams to watch today. United Healthcare will be in the blue and white jerseys, and TIBCO is going to be in the dark blue and neon green jerseys. We'll have a better look at those riders here in just a bit. They're getting their final instructions from our chief referees right now down on the line, and then they'll start the call-up procedure shortly. Marty, day like today, a call-up's going to be important. Now, we introduce some of the top riders in this field. We roll them to the line first so that the fans here in Clarendon can get a good look. But to get that starting position on the front, that's going to be a big advantage.
I remember when I was a junior cyclist and I was at the Olympic Training Center in Colorado Springs, and a fellow by the name of Yuri Manis, who's a Czechoslovakian, or actually a Czech Republic racer, said it is so important to get an early start and be 10% of the field. And as a junior rider, I never knew that was really that important until I started in the back at one Criterium and never saw the front ever again. So the call-ups are important. Getting a good starting position is very important, especially on the narrow streets like this that we have here in Clarendon. And, you want to be near the front at all times during a race, and you'd like to have a call-up to give you that little extra advantage.
Yeah, classic line is near the front, but not at the front. The rider at the front going to be doing a little bit more work than the other riders. It all comes down to drafting. Very important in this sport to be able to follow the wheel and sit in the slipstream of those riders in front of you.
Save a lot of energy when you're following the riders in front of you, and there is a little bit of a protocol to the call-ups. Most of the riders who get call-ups are established racers. They've earned that call-up, so in most sports, you might handicap the stronger riders. In cycling, obviously, the people getting the call-ups are the superstars. They've earned these call-ups, and these are our national champions, world championship medalists, Olympic medalists, and of course, we've got a great crowd on hand again here in Clarendon, and, we'll really showcase these ladies.
Race director Rob Laybourne greeting the newly crowned Criterium National Champion Kendall Ryan. Now, Kendall wears a different jersey than her teammate. She races for the TIBCO SVB team, but you see she wears the Stars and Stripes jersey since she is the current national champion.
That's a jersey you wear with pride.
Yeah.
And in the United States, if you win the national championship, they award you with the Stars and Stripes jersey, and you're also allowed to wear those Stars and Stripes on your sleeves representing a former or past national champion, and you get to wear that jersey for 1 year, and as you see, most sponsors will take advantage of that. They love putting their logos on those national championship jerseys.
Lindsay Bayer there in the red jersey of Pepper Palace, you just saw. That is Christy Keeley, the fearless femme rider with the red hair there in the kind of purple jersey. These are the TIBCO jerseys that we were talking about earlier. These are the teammates of Kendall Ryan. You can see the similar helmets, but again, Kendall wears a different jersey since she is the national champion.
A lot of neon colors on the new kits this year, and it's easy to pick certain riders out, and TIBCO does a great job of not only putting their sponsors on there, but making sure that all the riders are wearing the same color helmets. And that's a lot of fun at the end of the race, or you watch the race and you see all the same helmets, all the same clothing lined up. You know they're trying to formulate something for the end of the race.
Well, right there is 70-time national champion Corinne Rivera. She's won national championships across multiple disciplines in the sport, on the track, mountain biking, on the road, criteriums as well. That's going to be her teammate, Olympic bronze medalist Lauren Tamayo.
Lauren comes from a program that I'm very familiar with at the Valley Preferred Cycling Center. She came through our developmental programs down there as a track rider and won her medal on the track as well. But Lauren's extremely quick, strong rider, and Corinne, I mean, what can I say? I mean, there's just some riders definitely just have what it takes, you know, and to win on several disciplines like she does is something that you don't hear of very often.
I got to say, Corinne Rivera has been incredibly impressive this season. We typically knew her as just a sprinter, but now she's climbing as well as anybody. So I was talking to her earlier this week. She said, you know, I kind of have to transition from being a climber to going back to crit racing. The last 3-4 races that she's done have been some of the longer stage races, which include road races, and she's been climbing in the top 10. So now she has to kind of switch back to sprinting mode.
Again, special athlete. You don't hear too many athletes talking about,
yeah.
You know, I could climb, I could sprint, I could do criterium racing. It's usually I'm specializing on one thing. And when you have a rider like Corinne, you know, very, very special. You don't win 70 national championships by luck. You know, she's extremely tough, extremely fast, can climb, can race criteriums, can time trials. She's really the complete package.
We were talking about Lauren Tamayo earlier as a track cyclist coming to the road, coming to criterium racing. How well does that translate? Obviously, you have the speed, but I got to imagine riding with 100 riders in a pack is a lot different than being on a velodrome.
Well, it depends on what events you're doing on the velodrome. And certain events on the velodrome, you do ride in large packs, and you know, it really criterium racing relates a lot to velodrome racing. Couple differences. One thing is, you know, velodrome, you're racing on the bike with no brakes, you can't coast. So, you know, most track riders have great bike handling skills, but sometimes, you know, you get 100+ riders together and racing in tight quarters, it does get a little terrifying. And I know I can speak from experience. It took a little bit of time to transition from being a track rider to a criterium racer, but, you know, these are some of the finest, best bicycle racers in the world, and they know how to ride their bikes, know how to handle their bikes, and they're very comfortable in this surrounding.
Got to imagine it takes a while to remember you can coast and brake after training for so long on a fixed gear bike. That would be a big adjustment, I would imagine.
Yeah, we run a lot of programs at our velodrome in Pennsylvania. And one thing we always tell the folks, we have a program called Try the Track, where people can come and try the track for one day. And I coach the program, and I tell them, I say, you know, you're on a bike with no brakes, you can't coast. Just like everything else you do on your road bike, you get to the finish line, and guess what happens? You want to coast. You want to stop. You want to put your arm up. You think, I'm done with my effort. You can't do that on a track bicycle. So we always constantly tell you, keep pedaling, keep pedaling, keep pedaling, keep pedaling when you get to the finish line. So we see people who try to stop pedaling, and it usually ends up in a mishap. But sometimes being able to coast, especially on a course like this, and catch your breath and relax your legs is really a big benefit.
50 laps of racing total on tap for our pro women's field. You see them getting lined up here. That lap counter on the top right of your picture, it's going to be above and to the left of the riders as they make their way around. We will have that for you throughout the day so we can keep an eye on the lap count. Marty, also going to be handing out some preems today as we are underway in racing at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic, proudly presented to you by Boeing for 50 laps of racing here in Clarendon, Virginia. Little muggy out here today, Marty. Forecast high 95 degrees. There is a chance that some storms might roll through later in the day. We're going to be joined by Jay Korb from WJLA here in Washington, D.C. for a little bit more information on that later on. But did you like the hot weather? Were you a hot weather racer, or did you prefer it a little cooler?
I'll tell you honestly, it didn't matter to me. I rode well in hot weather, and I also like cold weather. But the key to anything is preparing. And, you know, I'm sure our ladies have hydrated properly and used their proper nutrition and came to the line ready to go, knowing that it's going to be 94 degrees.
Yeah, making sure you eat and drink today is going to be very important for these riders to make sure that they keep drinking out of those bottles. It doesn't do you any good sitting in the cage. You got to get it into your body.
You got to get in your body, and 50 laps on this course is rather grueling. It's going to be hot. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a fast race with the quality of riders we have. So hydration is key. You'll probably start seeing them hitting the bottle already, taking some sips of that, you know, hydration in their bottles probably within the next couple laps.
Well, early on, Lauren Stevens, the Tibco rider, leading it out, wearing it number 6. I have a feeling you're going to see a lot of these Tibco jerseys on the front. Riders like Lauren Stevens, incredibly powerful. She's going to be one to watch today. That's really what makes Tibco so dangerous today, is that their full roster really has the potential to take a win today. So you have to mark every move that Tibco puts on the table.
When I was looking at who Tibco had in the race, I agree with you. I said any of these riders are potential winners of this race. So very strong team. They could set it up. As you can see, aggressive already at the front, lining up. They're gonna man the front of the race here and just make sure nobody gets away early on. And if somebody does get away, they want to make sure they're going to be represented in that breakaway. But strong international squad looking for the victory today.
On the other hand, you have a team like United Healthcare who you can read like an open book. They pretty much run the same play every single time, and it almost works every single time. We're going to see them come to the front. They like to drive late in the race. They call it the blue train, and you're going to see all those blue and white jerseys come to the front, set the pace so high that no one can come over the top of them, and typically they set it up for their sprinter, who I have to imagine today is going to be Corinne Rivera.
What you said there is exactly right. They do the same tactic almost every single race, and it works. So the rest of the field should be, preparing for that and trying to defeat that. So I would imagine Tibco could get pretty aggressive here, and there could be also some other Pepper Palace, Fearless Femme. If they start throwing some attacks here and maybe breaking down that blue train, it could be a pretty smart tactic for them.
Yeah, that's going to be the, I think, big upset that'll derail the blue train if we see a breakaway go. More than likely, there will be a United Healthcare rider represented in the breakaway, but typically when we see UHC riders get into a break, they just sit on. They don't do any work, and their job is to bring it back because they like their chances of a sprinter like Corinne Rivera sprinting against the field much better than they like trying to sprint out of a breakaway.
Very smart. And again, when you have somebody like Corinne, that's the game you want to play. You want to make sure that she is rested, she is prepared for a field sprint. And when you have strong lead-outs like the rest of the United Healthcare riders, they can deliver someone like Corinne Rivera to the finish line pretty much uncontested. And one of the hard things about field sprinting is when you get stuck in the turbulence, you get stuck in this whitewash behind you. And, it's so important to have good, strong lead-out riders. And somebody like a Ruth Winder and a Lauren Tamayo in front of you, they keep this pace so high, someone like Corinne could just sit back there, tickle the pedals, and just wait to launch her attack with 200 meters to go.
Yeah, and Corinne's certainly not an underdog. Talk about racing with a mark on your back. She basically has a huge bullseye on her back. Pretty much any criterium she goes to these days, she's a marked rider.
Yeah, and she should be. She's a dominating force in the world of cycling, wins a lot of races, whether it's uphill or flat and 8 corners or figure eights. It doesn't matter. She knows how to get her bicycle across the line first. But that does play into favor for the girls for United Healthcare because they are so strong and so powerful. They have other riders that can win it as well. So if Corinne is having a bad day, she might have told her teammates, listen, it's not my day today. I'm not feeling good. I'm sick. I can't perform in the heat, which I doubt any of that stuff is true. They have other riders that can win. So when you do have that target on your back, you could play that as kind of a decoy. So, lucky enough for United Healthcare, they have so many strong riders. But I would imagine Corinne's probably feeling great and wanting to win this race.
Well, how about this? Coming to the front right now, the oldest rider in the field, Laura Van Gilder, at 50 years old, the veteran of the women's peloton, not just racing here, but riding the front early on. What an incredible rider.
Strong rider, incredibly intelligent, incredibly smart, knows how to get across the lines, winning a lot of races, but, old enough to be Corinne's mom, but definitely smart enough out there to win this race. And one thing I like about Laura is she's a grinder. Yeah. She'll always find the finish line. She'll definitely try to get there and figure it out and put herself in a position to win. And a lot of times she comes across the line in the top 3 and making podiums on the top criteriums in the United States.
Yeah, Marty, it's not always the strongest rider who wins the race, but the smartest rider. And Laura Van Gilder is one of the most tactical riders in this field. She maybe doesn't have the power that some of the younger riders will have, but she knows how to use it, and she does a very good job of it.
I have some of the young ladies that might ask me for some advice, especially down around the Lehigh Valley area in the local criteriums. Follow Laura. Learn from Laura. She's going to keep you safe, get you in position to win a race, and very, very smart. She doesn't waste any energy. And myself, I still ride some of the local training criteriums, and she's in there, and I follow her at times as well because she is so smart and so crafty. But a very, very good rider. Always near the front at the end of these bicycle races.
Well, Marty, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised to see TIBCO spending so much time on the front this early. I think they're trying to take a page out of the United Healthcare playbook and just try and set the tempo at the front. The goal here is to, one, make sure that you're there to cover any moves they go. If a rider tries to break away and attacks the field, you want to be in good position. But two, you also want to keep the pace high to try to discourage attacks if your goal is to keep this race together.
Yeah, and if you've noticed already, Brad, that we have some riders coming off the back. The pace is rather high, and it is TIBCO keeping the pressure up there. But look at sitting second position is Laura Van Giller, who we were just talking about. She'll always be patrolling the front of the race, making sure, the race, she's in a position to, if there is a breakaway, she's going to jump across to get to it. But TIBCO is spending a lot of time in the front with United Healthcare directly behind them. So hopefully some of the other teams, Pepper Palace, Fearless Femme, Argonne 18, are just sitting back there, letting two heavyweights duke it out.
Well, we talked about the riders at the front. Let's chat a little bit about the riders at the back, because if you're having trouble already early on in this race, you are in for a long day of racing. These riders, you see these small gaps opening up on the back. That's pretty much the worst thing that you can let happen early on. You really want to make sure that you keep those gaps closed. That's one of the hardest things for racers to learn. You want to sit at the back. You say, I'm just going to sit back, watch the race, but you have to make sure that you stay in contact with the field.
Yeah, and as you saw the shot coming through that turn, the girls in the front went through that turn easy. They didn't even get out of saddle, accelerating out of the turn. Everybody in the back, it was like a whiplash. They were out of the saddle, sprinting hard to get to the back. That will take a toll on you really, really quick. You do that for a couple laps, you're not going to be in the race very long.
And that's a tactic that we'll see used as well. Sometimes you'll see teams gap riders off. They'll use one of their riders to let a gap open up so that it forces the rider behind them to have to come around and chase to close down that gap. If you have a rider that you're maybe worried about or trying to wear out on your wheel, you can gap them off and then force them to chase back.
Extremely annoying tactic.
Yeah.
I've had it done to me many times, and it hurts your legs so bad. But that's what happens. If you don't put yourself in good positions in these races, that's the type of stuff you have to deal with. And, we're already seeing the field's dwindling down fairly fast. So a lot of strong girls in this race, keeping the pace fairly high. And you got some danglers here. And, what's going to happen with them is we have one rider already coming off the back. Again, on a course like this, you can only do so many laps accelerating at full speed to try to keep up. And, that's not getting out of saddle at 50%. That's getting out of saddle 100% to make sure you're in contact with the field.
Yeah, no, eventually those riders who are what we call out of contention, if you're far enough off the back that our USA Cycling officials here on site don't believe that you'll be able to catch back on, that you're not going to be a factor in the race, though they'll ask those riders to withdraw. They'll pull those riders off the course, and your day is done. That's a tough feeling. When you get the whistle on the line, you fought so hard to stay in, and then you get pulled with maybe 10, 15 laps to go. That's a tough pill to swallow.
It's a very tough pill to swallow, and I would imagine if you'd ask any of the ladies who get pulled, they probably feel like they didn't give it their all, especially this early in the race. And, but again, this is bicycle racing. It's rather grueling. It's pretty cutthroat. If you can't keep up, they ask you to leave the course.
Well, 44 laps of racing remaining. Marty, this is a unique course. The turn that we just saw the riders go through, typically we see a lot of flat four-corner criteriums, which are basically 90-degree left-hand turns. A lot of 110-degree, little tighter turns here. It's not your typical course.
No, there are a lot of turns. There's a little bit of gradient on the back stretch and as well as the home stretch here. Our finishing straight is slightly uphill, which makes for exciting course for the spectators. Sometimes that four-corner flat course, very fast, can be very easy to ride, but a course like this is going to require a bike rider that can handle their bicycle, put themselves in near the front almost the whole entire race. Clarendon always has wind. I've raced this event several times, and it's dead calm. 3 miles down the road, you come here, and there's wind in every little corner. It always seems like there's a headwind as well. So something happens here in these buildings that there's a little bit of wind always happening. So very difficult course, and that's why we usually have a strong winner every time here.
Yeah, that can be a blessing and a curse for the breakaway, depending on how you use it and how well you can work together. As you see a rider coming in from the Shimano neutral support pits off to the right-hand side of those riders. And Tibco's still on the front here. You can see that train off to the left-hand side of your screen. They're doing a really good job of staying together. Now, Kendall Ryan is a little bit isolated off to the right-hand side, but still got plenty of time. She doesn't need to worry quite yet about not being with her team. Again, if it does come down to a lead out for Kendall Ryan, they're going to want to link up probably in the last 5, 6, 7 laps, somewhere around there. Until then, someone like Kendall Ryan, her job is to stay out of trouble, stay out of the wind, and save as much energy as possible.
That's a good thing to do. It's hard to do, especially if you're someone like Kendall Ryan and some of these aggressive bicycle riders. To sit there and do nothing, especially over 50 kilometers, can be, you need to have patience.
Yeah.
And sprinters need to have patience. I was a sprinter, and I was probably the worst one at patience. As soon as that gun fired, I was trying to get in every breakaway and chase everything down. And then by the end, sometimes I was a little too tired. So it took me a while to learn patience as a sprinter. But Kendall Ryan, she's played this game for a while. She knows what to do. And it has a great team around her as well. So when you have good, strong teammates, your job becomes a little bit easier as a sprinter because there's no stress on you. You know your teammates are going to cover any breakaways and make sure that you're in a great position as you get closer to the end of the race.
Well, this is going to be Lindsay Bayer on the front, who we met earlier today, doing some work for the Pepper Palace Women's Pro Cycling Team. Only 2 Pepper Palace riders racing here. They have an abbreviated squad, and so that's going to be tough for them. But good to see them being aggressive with just a couple riders. I'm actually a little surprised to see that Bayer is riding on the front.
Yeah, and I think that might have been a preem lap, or a preem lap might be coming up if I heard correctly. But, a lot of these racers will race for or have one rider designated as a preem hunter. And, when that bell's ringing, they might send one rider, get up there, win us some extra cash, win us some meals, whatever the gift is. But a lot of times with the pro women, there's some extra cash on the line on these preem laps. So they might have a rider designated to go out there and hunt some preems, put some money in their pocket, and then, of course, designate someone to sprint at the end.
For those not familiar watching at home, a preem is a lap prize. It goes to the winner of the lap. Now, could be cash, could be merchandise, could be a gift card. The riders don't know when the preems are coming. Our announcers on stage, Richard Fries and Jay Korf, will ring a bell at their discretion, and the next rider across the line after they hear that bell takes home the preem. You don't have to finish the race. It has nothing to do with how you finish overall. It's just a little prize for the riders in the middle of the race.
And at times it's a gamble, and a lot of times the preems get a little bit bigger, more lucrative as we get closer to the end, and there's some gambler preems. And do you really want to waste all that energy for maybe $50, $100, $20, depending on what it is, when there's bigger money at the end?
Yeah.
But that's why a lot of times a team will designate somebody, if they're in position, to try to win some preems along the way. But I know myself, I try to avoid the preems. Bigger checks are at the end, and the preems would hurt you a little bit. Take a little bit out of the tank.
Well, that's exactly what Lindsay Bayer is doing right here. Bayer just sprinting out of the group there, and she picks up the preem. That's Bayer right there in the red jersey. You can always see Lindsay Bayer. She has this kind of head cock to her where she puts her head down. Very easy to spot in the field. When she goes hard, you can tell.
Lindsay Bayer is one of the really good riders in this field. She's right here from Virginia, so I'm sure she's got a little extra motivation to try to get across that line first, and that helps a lot. When you're digging deep and you got family and friends, you got a lot of people cheering you on, the pain doesn't seem to feel as bad as it normally does. But obviously very strong rider putting one preem in her pocket, and sometimes a preem sprint like that will cause a fracture, will cause a break in the peloton and cause a bit of a split, and it looks like the pace is definitely picking up now after that preem sprint.
Well, she won the most courageous jersey here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic back in 2013. The way that she's riding right now, you can tell why. She's very aggressive. She likes to ride the front. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Bayer in a breakaway today riding at the front right now. If a move goes, I think we'll see Bayer try and cover it.
Yeah, and or somebody from Pepper Palace, and Bayer is that breakaway rider. Again, it's going to take that recipe. It's going to take the perfect formula of riders that keep that breakaway off the front. We have plenty of strong girls to do it, and if we could get a United Healthcare Tibco rider, put somebody like Bayer in there as well as maybe a Fearless Fen rider, it will definitely stay away, because I'm sure there are a lot of girls sitting in the pack right now wishing there's a breakaway. We can kind of get to the front, take it easy, and let the girls in the breakaway do all the work.
Yeah, the thing to really watch in the breakaway is it's all about finding the right composition. You want to have the right riders in there, you want to have the right teams represented, and you need the right timing in the race. Probably a little early right now for a breakaway to go, but I would guess in the next 5 or 10 laps we'll start to see those attacks come. Now, it's not going to be the first attack that goes away and stays away. There's going to be multiple times where riders riders will go off. They'll get caught. But again, it's just about finding that right combination with the right timing before a breakaway works.
Yeah, and the breakaway has to have the right riders, as you said, and they have to work hard. And breakaway, it definitely doesn't just happen and slip away and the girls pedal just as hard as the girls in the pack. I mean, the breakaway happens when they attack hard. They push those pedals at 100%, put their head down, grind for a lap or two and get that couple second gaps. And it'll go from 5 seconds to 10 seconds. As you know, Brad, it'll sometimes reach over a minute. But the girls in the breakaway are going as hard as they possibly can to stay away from that field.
Well, this would be a good time to jump. You can see the riders kind of spread out across the road, fence to fence. That tells us things are a little bit calm out there. They're not going too hard. When the speed starts to pick up, you'll see the riders go into more of a single file formation. Kind of acts like a piece of elastic. When you pull on one end, it starts to string out just a little bit more. This is Christy Keeley on the attack right now for the Fearless Femme, presented by Hot Wheels Racing Team. Keeley not getting too big of a gap. The other thing that you want to make sure, Marty, is that you don't get caught out there by yourself. A solo breakaway is probably going to be a death wish on a hot, humid day like today. So Keeley with a little bit of a gap, but you see her looking behind her. She's waiting for riders to come up saying, who wants to come with me? Who wants to get in this move together?
That's kind of in no man's land, as we like to call it. You're sitting up there and you have enough break or enough gap where you got to keep pushing the pedals, but everybody's sitting back there looking at you going, we can catch you anytime we want. So just dangle out there a little bit, hurt yourself, hurt your legs a little bit, and we're going to come get you whenever we want.
Keeley out of Greenville, South Carolina, was second here last year at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. So she's been on the podium in Virginia before, and she'll look to do it again this year.
She's actually a very strong sprinter and a fast sprinter, and somewhat fearless as she rides the course. Oh, we have a big crash here.
Wow. Yeah, big pile up back on the course. Now, these riders are going to be able to get a free lap. If you go down in a crash, you can go to the Shimano Neutral Support Pits where there's officials and mechanics. They're going to get those riders fixed up, and then they'll be able to jump back into the race. But you see a lot of riders affected there. This must have been pretty close to the front with this many riders going down in that crash. Looks like everybody mostly okay, up and moving, just a few mechanical issues. So really no reason for these riders to try and attack right now or try and take advantage of this situation, because either way, those riders are going to be put back into the front group. You're reinserted into the group that you were in when you had that mishap.
One of the great things about cycling, if there is a mishap like that and there is a crash, you do get that free lap. You get to come back into the pits. And we got great Shimano pits here on hand, and the girls will get to fix their bikes if they're broken, grab a drink of water, grab some hydration, fix a wheel if they have any flats, and they'll push them back into the race in the position that they were. So nobody will get a head start, but we're going to probably have about 20 girls get pushed back into this peloton here real quick.
Got good opportunity here for riders to take on some water, just kind of in a holding pattern right now. Technically, the race is still going on, but those riders in the field know that they're going to be joined by about 20 more riders, it looks like, here very soon.
Good news is that it doesn't look like we had any serious injuries. All the girls are back in the pits, ready to launch. Laura Van Giller rolling in there. She obviously got caught behind the crash. Some United Healthcare riders caught behind the crash. Definitely happened in the front of the race.
Yeah. Marty, how much does that shake you in a situation like this? I got to imagine after you hit the deck the first time, you're never quite the same racer, at least for the remaining 40, 50 minutes of racing that we have.
I think it's really different for everybody. And a lot of times it'll get your adrenaline going for sure. Sometimes the break is good. Sometimes the break is bad. You come in the pits, you recatch your breath. Other riders don't like coming into the pits. You kind of get out of your rhythm. But, this is a good opportunity for a lot of these riders to kind of reset, hit the reset button. And it's nice so that the field is not racing hard and attacking at this time as well. So they're going to wait here, and everyone's going to get pushed back into the field, and our girls will start racing hard again. But crashing is part of the sport. It does happen. These girls have been through it before. They know the deal. And but sometimes it does rattle you a little bit.
Well, you're going to see these riders reinserted here. That is our USA Cycling official there in the blue shirt. He's going to hold those riders to make sure that they don't get an advantage and make sure they don't get released in front of the field. So once he waves them in, there they go, and they'll re-enter. Marty, a lot of folks think, now I do want to remind the folks at home, not just a crash, but a flat tire, a broken chain, any mechanical issue beyond your control. If your seat post slips, that doesn't qualify you for a free lap. But if something physically breaks on the bike in the course of racing, you're entitled to a free lap. A lot of folks think, man, free lap, that sounds great. Get a drink of water, have a little rest. But in reality, it's not that big an advantage. Your heart rate starts to drop a little bit. That lactic acid builds up in the legs. And then you have to sprint. You have to get back up to full speed speed going from basically a standing start.
I was just going to mention that. It hurts your legs so hard, so much coming out of the pits. You know, you go from a standing start to 30-plus miles per hour as you watch everybody zip by you. And a lot of times you get pushed back in the field towards the back of the field. So sometimes you lose your position that you've been battling for all day at the front, and the officials let you, get back in the race, but sometimes not in the position that you left. Or you might be in the same group that you were in, but you're in the back of that group. So it does hurt at times to get pushed out of the pits.
Well, it looks like United Healthcare starting to come to the front now. I saw a few of those blue and white jerseys starting to move forward. Doing a note, as the riders were in the Shimano Neutral Support pits, we are located just across from that. I saw Mike Tamayo, the director of the United Healthcare team, talking to Carrie Higgins, who had gone into the pit, giving her some instructions. He was kind of pointing to the peloton and obviously giving instructions as to where he wanted to be. I'm noticing that the strategy is now changing for United Healthcare, so I'm wondering if Carrie Higgins went back into the field with a message from the team director, Mike Tamayo, saying, hey, Mike wants us to control this race a little better. Mike wants us to ride at the front, and I think that's what United Healthcare is doing right now.
Yeah, and there are certain races, and we've all been through it. You will get an order, direct order from your team director, and Mike might have said, listen, I don't want you girls crashing. I don't want this happening. Put the hammer down. We can win this race. We're the strongest team here. Let's quit messing around. Get to the front. Let's start attacking or keep the pace so high that we avoid these crashes. And a lot of times crashes will happen for two reasons. One, if the pace is really high and somebody loses traction going through a turn, they're very tired, they make a mistake, or if the pace is too slow and everyone's bunched together. So, and here we go. The pace is obviously picking up now. So I'm sure Mike probably told the girls, all right, enough's enough. Let's start racing hard and avoid any crashes, make sure all our girls are safe.
Well, you saw the speeds were a little lower there early on. Now you're seeing the shape of the field changing. If you remember just a few laps ago, at this point on the course, the riders were 6-7 wide across the road. Now we're starting to see them either single file or just going 2 and 3 wide. So that tells us that they're really starting to drive it on the front, and that's going to make it tougher for all the riders in here, especially those riders sitting at the back if you're just trying to hold on to that piece of elastic.
And this is a hard course to really keep the pressure on as far as, when you're in great shape, you're on form, this is one of the best courses to race. But if you're struggling a little bit and you're in the back and you have that whiplash effect and you're jumping out of every corner, it's very taxing on the legs, so we'll probably be seeing some riders getting spit out the back here pretty soon. But this is what happens when crashes happen. Sometimes, it's just a shot of adrenaline. People go to the front and hammer for a few laps. And, I know personal experience, after I crashed, I always came back in the field a little angrier, a little more aggressive. I already was cut up. It didn't matter anymore. And, it was sometimes that shot of adrenaline that you needed.
You never really know the full extent of your injuries until you get into the post-race shower and you feel all the cuts and scrapes all over your body, all those bruises that you got. It's amazing what adrenaline can do. The directors always tell the riders, when you go down, just get up, get back on the bike. We'll figure it out, as you're riding. But the most important thing is to just get rolling again. If the bike is okay and you feel like you can move, the directors always try to get the riders back on the bike as soon as possible to keep that adrenaline going.
Most of the time, you just get a little road rash. There aren't too many major injuries that could happen, and you do know when you hurt yourself and you stay down, but you're exactly right. The one thing you want to do is get off the ground. Sometimes embarrassing to crash, so for me it was always get off the ground. I don't want people to see me laying on the ground, but crashes do happen, and it is part of our sport. And we tell a lot of our young riders down at the velodrome at the cycling center that if you're going to race your bike, you're going to ride, you're probably eventually going to fall off. But it looks like all of our girls, lucky enough, nobody was hurt, no ambulance was called, and they're all back in racing hard.
Well, things started to calm down there for about 2 seconds before, looks like maybe Laura Van Gilder coming to the front. Few riders going to have a go at it, but now Tipco takes over. That was Van Gilder who sparked a little bit of action there. Laura Van Gilder, if she sees this pace start to drop a little bit, she's going to go to the front. She likes to keep the race as hard as possible, make it difficult for those riders trying to hang on. It's kind of like a mountain stage, Marty. You're just trying to thin out the field at this point, try to make that selection and see if you can cause a gap. Good breakaway happening here. Look at that gap. It's about 7 riders, and then behind them, 1 rider trying to bridge. Now, if these riders can work together, I think they have a good chance of getting into a breakaway, and they are working well together in a single file. Tibco is there. United Healthcare is there. Fearless Femme is there. Lindsay Bayer for Pepper Palace is there as well. So that's pretty much all the big names in that breakaway. And if you miss that move, those panic bells are ringing right now. But you can see the teammates back in the field who have riders up in the breakaway, they're loving this. They're not worried about the riders up the road right now. It's the riders whose teams aren't represented in the move that are worried.
Same teams that are representing the breakaway are now at the front of the peloton, and they're going to slow the pace down a little bit, try to avoid a couple ladies jumping across. And again, it's going to come down to what that recipe is. Are they happy with who they have in the breakaway? Does United Healthcare have too many riders? Does Tibco have too many riders? And they're going to be figuring it out at that point. And a lot of those decisions are made in a matter of seconds. And our riders, just feel when it's a good breakaway or feel when it's a good combination. But looks like this one wasn't right, and everyone's coming back.
I think that move looked a little too good, and everybody wanted to get into that move. That caused a bridge to come up, but eventually they just regain contact with the field. Probably a little too big on this course, I would think. You're probably going to see 4, 5, maybe 6 riders. I think anything bigger than that, they're going to have a tough time staying away.
A little too big, and 2 United Healthcare riders were representing that early breakaway, and Tibco only had 1, so obviously they didn't want to be outnumbered, but it's also pretty early, and it's really our first breakaway and our first attack that was happening. So we'll see a few more launched here, I would imagine, and again, it's going to come down to that right combination of riders to make this work.
Well, the story remains the same on the front. The battle between Tibco and United Healthcare here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Day 1 of racing here in Clarendon. We head just a couple miles away tomorrow to Crystal City for the 2nd day of racing this weekend. Marty, any thought of saving energy today for a day like tomorrow? Can you pretty much race 2 crits back-to-back okay without having to conserve too much energy?
You can race 2 crits back-to-back, and but the smart person would be wanting to save some energy. And we're talking about athletes who just, when that gun is fired and that number's on, they're going to give it their go and give it everything they have every single day. But you might have 1 or 2 riders who the course might fit them a little better tomorrow and not today, saving a little bit of energy. But most of the time, as soon as that number is pinned on, that helmet strapped on, these girls are going to give everything they got, regardless of what's on tap for tomorrow. Yeah,
it's amazing. You see these women in the hotel lobby or in the shuttle going to the airport. They're so nice, but then when they get on the bike, it's a whole new person. You really have 2 personas. You have your off-bike personality and your on-bike personality.
Yeah, they get quiet. They get that look in their eye. They have that race face on, and that's like a switch. And these girls are, like we said earlier, some of the best riders in the entire world here, and they know how to win. They know how to race, and this is their job. They're working on a Saturday morning here in Clarendon, Virginia, risking skin, as we obviously saw, to win one of the biggest bicycle races, one of the biggest criteriums in the United States.
Well, I want to welcome everybody back to the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. 0-time Olympian Brad Soner here alongside 2-time Olympian Marty Nothstein. A great track cyclist in your own right. 2 gold medals, is that right for you?
Yeah, I won 3 world championships, Olympic gold medal, Olympic silver medal. So, won a few races on the track, won a few races on the road, and love bicycle racing. It's in my blood. It's been part of my life since I'm 15 years old. And be down here again and work alongside with you and, race one of the hardest, or commentate on one of the hardest criteriums in North America, is really special for me. I remember racing it myself with Team Navigators and Mercury, and I always remember I rode very well here, a very technical course, which suited me. It was good, but one of the hardest races. I mean, after this race, you knew you gave it everything you got. You slept very well that night in the hotel. Woke up the next day, legs really aching, but I had some great memories from this event, and it's truly one of the staples on our calendar as far as criterium racing goes.
Yeah, celebrating 18 years of racing at this year's edition, so that's a good benchmark. You got kids that are 18 years old. We could vote, we could join the military, smoke a pack of cigarettes.
Yep, and I would imagine Rob does such a great job. This race is going to continue for another 18 years, and when a race like this becomes tradition, it's on that calendar year in and year out. And I've talked to some of the team directors this morning. And it just fits into their schedule. We had Philadelphia last week, and, we've had Tour of California earlier, and it just fits. And so Rob's very smart promoter, knows when to put this race on the calendar. A lot of these top riders are in the area, and why leave and go somewhere else when, there's a race, 3 hours down the road, and a race of this quality as well. So I would imagine this race is going to be around for another 18 years, if not more.
Yeah, and there's a big advantage to being somewhat close to home. If you're from the East Coast or the Midwest, you can fly out to California, you can fly out west, but the time change and living in a hotel and trying to find different, trying to find food that you like and just trying to get your routine right, it's a lot easier when you're in a comfortable environment, especially for East Coast riders. A lot of these riders would have been able to drive in yesterday 4, 5, 6 hours out. That's not a bad drive for a cyclist.
No, not a bad drive for a cyclist, and a lot of these cyclists will go anywhere for a bicycle race, and to have one close by and have family and friends watch and eat the food that you're familiar with. And a lot of times you get out of a car, your legs feel a lot better than when you fly across the country. So, very, very big race here, and these girls have raced this many times. And again, 18 years, I didn't know that, but I can't believe it's been 18 years I've raced since this race has started.
Well, our announcers on stage ringing up a $50 cash preem on the line right now. So next time we see the riders hit the line, they'll be sprinting. First rider across takes home $50, and clearly Lindsay Bayer is interested in this one. Merchandise, it's tough for the pros because they have sponsors. They get their bikes and wheels and shoes given to them by sponsors, but cash is the universal language, and so I think we'll see a few riders going for this preem with $50 on the line.
Well, cash puts gas in the car, cash puts groceries in your refrigerator, and you're right. These riders probably have an excess of cycling equipment and clothing and shoes and helmets, and probably don't need gift cards to local restaurants. Although they appreciate all that stuff and they use that, but what gets them going more is cash.
Well, the race for that preem really starts right now. If you want to sprint either at the finish or for a preem, you have to make sure that you're in the right position. Positioning is very important in this sprint, and that's why you see that Tibco rider looking behind. She's waiting for the move. Bayer is in the perfect position here, sitting second wheel now. What she has to do here is be patient. She has to wait to launch the sprint. You don't want to go too early.
And it looks like she's out of the saddle. She's going to probably take another preem here, but Lindsay Bayer riding really aggressive. Again, from Virginia, she's going to try to put $50 in her pocket here, and she is followed closely by a rider from Team Tibco, but we're going to see who's going to leg it out and win that preem.
Well, it looks like Tibco going to give her a little challenge. That's Sarah Headley, who it looks like gets her at the line. So Headley picks up the $50 cash preem, taking Lindsay Bayer to the line. Bayer just went a little too early there.
A little too early, and again, cycling can be a ruthless sport. So Lindsay Bayer doing the majority of the work, thinking she had $50 to put in her pocket with about 100 meters to go, and unfortunately, Sarah came around right at the end and caused a split in the pack as well. So again, as we discussed earlier, these preems will also put some pressure on the field and give the girls an incentive to race and sprint hard, and we have a little a breakaway here.
Well, we'll see if these riders are interested in trying to keep the breakaway going. Again, you have to have everybody happy in the breakaway. All the major teams are represented. That's Emily Collins tacked onto the back for Tibco. And it looks like IS Corp, presented by Smart Choice MRI, missing the move, trying to get one of their riders up there. That's going to be one of the major teams that didn't make it there in the blue jersey with the orange highlights. But doesn't look like the Tibco rider at the front working too hard trying to keep this one away.
No, I don't think Tibco may not like who they have in that breakaway, so she doesn't have her head down. And a lot of times what you'll see is you'll see one rider just bury themselves to get that breakaway established, and then maybe sit on and start resting towards the end. But, yeah, Tibco I don't believe like that formula of that breakaway.
Well, some of our riders getting service from Shimano Neutral Support. We are going to take a quick break to thank some of our sponsors here at the 2015 Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Thanks for watching. We'll be back right after this.
Whether it takes 200,000 parts, 800,000 hours of supercomputing time, 3 million lines of code, 40,000 sets of eyes, or 1 million sleepless nights. Whether it's building the world's most advanced satellite, the space station, or the next leap in unmanned systems, at Boeing, one thing never changes: our passion to make it real.
Marty here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. A great group of sponsors, Boeing and Northrop Grumman, coming together to help make this great race possible. I've been lobbying to get the announcers Predator drones for the last 3-4 years. It has not come through yet, but I'm still working on it, so hold your breath.
Keep working on that. That'd be pretty cool. But, you know, without great sponsors, events like this don't happen. Without community support, as you're seeing the fans lining the streets today, events like this don't happen. That's why this event has been going on for 18 years, because you have a great promoter, you have great community that supports it. They look forward to this event, and you have great companies supporting it. So, you know, when all those things are positive, you will get positive results. So, you know, great crowd again today. A little bit cloudy right now, very warm, but, you know, it's definitely not slowing down the action on the course.
My test of the success of an event is always asking the cab driver from the airport if they know what's going on. And sure enough, this year I was happy to find out that my cab driver was a big fan of the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. I said, I'm in town for a bike race, and he said, oh, you're here for the Air Force bike race. And I said, I sure am. So obviously strong community support here in the D.C. area.
Yeah, and you want the community to be supportive of this event. And I know there's going to be a children's race earlier or later on here. And, you know, I've already seen, I was walking the course a little earlier today, a lot of kids, a lot of parents out on the course excited to participate with their children, which hopefully one day those kids will be involved. And who knows, we might even have a couple racing here today. Maybe Lindsay Beyer was one of our participants 18 years ago in one of the kids' races.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest kids races in the country. You were talking about kids getting into racing. Corinne Rivera, earlier this year, we had a chance to see her at the Redlands Bicycle Classic, which was her first race as a very small child, and she ended, you know, she was able to go back and race now as a professional. It's just a great example of what getting kids on bikes can do.
That's incredible. I didn't know that about Corinne, but again, just putting a number on a child at a young age, having them do their straight line little sprints that we have them do here, like in Clarendon, and you know, that can sometimes set the hook. And to have Corinne do that in Redlands and become one of the best racers in the entire world is just something that, you know, you don't hear of every single day. But getting these kids involved, getting them on the bikes, getting mom and dad to witness high-level racing like we're seeing today, introducing them to the sport of cycling, you know, they may become fans for life.
In Washington, D.C., great place to ride bikes. And you don't think of it as a bike-centric city, but we see bike lanes all over the place. I had a chance last night to grab one of their bike share bikes, the Capital Bike Share program. Rode straight from the hotel over to the mall. I had bike lanes and bike paths the whole way. It was a beautiful ride. I felt safe the whole way, and, of course, super convenient. I was just able to park the bike share, take a look around the monuments, and then ride back to the hotel. Yeah,
the community here seems to be pretty in tune to fitness. There, you know, a lot of folks here riding their bicycles, running, jogging this morning, you know, which is very energizing. You know, it's great to know that we have cities like this supporting cycling, putting bike lanes in, keeping our riders safe and people who want to commute, which is a great form of exercise as well.
There's an issue with this event with not enough bike parking. Good problem to have in a situation like this. Certainly. Great event to ride down with the family. We see a lot of families coming down, taking the kids, putting them on the bikes, and riding down to watch a bike race.
Yeah, not enough bike parking. You don't hear that very often.
Yeah.
So, again, why we have this race here for 18 years and strong community support and, you know, getting the kids involved, getting the parents involved, getting the local establishments involved, and it's just such a great experience. The energy is here, and you know, we have a little a plaza area set up, a little expo area, so people can come down, not only watch some of the best racers in the world race, but also, you know, really get in tune to what's happening.
Well, Lindsay Bayer still riding on the front. She's been overtaken by the Tipco rider right now, and they're going at a pretty good clip. Look at these gaps forming back through the field. We're seeing at least 3 or 4 major gaps here, so they are really driving it. Tipco is now turning the screws on this field. I really like the aggression that we're seeing from Tipco today. If you're going to beat United Healthcare, you're going to have to gamble. You're going to have to take risks, and that's exactly what this is. They run the risk of going too hard, too early, blowing too many of their riders up. But if you just sit back and let it unfold, you're going to have a hard time beating United Healthcare.
Yeah, you don't want to bring a fresh Corinne Rivera to the line and let them line it up, the Blue Train line it up for the sprint. So Tipco's doing a great job here. It looks like that's Joe Kizniowski at the front. Strong rider, world championship medalist on the track, representing New Zealand at the Olympic Games. You know, trying to keep the pressure high there. And little, it looks like we have an attack from United Healthcare, which is a great opportunity. Again, yeah. Tipco, you just threw a knockout punch at us. Didn't work. Guess what? Here comes a counter punch.
Yeah, the old 1-2 counter move here as Tipco sent one of their riders up. They sat up a little bit. Now that's Corinne Rivera sitting second wheel right there. Interesting to see Corinne riding this close to the front with Joe Hogan leading the way for the Tipco SVB team. It'll be interesting to see if Corinne Rivera spends any time on the front. She's near the front right now, but I would expect her to kind of slow down here and pull off if she finds herself taking a pull on the front and doing that extra work.
Yeah, that'll be an easy pull. You know, that's just something, you just keep the bike moving forward, get out of the way, and hope somebody else comes over and you can get back into the draft. But Corinne is going to be saving all her energy for a sprint. But I do like the fact that TIBCO is going to the front here with several other teams and trying to, you know, beat up on the United Healthcare a little bit.
Well, there goes Bayer again. The Pepper Palace rider has been relentless out there today. All the credit in the world to Lindsay Bayer, riding with just one other teammate, but racing like she's got a full squad behind her.
Sometimes when you don't have any teammates is when you can race kind of, you know, just let it all out.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to worry about anyone else. There are no team orders. You know, you can ride aggressive, and I'm sure Lindsay feels free out there. I can do whatever I want. I have only one other teammate, and who knows if they even won in the race. One of them might have said, listen, let's just find each other at the end. If we're there at the end, let's work together. But if not, let's have at it. And then Lindsay, very aggressive riding early on, and, you know, I would imagine she's going to continue that throughout the next 24 laps.
James LeBurge there getting ready for our pro men's race coming up next. James is the current U23 Criterium National Champion, so he wears the Stars and Stripes for the Champion System Stands No Tubes team. Back on the front of the women's field, still all together. Things are slowing down just a little bit at 24 laps to go, so just under halfway through our women's criterium. These riders are the ones that are really struggling right now. You saw that gap on the back, and we are going to finish well below the number of riders that we started today.
Yeah, whenever the top teams would go to the front and put the hammer down, you know, we're losing 3 or 4 riders every lap. And to see the look in the face of these stragglers, you know, their mouths are open, they're hanging tough, they're giving it everything they can, just trying to stay in contention with the leaders. But, again, TIBCO, United Healthcare, Pepper Palace, you know, putting those early attacks there just a few laps ago, or I should say the late attacks a few laps ago, is really taking a toll on some of the riders in the back.
Well, they got a good opportunity to catch back on there. There was a little lull in the action at the front. You saw some riders taking on drinks, trying to stay hydrated, trying to stay fed. Marty, on a race like today, do you eat during a criterium like this? 50 laps of racing here. Are you going to take a gel, a bar, anything like that?
Someone might take a gel. I would doubt you're going to see anybody eating a bar. You know, it's a little bit short for that. These girls are, you know, are probably up very early this morning, had a good breakfast, plenty of energy in their bodies to make the 50 kilometers. So, but I would, you know, easily go through 2 bottles on a warm day like this and maybe a gel or 2.
See riders feeding there just off to the right-hand side of the picture. We saw one of the Fearless Femme staff members handing up a bottle to one of their riders. If you go through a couple, they're going to be able to grab those bottles from soigneurs on the course. That'll be stationary staff members. Taking a feed at 30 miles an hour, one of the toughest things to do in the sport. People see it on TV and think, I could probably do that. But until you try to grab a wet bottle at full speed, it's a very tough thing to do.
With sweaty hands, wet gloves,
yeah.
You know, out of breath. And, you know, it's one of the harder things to do. And every time you see a soigneur or one of your maybe mechanics or team director holding a bottle, if you're behind and you see something like that coming, I mean, it really puts everybody on alert.
Well, that's Julie Kaliza on the front now for the Pepper Palace team, swapping off riders as you see kind of a double pace line forming here as Kaliza starting to move over. She gets on the front and now just kind of sitting back.
Yeah, it looks like the girls right now are kind of just rolling around here a little bit. You know, maybe a little calm before the storm before we get started with some more attacks. But the field has dwindled down to probably about 40 riders from the 100 starters that we had. So tough conditions, a little bit breezy, very warm, and some strong girls keeping the pace high.
Yeah, no, typically this is where you see those attacks come when there's a little lull in the action. This is where you see riders jump saying, hey, look, if we're too calm right now, let's try and pick things up and make it a little more interesting out there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see somebody jump out of this group. But TIBCO is doing a really good job of controlling this race.
Yeah, TIBCO's very strong, as we mentioned 100 times by now. But, again, it looks like they're going to control. They might have somebody feeling extremely strong that they feel comfortable sprinting against United Healthcare. We also have Laura Van Gilder still in the race. She got caught in an early crash, but she's still, you know, man in the front, making sure that she's in the right position. She's going to be a watchdog. If United Healthcare or TIBCO make any attacks, you know, she wants to make sure she's following the wheels. It's a lot easier to follow a wheel into a breakaway than try to bridge across on a breakaway. And as we mentioned earlier, Laura Van Gilder has a lot of experience, one of the smartest racers out there, and always in a position. So, you don't make podiums and win as many races as Laura Van Gilder does if you're not, in tune to what's happening out in the race. But the girls are definitely, off the gas here the last couple laps, and, they're 6, 7, 8 abreast across the road, and it looks like they're just taking a look at seeing who's going to launch the next attack. And it's coming right now with the Team Tibco rider.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this move. Right now, let's go down to Jay Core from WJLA, who's got a special guest here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
Brad, thanks so much. We're here live with Marie Jai, who is an assistant branch manager at TD Bank. In fact, I can literally see TD Bank right next to us here in Clarendon. You guys helped out, one of the corporate sponsors, and but what's really important, it sounds like, is that you are somewhat of also a hometown bank in that you really focus on giving back not only to your customers but to your community.
Correct. We're all about giving back to our communities. Our employees commit countless amounts of time and energy to give back in the areas in which they live and work. Through our financial education programs, we empower our local youth organizations by providing them with the ABCs of money management and staying fiscally fit, just like our great athletic competitors here today.
And just your thoughts on them. These right now we have the women's pro race, and they are remarkable.
They are remarkable. My hats are off to them. I'm thoroughly impressed, and I'm just happy to be a spectator right now.
Marie Jai, thank you so much with TD Bank. TD Bank is one of the 10 largest banks in the U.S. Not only is it considered the most convenient bank, they've actually been voted by as America's best bank, best big bank in 2013 and 2014 by Money Magazine. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll toss it back to Brad and Marty.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Jay. That's Jay Corp with WJLA, a local celebrity here in D.C. and quite the bike racer himself. Jay's a big-time mountain biker, likes to get on the bike every once in a while. Well, looks like that attack came back together again. It's going to be a constant reshuffling at the front. It's just about getting the right group. And now it looks like United Healthcare is going to try to control this one. This is really the first time that we've seen this many UHC jerseys coming to the front. But still, Tibco has the numbers here. So United Healthcare may be caught off guard a little bit in this situation. I think they're used to being in control. And I'm sorry, I want to apologize. That Tibco rider is still away. In fact, has a much bigger gap than when we went to that interview. That's Lauren Stevens, a huge name in this race. So Stevens right now on the attack. This will be the biggest gap of the day that we have seen as the Tibco SVB rider. Lauren Stevens has a solo move off the front right now. I'm going to guess right around 10 seconds, maybe a little less right now, Marty.
Yeah, and that's a very good move. As you see, it's causing some reaction from the peloton. It's going to make, United Healthcare, some of the bigger teams, try to get across to her because you don't want to leave Lauren out there all by herself. She's a very strong rider, somebody capable of getting a big gap rather quickly.
Well, things are bad when Corinna Rivera chases on the front. Lauren Stevens, certainly a rider that you want to bring back. The rider out of Garland, Texas, has an incredible resume, and breakaways are just one of her many strengths. She won here 2 years ago at the Crystal City Cup. That's going to be the race over in Crystal City tomorrow and was last year's NRC overall winner. Now, the NRC is the National Racing Calendar. The NCC, which we're on today, is the National Criterium Calendar. She's an all-rounder. She can climb, she can time trial, and she can sprint as well. That's what Stevens is doing right now. This is basically a time trial for her right now. Solo off the front, you just put your head down and hope that you can hold on to the end of the race.
Yeah, and she's strong enough to accomplish a move like this. And, you watch, she's getting a very aerodynamic position. When she gets in the straightaway, she tries to make her body really small, push the pedals really hard. But, yeah, she is a time trial. She's a great all-around racer. Probably not the best in field sprint, so this is really a great tactic, not only for her, but for Team Tibco. It's going to put pressure on United Healthcare. Everyone else in the race right now, everyone else in the peloton is looking at United Healthcare saying, listen, you're the big team. You get to the front. If you want to win this race, you chase them down, which in reality means United Healthcare is going to have to burn some matches, put some of their girls in the front, and commit to trying to bring Lauren back.
Yeah, if you see a Tibco rider on the front of the field at this point, they're going to be only trying to slow down the pace of the race. Right now, it's all up to United Healthcare to try to bring this one back, and they're putting Scotty Wilburn on the front to try to drive this gap back down. I really like the timing here. 18 laps to go. I think this is absolutely doable for Lauren Stevens. She picked the perfect time to attack. No one able to respond, and the gap continues to grow for Stevens.
Lauren Stevens isn't waiting, and just to watch her make that left-hand turn there, you know, as an individual, you can go through these turns a lot faster by yourself than you can with a group. When the group, you know, someone's hitting a break, someone's taking a bad line, it's getting you off the course. So Lauren Stevens taking the best line possible, shortest way around this course, and as a time trialing specialist, you know, she's in her comfort zone right now.
Well, you see her trying to get as aerodynamic as possible. There's a few different ways you can do that. Sometimes we'll see riders rest the forearms on the top of the handlebars. There's that the track hold where you wrap your hands around the hoods. And really anything you can do to try and get an aerodynamic advantage, because basically it's you versus the wind out there right now.
I tried everything. I just wasn't very aerodynamic. You know, a little too big. You know, 6'2", 200 pounds as a criterium racer. Actually, I was a little bit lighter than that. But yeah, it wasn't. I couldn't do it too much to get aerodynamic. And a quick funny story is we were creating some super bikes for the '96 Olympic Games, and USA Cycling spent a lot of money on these bicycles and sent us to wind tunnels. And I wanted to get in the wind tunnel so bad, and the engineers at GM basically said, "We're not wasting our time putting you in the wind tunnel. You're too big." And,
the bike's not the problem in this situation.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get rid of about 30 pounds of muscle before we put you in the wind tunnel. So I always wanted to get in the wind tunnel. Always wanted to be aerodynamic, but really didn't have that body shape. To,
track sprinter's not really built to be aerodynamic. You're pretty much all muscle out there.
All muscle and all power. So yeah, the aerodynamics were more for the pursuit riders and the time trialists. But I really wanted to get into the wind tunnel and was never allowed to.
Nice job by Tibco right there around the corner. You saw the rider wearing number 2. That's Emily Collins. Just kind of coasted around that corner. Now, you can't go to the front and slam on the brakes and try to crash everybody out behind you. But what you can do is just kind of soft pedal around those turns. Just let it kind of ease off, maybe coast a little while, and that'll give your breakaway rider maybe a second or two more. That forces then United Healthcare to have to come around you, waste an effort sprinting, and then get back up to speed.
Yeah, and that's really just professional cycling etiquette. You could get to the front and slam on the brakes and cause a bunch of issues back there, but again, you do it the right way, and that's just going to the front, soft pedaling, coasting through a turn, sitting up when you come through the turn, and a second here, a second there per lap really equates to 20 seconds by the end of the race.
Classic move that I'm sure you encountered in your criterium days. They called it the old Saturn sit-up during a sprint, where they would, like we were talking about earlier, gap riders off coming into the finishing sprint. The rider second or third would kind of sit up a little bit, take that rider behind them off, and then leave their rider on the front to get a gap. Yeah,
and even though it might only be a 10 bike length gap, you know, all those little gaps that you got to weld back together, put back together are pretty tiring by the end. But you know, this is a great move by Tibco, because you do see a lot of the blue and white jerseys at the front. You know, they're going to have to get to the front and start working here to bring her back, or at least keep her within striking distance.
Laura Van Gilder contributing to this one as well. It's such an interesting dynamic and an always fluid dynamic with the teams that go on out there on the course. Now, technically, Laura Van Gilder, not a United Healthcare rider. They should be opponents out there on course, but it's basically Tibco versus the world right now. Lauren Stevens and her Tibco teammates are the only riders that have any interest in seeing Stevens stay away. Everybody else is going to be contributing to the chase, so you're going to see riders like Van Gilder, maybe Christy Keeley, Lindsay Bayer working with that United Healthcare squad. Everybody's going to have to take their turn to try to bring this one back.
And it also just shows you that a rider like Lauren Van Gilder, who, you know, she's racing out there basically solo, helping bring back the breakaway, it shows you that in cycling, first place is really what matters the most. So Laura Van Gilder saying, I'm going to contribute to this break or to this chase group. I'm going to waste some of my energy to try to bring Lauren back, because she obviously knows Lauren's a very dangerous rider and has the ability to stay out there for 15 more laps and hold the rest of the field up. So, you know, I'm a little surprised Lauren Van Gilder's at the front, putting her nose in the wind. I know personally I wouldn't be doing that. I would be putting all the pressure on United Healthcare, and as long as this breakaway is within striking distance, which I kind of think it is right now, I'd just be sitting right behind the Team Tibco riders or United Healthcare riders and let them do all the work. But the pace is very high as the rest of our field is getting blown apart.
Yeah, look at this separation. That tells us that United Healthcare is really driving on the front. They pretty much split this one in half, and it looks like more riders have gone down out there on course. That is Aranza Villalon walking the bike there, wearing number 44, and she's going to go into the pits.
Well, I think this group now is hitting the panic button, and that's what's happening is, the big teams are going to the front. They're keeping the pressure high. The rest of our ladies are getting very, very tired. That's when mistakes made. You get out there, you get a little pedal drunk, you got your head down, you're not thinking right, you go through a turn too fast, you don't see the wheel in front of you, you overlap, you crash. But, we got a few girls limping back to the pits. But, again, Shimano neutral support on hand to get their bikes put back together and get them back into the race.
Looks like a couple IS Corp presented by Smart Choice MRI riders in the pits. One of the Tibco riders is there. United Healthcare has a rider in the pit as well. So certainly nobody immune to that crash. It's going to be Lauren Tamayo, the United Healthcare rider there, sitting at the back. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of road rash on the riders here, Marty, so I think maybe just going a little wide, maybe going up on a curb, and then most riders able to save it.
Yeah, there's a little gray area to that rule. If you sometimes get caught behind a crash, that you are allowed to come back into the pits. Some officials don't allow that, and you do need to have a little bit of damage on your bike or your body to receive that free lap. It looks like our officials today are letting the girls get back into the race. But it is, it is a good rule to have. I've taken advantage of it. You get caught behind a big crash, get caught behind a big crash. There's no way you're going to be able to close that gap after you basically unclip your foot, lay it along the barricade, and then that's when you head back to the pits and get thrown back in.
Yeah, sometimes we hear from the officials, show me blood or show me mud. Otherwise, you're chasing back on. So I think you're right. A lot of times you see riders just find a nice soft spot and maybe take a gentle tumble off the bike when you get caught
most of the
behind a
officials
crash.
that tell you that are the ones that never raced or pinned a number on in their life, so they have no idea, what's even going on out there. So, a lot of times they, could be a little tough on the riders, but the good officials understand what happens out there on the course, and accidents do happen. And sometimes if you do get caught behind one, you don't necessarily have to slide across the ground at 30 miles per hour to get your free pit, your free lap. But if you do get stuck in a crash, unclip, get held up, they will give you that benefit of the doubt to come back in the pits and get back in the race where you were.
Well, meanwhile, Stevens continuing to build this gap. She's at 10 seconds right now as they hit the line. We are just under an hour into this race. And United Healthcare staying on the front here. Now, you see that Tibco rider sitting second wheel. That's perfect position because when that United Healthcare rider pulls off, the Tibco rider can then skip the move and force the third wheel United Healthcare rider then come around. So Tibco is doing a great job, not just in the breakaway, but their teamwork on the front of the field. The element of teamwork in this sport is so important. A lot of folks don't realize that you have to have a strong team, or it's a huge advantage at least to have a strong team, because we could have a lone wolf win a race like this. But Lauren Stevens is riding in this breakaway and having such a good breakaway right now because the work that her teammates are doing back in the field. She wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for all those green helmets riding at the front.
Yeah, and Lauren has to put her head down and keep pushing those pedals as hard as she possibly can, but she does have great teammates in the back patrolling the front, and just like we saw a few seconds ago, they will go to the front. They will, especially going into a turn. I mean, that's when you can hit the brakes a little bit harder, you can back off a little more, and it's very annoying for United Healthcare as well when you have those Tibco riders or another team coming to the front, attempting to bring Lauren back, but not really attempting and pulling through, because they're not going to pull through as hard as United Healthcare would want to pull through.
Yeah, and that's a huge advantage as well. Just trying to catch United Healthcare off guard, putting them off their game a little bit, forcing them to maybe have to call an audible out there on the road can really mess with the psyche of the riders, especially for a team who's so used to dominating. So wondering if United Healthcare may be feeling a little panicked right now, although they are doing a good job of keeping this gap at a manageable distance. Lauren Stevens hasn't gained any time for the last few laps. They've really been just kind of keeping her at 10 seconds. So I'm actually wondering if this might be a lead that United Healthcare is putting on right now, letting Lauren Stevens dangle out there for maybe another 5-6 laps. The risk that you run making the catch right now is that there's going to be another counterattack late in the race. So I'm wondering if United Healthcare is letting her stay out there, just keeping her at maybe 10-15 seconds and then pulling it back inside the final 5 laps. It's a risky move, but United Healthcare knows their limits. They know what they can do and how much time they can bring back.
Yeah, it's very manageable time, 10-15 seconds. Any strong rider in the peloton could jump across to that on almost any given time. So United Healthcare probably playing a little bit game of poker here, letting Stevens from Tibco just dangle off the front again that 10, 15 seconds, knowing as a laps count down, we're going to be able to bridge that across. And this is going to eliminate any other potential attacks and putting more strain or more pressure on the United Healthcare team. So very smart by United Healthcare to patrol the front. But, Lauren Stevens could also be playing the game as well, knowing I have a lot left in my tank. If I see that lap counter get down with 5 laps to go, sayonara, I'm out of here. I'm going to give it everything I got, and I know my teammates will definitely start shutting it down in the back.
Well, Stevens is on very good form this year in 2015. She was the winner at Joe Martin Stage Race, second overall at the Tour de San Luis this year. That's really one of the first early season races where we see the riders test their fitness against riders from all over the world, and she had a great ride out there at San Luis. So Lauren Stevens certainly going to be a rider that we're watching. Marty, take me through the motivation in a situation like this. You're solo off the front. It is so tough to continue to drive yourself. What are you telling yourself in a situation like this?
Well, you're obviously looking at the lap counter. You're listening to your team directors giving you some maybe splits along the road, and really you're feeding off the crowd. And one thing I've told a lot of people, make noise. Cyclists like noise. It hides the pain. So, you train for it. You put yourself in a situation to win, and that's really your motivation, getting across that line, first place. And for me personally, it was always the team aspect. Do not leave your teammates down. You're delivering. You're the quarterback at that time. Lauren Stevens, you're the quarterback. Throw that touchdown pass, bring it home for your teammates, and then the celebration happens afterwards.
Yeah, and Stevens has got to know that her teammates are rooting for her back there. This is a great move by Tibco, probably their best shot at winning here. Kendall Ryan did beat Corinne Rivera at the National Criterium Championships, but it was out of a crash. Ryan was sitting about 5th wheel coming into the final turn. Corinne Rivera wiping out her lead-out rider, slid out, went a little too hard into the corner. That took her and Rivera down, so Rivera was out of it, but Ryan was in perfect position. I don't want to downplay her national championship because she had a great ride all day. She was in perfect position, and even coming into that corner, she knew that it was going to be a tight corner and knew that there might be potential for some issues. So a deserving winner in the Stars and Stripes jersey, but I got to put Corinne Rivera and our current Criterium National Champion Kendall Ryan on the same sprinting level here. So if this one does come back, I think Ryan is going to be the rider for Tibco. Rivera will be the rider for UHC, and it'll be a duel between those two. But they've got to catch Lauren Stevens first. She's actually gaining time. They're at 15 seconds right now up to Lauren Stevens.
And it looks like United Healthcare is starting to get a little more serious with 4 girls, all 5 girls at the front, now trying to bring her back. And, it is getting to that danger zone, 15 seconds. If that goes to 20 seconds, that's when you start hitting the panic button a little bit. But, United Healthcare is starting to get all their girls populated to the front of the peloton, taking those harder pulls. And Tibco, I would imagine, was going to just sit behind there and tell Lauren to just ride as hard as they possibly can. And if they get caught, it's going to be a shootout. We're going to have a great field sprint, and then we're going to see the fastest girl come across the line.
Talking about United Healthcare taking poles on the front, we're seeing their pace line with 4 or 5 riders up there. When you're not drafting a rider, if you're out there by yourself with your nose in the wind, we say you're doing about 30% more work than the riders who are sitting in the slipstream. So obviously Lauren Stevens is doing that, but United Healthcare is going to try and spread that work out among 5 or 6 riders. So each rider will spend maybe a couple turns on the front, then you pull off and go to the back. It's a constant rotation, and everybody has to take their turn on the front to try to keep the legs fresher. Now, in theory, that should lead to higher speeds back in the peloton because they're going to have fresher legs. But Lauren Stevens is riding so well, and it's so tough to gauge. You're really just using time checks to measure whether you're gaining time or losing time. It's not like you know her miles per hour up the road. You don't know her speed. So really all you have are those time gaps to try to measure whether you need to pick up the pace or if you can afford to take a little time off.
And as a rider on the course, you're looking around. So United Healthcare, they either have Lauren Stevens in their crosshairs, but it looks like, Lauren Stevens, once she disappears on this course, you don't know where she is. So, as far as they know, they're only getting time checks maybe from their team director, but Lauren Stevens could be 30 seconds up the road, and again, out of sight, out of mind. We've heard that many times. That breakaway disappears. You don't know where they are in the course, and, you're just chasing hard. And Lauren Stevens, she's running from them right now, and she's doing a great job coming in with 9 laps to go.
Well, great example right there. You saw as Stevens went around that corner. She's now out of sight. They're going to be able to see her on this finishing stretch, but I think she will gain more time on this lap. It was 15 seconds last time through. It's going to be well over that. You can see the field not even around that final corner yet as Stevens comes to the line. So this is a huge ride for Lauren Stevens. She's got 9 laps to go to try to stay away from this field as we go to single digits Stevens trying to hold off the blue train charging behind her.
And United Healthcare, look, they're not even looking up. Head down, driving hard, pushing hard. That's when you know the riders are giving everything they've got. They're not even worried about anyone else coming around them. It's just pushing those pedals as hard as they possibly can, trying to bring back Lauren Stevens, which is a great move. I got to tell you, Tibco's doing a great job here, putting a lot of pressure on United Healthcare. These lead-out riders for Lauren Rivera are going to be tired as they get in the lead-out. So Tibco, you know, again, the lime green helmets tucked in tight behind United Healthcare, resting their legs here with 7. We're going to be coming in 8 laps to go.
Well, they're saying 17 seconds from the stage right now. 17 seconds, the time gap up to Lauren Stevens, the former high school math teacher. She'll be glad to be getting these checks. You don't have to be a math teacher to know that in a situation like this, the bigger the number, the better.
Yeah, you like a lot of zeros on the end of it. That's all I know. And, you know, and when you win, there's a lot more zeros on the end of that check than when you're in, you know, you're towards the back of the payout prize list. But Lauren Stevens, you know, there's more to it than obviously the prize money. And, you know, to be able to win a race like this, again, this is one of those criteriums. You win, you know, you're looked upon differently. I mean, this is a tough person's criterium. This is a race you want to win. You tell people you're a champion of this race with pride. You know, it's different than your four-corner flat criterium race. It's always a grinder. It's always a gritty race, a tough race, ending up something like this.
Well, just saw the field getting a look at Lauren Stevens coming out of that final turn. It was 17 seconds last time through, at now 7 laps to go as Stevens hits the line. Marty, looking at her form right now, I'm not seeing any obvious signs of weakness. You look for things like the head starting to drop down, maybe the shoulders start to sway side to side, but I got to say, Stevens looks solid on the bike right now.
I just was thinking the same thing. Very smooth, same line through every corner. You get in your rhythm. This is where you get in the rhythm, and you can count down the laps rather quickly. But, you know, as an individual going through these corners, you can go a lot faster than you can as a group. You can pick the line you want. You can pedal through the corners that you need to pedal through, and you can definitely just keep grinding. There's even little hiding spots on this course where there could be a crosswind and you use a building or a car or a barricade to block your wind. So Lauren Stevens has that figured out. She's going to go around this course the quickest, most efficient, fastest way possible, and that's why her gap is increasing. And her teammates are going to get to the front here eventually and start slowing down the pace as well.
Well, looks like United Healthcare are starting to burn through some of their riders. They had the full squad on the front, but I'm starting to see some riders drifting back, trying to take a little rest here. You can see only looks like 3 United Healthcare riders remaining there. Now, Corinne Rivera has now gone off the front. I don't think she's going back because she's tired. I think she's going back to set up for what they're hoping will come down to a field sprint if her teammates are able. But interesting to see that she contributed to the chase there a little while, but she just wanted a little time to rest and recover. I think that's probably her road form showing here, her stamina that she's built up racing some of these longer road races.
Great stamina, and also, you know, it just shows that this is a serious breakaway. If you're calling one of your top riders, one of your sprinters up to the front to do work, I've been called in those situations as well. That's the worst call you need to do, but, you know, anything to get your teammate across the line first. And Corinne, as the sprinter, you know, you got to go up and take your share of the load, and, you know, and she's doing that, and, you know, we'll see if it's worked. But looks like right now Corinne Rivera has resorted to the fact that, okay, I'm going to play for a field sprint. It might be for second. It might be for first. We're just going to have to wait to see if their teammates can bring her back.
Well, last shot saw Lindsay Bayer wearing number 11 in the red jersey of the Pimper Palace, presented by the Happy Tooth women's team, coming to the front. When Bayer came forward, I noticed that United Healthcare was not looking so good. I think the blue train is derailing right now behind Lauren Stevens. They put everything that they had into the chase effort, and it just hasn't been enough, as Stevens is continuing to gain time on this field with 6 laps of racing to go. All Stevens has to do now is stay out of trouble, maintain the pace, and really the big worry here, Marty, is redlining, blowing a gasket for Lauren Stevens. But again, she looks very good right now. I think she knows her body very well. She's on very good form, and she knows exactly what she's doing. I think Lauren Stevens has a great chance at coming out as the winner today. Yeah,
very smooth. Her cadence is high. She's pedaling nicely. You know, it doesn't look like she's hurting too bad, you know, when she came through here looking on her face. United Healthcare just burying themselves here to try to get
this is what I was talking about.
And there's obviously a preem on the line here, so it looks like Tibco coming by and picking the pocket of the rider from United Healthcare. So a little salt in the wounds. Not only are you chasing my teammate, but guess what? I just took some money out of your pocket as well. So as I mentioned earlier, cycling can be a very cutthroat sport, and I love it. I mean, this is bicycle racing. We're racing now. We're getting down with 5 laps to go. Then we got a girl off the front. We got girls chasing. They're not friends anymore. They might have had coffee this morning and talked and hugged before the start of the race, but now it's who's going to win, and the gloves are off. We're going to duke it out here, and with 5 laps to go.
Well, Stevens coming up on some lapped traffic right there. You saw that small group just in front of her. Those are going to be lapped riders, so no need to worry about them. This is what Lauren Stevens has to worry about, but you'll notice United Healthcare only has 2 riders on the front. Marty, I'm wondering with 5 laps to go if that's going to be enough for UHC to bring this one back.
Well, I think they brought the breakaway back by a couple seconds, but with only 2 riders to go with 5 laps left, that's putting them definitely, or actually putting some pressure on Corinne Rivera. They're gambling here. If her teammates can bring her back, they were going to have a great sprint, but I don't know. I think we might have a solo breakaway here, which we didn't think was going to happen at the beginning of today's race.
Well, now Stevens catching that lap group. She's going to go right by them. And at 5 laps to go, I think she's gaining time. We'll get another time check here pretty soon, but the fact that they've got cars in there, they've got the pace car that's now dropped in behind. There's a look at the field. And now they're down to 1 United Healthcare rider on the front.
1 United
and
Healthcare.
It's Rivera.
And it's Rivera and a lot of Tibco riders. So, again, Tibco's going to just go to the front here and sit up a little bit. But, this is where United Healthcare will need help from riders like Van Giller and Pepper Palace and some of these other squads if they want to go for the win. But sometimes there's certain riders where it's just, I'm content in a field sprint. I'm going to gamble. I'm going to make sure United Healthcare does all the work. But it looks like they are getting her a lot closer. That big pull from United Healthcare rider brought it back by about 5 more seconds.
Just got a look at Ruth Winder, the United Healthcare rider, well off the back of the field. She did her work already, and she laid it all out there. But it wasn't enough to bring back any time, as Stevens has now gone up to 20 seconds. So Lauren Stevens appears to be riding her way to the top step of this podium. Now, again, those are chasers behind Stevens right now. The next group that you see on your screen behind them will be the field chasing, and it's going to be probably 5-6 seconds before we see them. Stevens trying to get a lap count here.
Yeah, she thinks there's 2 laps to go, so she's letting the officials know that she's not too happy seeing 3 laps to go. So we'll see how that works out here. I will say this, as a rider, you're watching those lap counters almost every time, and I've been in a lot of races where officials make a mistake, and nothing hurts you more than seeing that and coming by and saying, did I just see 3 laps to go twice?
Yeah, feels like it sometimes.
I've never experienced it off the front solo like Lauren Stevens, but I would imagine she's probably pretty unhappy right now, wanting to know how many more laps that she has left. But still, even with 3 laps to go, and her lead has built now up to 20 seconds, and she's still riding very smooth, high cadence, to be able to even, just keep the cadence as high as she is. Most riders will grind a big gear, and Lauren here is just spinning it really nicely, keeping her legs a little bit fresh. And, with 3 laps to go, I think she might be able to pull it off, Brad.
Well, barring any major mechanical issues or biomechanical issues for Lauren Stevens, she's looking better and better with just a few laps of racing remaining. In fact, at this point, I think Stevens probably can afford to maybe take it a little easier here, back off the gas just a little bit, make sure she has enough left in the tank to finish out these final 2 laps of racing.
I think most people don't realize how hard it is to do a solo breakaway effort like this. And, Lauren's been out for 15 laps, 18 laps. Quite a distance, and to be able to hold off a strong team and a lot of strong riders in the peloton, riders like Corinne Rivera and Lauren Tamayo, is just really, it just shows you this girl is riding in top form right now, and to be able to ride away from some of the best racers in the world solo is something that we really don't see very often here at this race, especially this race in the Clarendon Cup.
Well, they're seeing 2 to go on the lap counter. That, again, is the lapped group, and it looks like Kristen Lasasso leading it out for the field, riding for that Mellow Mushroom team. That is the squad of Laura Van Gilder. In fact, Van Gilder's only teammate. So I think Lasasso is probably trying to do a little bit of work to bring this one back for Van Gilder. But I'm afraid it's not going to be enough for those riders back in the field as Lauren Stevens rides away with this one in Clarendon, Virginia.
And they're probably keeping those lapped riders in the race because they're in the prize money. So they're not going to pull them. They're still in contention for some places or NCC points. And, that's why they're keeping keeping those lap riders in there. And the rule is the lap riders can't get in and help the chase group. They can't help the leaders, so they're riding amongst themselves. But Lauren Stevens out of the saddle, obviously not cramping, stayed well hydrated, and she's going to be coming in, and I think with victory in her eyesight.
Well, she'll get the bell here with 1 to go. The crowd behind Lauren Stevens, no question about that. She's made some new fans out here today at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Just one lap standing between Lauren Stevens and another victory here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
I think at this time, Lauren Stevens knows if she just makes the last couple corners, not taking any risks, keeping her head down, grinding to the end, she's going to be winning this race, which is incredible effort. I would have never guessed today with United Healthcare and some of the riders that we had in this field that we'd see one rider ride away from the rest of them.
Another rider trying to make a late move to try to secure the second spot on the podium. At this point, the gold medal's up the road. It's the race for second back in the field. But, Marty, you have to kind of put that behind you and say, look, we made a mistake. We let that breakaway go. But now we need to focus on what's basically going to be a field sprint behind them to sort out second and third.
This happens. I mean, this is bicycle racing. And a lot of times you go in with a plan. I'd say half the time that plan doesn't work. You got to think on the road. You got to take advantage of situations. Lauren Stevens attacked the right time, strong enough to hold them off. United Healthcare missed a move, and now they have to sprint for second place.
Well, Stevens takes one last look over the shoulder coming out of the final turn, and she's got to like what she sees, which is nothing but daylight. Stevens will do it in style, winning out of the breakaway with a significant gap after 50 laps of racing at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Lauren Stevens is the winner, looking back for the field and seeing nothing. A dominant victory by Stevens today. Now the field sprint for second behind her. Tipko lining it up. Here comes Rivera popping out to the side. Rivera launches early. Tipko trying to respond, but they can't do it. Rivera will get it, and then Tipko will go third on the podium with, it looks like, Kendall Ryan. So unofficially, Lauren Stevens taking the win, Corinne Rivera in second, and Kendall Ryan finding the podium in third. Great race for Team Tipko.
A great race for Team Tipco. I don't think it gets much better than that to have two girls on the podium. And obviously, the top spot is very, very important. So Lauren Stevens, just so impressive to ride away from some of the strongest bicycle racers in the world on a tough course in windy Clarendon. I'm sure they're going to be celebrating. But it was a great tactical call by Team Tipco, and they're here to win. There's no doubt about it. I'm sure there's going to be some fireworks starting tomorrow.
Well, Marty, we got a good look at the women's race. One thing is clear now, a breakaway, certainly a possibility today. So we're going to be watching that in the men's race coming up next. It was a solo rider this time, but don't count out a group going away later on in our men's race coming up.
Well, the men, we're going to have a lot more riders, and they tend to ride a little bit more aggressive, but that was an exciting race. If we can have a men's race that's equally exciting, we're in for some really cool things.
Well, that'll be coming up next with our men's race. Again, Brad Sona here alongside Marty Nothstein, bringing you coverage from the Air Force Association Cycling Classic, celebrating our 18th year here in Arlington, Virginia, in the Clarendon neighborhood with a great day of racing. We're going to have that podium coming up here in just a bit. There's a good look at your second place finisher, Corinne Rivera. Getting, man, that's got to be a great feeling after a hot day of racing. When that cold soda hits your lips, there's no better feeling in the world.
Well, Corinne deserves that. She did some work and had a great field sprint there for second. You saw how fast she is coming out of the field. She's a very, very quick rider. Probably very disappointed that they didn't, have a rider in that move and didn't win this race. But, this is bicycle racing. You can't win them all. If you won them all, it'd be a little bit boring.
Well, this is the debrief that happens after every race. You always see these riders talking with the teammates, saying, what went wrong, what went right, what do we need to do better for tomorrow, how can we change the team plan? But I think United Healthcare probably did everything that they could. They just weren't able to pull it out in the end. Sounds like our man down on course, Richard Fries, has our race winner, Lauren Stevens. Let's go down to Richard.
Hey, guys, I'm here with our winner, Lauren Stevens. And, Lauren, I got to tell you, I saw a moment where you and Lindsay Bear were exchanging words, and Lindsay was riding a great race, and then you just went off the front. What was going on there that made you fire off the front?
Yeah, Lindsay was riding a great race. She really wanted to get off the front, and she wanted to be in a small group. So when we had a group of about 8, she was attacking the group because she didn't like the size, and I asked her what was going on and knew she wanted to get off with a small group. So I was trying to get away with her, but she, I guess, wasn't quite in position when it went.
Tell me about just being off the front alone. There's always these misgivings. Was it just full gas and go for it? You knew your Tibco teammates could help you out, or was this in the plans?
It was definitely in the plans. You know, we have a big group here, so with 6 riders, we have Kendall Ryan here to lead out for the sprint. But we have a few other cards that we can play, so we don't want to just wait for that final sprint and just play one card. So since the race, we felt like we had the opportunity to go. We went for it, and I went hard those first 3 laps, and then just settled into a nice time trial pace.
Hey, I got to ask you, you are soaking wet. This heat, this humidity, was there anything on your dashboard that registered that I'm going too hard, that I got to be real careful? Did you have to keep the governor on just a little bit in this humidity?
Oh, no, I live in Dallas, Texas, so I'm used to this heat and humidity, so the more heat, the more humidity, the better I ride.
Coming to Clarendon, this is one of the most prestigious criteriums in America, if not the world. What does this mean for your resume?
Oh, this is amazing. This race is really important to us. You know, our director lives just up in Jersey, so he's been coming to this race for a while. So it was really important for us to come and perform here.
All right, congratulations. Great win. We're going to throw it back to Brad Sooner.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much, Richard Freeze, with our race winner, Lauren Stevens. We talked about the heat, and clearly Stevens not affected by it today. In fact, you heard her say she likes the heat, putting the other riders on notice.
You know, she did say her team director, who was my team director, Ed Beeman, said he's won it, you know, with the men, and now he's won it with the women. So I kind of forgot Ed was a team director of Tibco, but that was a typical Ed Beeman called race. You know, let's make it aggressive as we get through halfway and launch attacks. And you know, congratulations to Ed, congratulations to Tibco, and yeah, living in Dallas, you know, it gets pretty darn hot there. So you know, this heat did not bother her one bit.
You know, it's funny. Ed was in our production meeting. He somehow found his way into the production meeting last night, lobbying for call-ups for his riders, trying to make sure that they get to the front, just trying to give the Tibco ladies any advantage that they can get. And it paid off today for Ed Beeman and the Tibco SVB women's team as Lauren Stevens takes the win here on day 1 of the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Well, you see the pro men warming up out on course right now, getting a good look at the course, a little course preview out there, just trying to prepare for what will be a very tough race coming up next. Marty, how much pre-riding or how important is pre-riding on a course like this?
Well, I think every rider's individual is an individual, so it really depends. You know, I went from track cycling where you got a very good warm-up and warmed up extensively before your races to racing criteriums where at times I didn't even warm up. You know, I pinned a number on, got on the line and took off from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. But I think right now a lot of riders might spend, you know, an easy 15, 20 minutes rolling. But, you know, especially the pros, they know the drill. They know what happens. They fire that gun for the first 10 laps. It's going to be all out. And it's going to be painful, and then you're going to settle in. So a lot of riders, you know, more importantly is probably the cool down that happens and making sure you can recover properly. But warm up is important, but I would say about 15, 20 minutes for the men.
Well, getting ready for our women's podium. They're going to be coming up in just a bit. Meanwhile, Richard Freeze has some more interviews down on course. He's got Lindsay Bayer. Let's go down to Richard.
Well, I'm standing here right now with Lindsay Bayer. Lindsay, the judges just awarded you most courageous rider, most heroic ride. I know you're local. They say that adds like about 100 watts to any rider being local. How important was this criterium to you?
Well, it's really important because there's people all around the course who kept telling me I had to win. So I felt like I had to win. I did not win, FYI.
Well, I noticed midway through, we were talking about it earlier with Lauren Stevens. At one point, you guys were kind of screaming at each other. You were a little frustrated out there. You really wanted to get this thing out of that field and into a breakaway. Tell me about that frustration.
Well, I attacked and she went with me, and I would be happy to work with her because she's a really strong rider. But then we took maybe 8 other riders with us, and she had a few teammates in the break. And so she wanted me to keep pulling through, and I said, no, I don't want to because you have teammates and I don't. So instead I attacked the break, and I don't think she liked that, which is fine. It's bike racing. You know, she's really talented, and I respect her a lot as a rider. And on the road, we're all competition and off, we're friends, and we all know each other and respect one another as riders.
Tell me a little bit about the crash that was out there. There was a huge crash that ended up playing a big role in sort of the early part of this race, sent a lot of other favorites out of this course.
There was a crash?
Yeah, it was behind you.
Yes, yes. That's the goal. You stay up front to try and stay out of trouble. On this course, there's a number of technical corners, so I knew, having done this race a lot, that there would be a high chance of crashing, so I tried to stay up front as much as I could because the fewer riders that are in front of you, the fewer riders can go down in front of you.
Hey, I got to ask you, you've been all over the nation. I've got to announce you a few times all over, and good to be home, eating home-cooked food and staying in your own bed?
Absolutely. It's really good to be home with my husband, and my parents are here today. Actually, my parents' neighbors are here. My coach is here. It's just wonderful to be here and be surrounded by friends and family.
Awesome. Our most heroic rider today, Lindsey Bear. Thanks a lot, Lindsey.
Thanks so much.
We're going to throw it back to Brad Stoner, and we come up next with our men's race.
Thank you very much, Richard. We're going to take a quick break here as we get set with our kids' races. We're going to have our women's podium and then the men's races. Coming up after that, you're watching the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. We're back after this.
Whether it takes 200,000 parts, 800,000 hours of supercomputing time, 3 million lines of code, 40,000 sets of eyes, or 1 million sleepless nights. Whether it's building the world's most advanced satellite, the space station, or the next leap in unmanned systems, at Boeing, one thing never changes: our passion to make it real.
Asian Cycling Classic. Kids races getting ready to roll. One of the cutest things that you'll see here, Marty, we talked about this earlier today, but one of the biggest kids races in the country here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Always look forward to this one.
Yeah, it's fun to see the kids come zipping up the home stretch. The home straightaway that the pros get to race on. So very rarely in any sport do you get to see, kids or anybody compete in the same course that the top level pros do. And only in cycling does that happen. I know for a fact I can't go to any professional baseball stadium and play, catch with,
Sure.
with a kid or kick field goals or do whatever I'd want to do. So in cycling, that's where it's very special. The kids are going to be racing on the same course that the pros race on.
As funny as Lauren Stevens was doing her post-race interview down here, there's a group of about 5 or 6 kids waiting to get autographs, waiting to give her a high five. It was just a great thing to see all those little girls inspired by seeing Lauren Stevens win. And, so many riders have that story. They remember the first bike race. They remember their hero as a kid watching a racer. And sometimes it just takes kind of having that attachment to a rider to fall in love with this sport.
Yeah, you just need something to set that hook, and sometimes it's as simple as a participation medal or even a winning trophy, that gets them hooked. But it's also, a great attribute that the parents bring the kids out here to introduce them to the sport of cycling, be part of this community event, and cheer on some of the top pros in the country.
Well, looks like we're staging our kids right now here on the line. We're going to take a quick break, step back for a while as we get ready for the pro men's races. Enjoy the cutest thing that you'll see on 2 wheels in a long time, the kids races here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Again, for Marty Nostine, I'm Brad Soner. We'll be right back with your pro men's races.
Retired Major of U.S. Air Force, representing Lockheed Martin, and our winner of the jersey is Lindsey Bear of Northern Virginia. And now, President of Arlington Sports, Mr. Rob Rayborn, will present the coveted medallion coin to Lindsey Bear. She is to wear that black jersey tomorrow, marking her as the most heroic. We go now. Hold on, kids. We're going to do our awards, and then we're going to get you kids racing. We go now. To our presentation. I'd like to present for our top 5 riders. In 5th place, please welcome Loretta Hansen. And for Fearless Fam, our flowers will be presented by Lindsay Akers. In 4th place, please bring up Emily Collins. Chico, Silicon Valley Bank. Your bronze medal will go to Kendall Ryan, your U.S. national champion. The silver medalist, our second race finisher, is Corinne Rivera with an amazing sprint finish. And And now we will present, there is our first photo. Oh, Savannah, you can get in there. And now we present, the medallion will be presented by Rob Laybourne, will present the coveted coin. Rob Laybourne, president of Arlington Sports. Everybody stay where you're at. And now our leaders jersey, the yellow race winners jersey that will be worn tomorrow, will be presented by Brianna Mora, Northrop Grumman, Vice President of Business Development. And we'll also present our cup for our race winner. The trophy will be presented by Mr. Rob Laybourne, President of Arlington Sports. The flowers, the trophy, the medallion, the coin. There is too much. Ladies, all together on the stage. That is your podium for our women's race. Fantastic. Nicely done, ladies. Thank you very much. You're brilliant. And I think we got another race coming up.
And this is the big one. The kids' races today and tomorrow in Crystal City are free for children 9 and under. This tradition has been a fan favorite as kids are allowed to test their biking skills on the same course that the pros race on. Arlington Sports is proud to continue the partnership with a local Clarendon family who lost a child to a rare genetic disease. Ethan Klasnick was born in 2012 with Tay-Sachs. The Ethan Klasnick Memorial Kids Races support Tay-Sachs awareness and prevention, fulfilling Ethan's wish to create more awareness and support for families dealing with Tay-Sachs and other rare genetic disorders. We have a lot of kids.
We have a lot of kids. All right, now, let's all remember a few things here, kids. Kids in Heat 1, you are doing the one lap. When those kids get all the way up to turn 1, Heat 2 will do one lap. And then, we're getting ready for Heat 3. So ages 8 and 9. You kids are going to do one whole lap on this course. When you guys hit turn 1, Heat 2 is going to go, okay? And then we're getting ready for the Heat 3 group, which is the 5 and under group, and that is the 100-yard race. Looking for Heat 3. Are they ready to go? Heat 3 is way behind them. That's the 100-yard race. We're going to have Heat 3. We need Heat 3 to back up a little bit. So Heat 3 is all the way down there. Okay, I'm getting you now. So we're going to assemble Heat 3 to get ready for your race. Now kids, couple of rules. Rule number 1, look straight. Look straight ahead. All new kids, look at mom and dad right now. Look at your mom and dad and wave goodbye. Bye-bye, Mom. Bye-bye, Dad. Mom and Dad, do not run next to your kid with a camera. The most dangerous thing here is a backward running father with a camera. All right, you guys are the problem. You kids, you know what to do. If you look straight, ride straight. Now kids, listen up to this. When you get to the finish line, you don't stop. You keep going to get your prizes, all right? Rule 1, look straight. Rule 2, ride straight. Rule 3, go through the finish line, all right?
Rule 4, no closing the gate. We don't know what that means, but don't do it. Keep your elbows in. Have fun. Stay upright. And extra points for the banana seat over there.
Nice straight line, kids, all right? Mom and Dad, let the kids go without you. They're the most dangerous thing here. Ready to go.
Okay, please welcome Michelle Klasnick, President of Tay-Sachs Awareness and Prevention, and Ethan's mom to start our races. the helmets. I wish I had helmets like that when I was a kid. We got baskets and banana seats. Cool days. All right, you two get ready. All right, here we go. Hold on, round 2 is just getting turn 1. Remember, don't run over anybody who's in front of you. Do your best to try to avoid them. We've got an emotional. From turn 1, we got an emotional. All right. I think we're almost ready to go. I think we got to go here eventually. Next group up. On the horse, please. And they're on the horse.
Yeah, just a couple shots.
I like to finish GoPro, yeah. I love this kid. He's a cat, he's a dog, he's a kid. I don't know, but he's fast. Good kids all around.
Well, let me tell you the story of a man named Charlie on a tragic and fateful day. He put 10 cents in his pocket, kissed his wife and family went to ride.
To the right. A D-back jersey. He's gonna go to football practice.
His fate is still unknown. He may ride forever in the streets of Boston. He's a man who never returned. Charlie handed in his dime at the Kendall Square station and he changed for Jamaica Plain. When he got there, the conductor told him, one more nickel. Charlie couldn't get off of that train.
I want to show you. Whoa. Straight line. North and south there, pal. North and south, not east and west. I've always told my kids you're doing great if you keep it straight. That's a good ball. Whoa, I love this play. Look straight. Straight. Look straight. Ride straight. There you go. Don't look for mom. Oh boy. Careful, guys. Careful. The dog, his jersey's over a long cycle today.
How can I afford to see my sister in Chelsea?
Looks like a few kids bought jerseys today.
Did he ever return? No,
some of these kids did extra laps. That is like an ice cream, something out of an ice cream truck, but that girl's shorts are like. Now come the nervous parents. I think I have one kid crying and 4 parents crying, so we're doing all right.
Oh, she's got her stuffed animals in the basket. Awesome.
Streamers.
That Hello Kitty?
That's a
Hello Kitty princess?
That's a princess kitty. I don't know. Good job, kiddo. I don't know, this whole bike racing thing, I'm thinking about it maybe. Thinking of surfing, thinking of biking. I don't know. All right, 2 more kids to go, and then we start the little kids for the 100-yard dash, heat 3. That would be a prairie skirt. That's fantastic. Uh-oh, no pedals. I don't need no stinking pedals. I think that kid was eligible for the next race, but Dad's like upgrading him already.
Photo finish.
You're not doing that race, kid. You're doing the whole lap. All right, I got a sense. A few more riders coming here. Ain't no bike racing fever.
There's our second crying child.
I think
guys a lap up.
Yeah, and having Alzate waiting for you.
Well, they're getting the bell on the line right here with 1 lap to go. Stop getting organized. Clark on the podium today. Well, welcome back to the Air Force Association Cycling Classic, celebrating our 18th year this year. Brad Soner alongside Olympic gold medalist Marty Nothstein as we're getting ready for our pro men's race. Coming up next, Marty, an incredibly talented field. We saw some of the star riders earlier in that preview, but this is a deep, deep field coming to Clarendon.
It's probably one of the best fields I've seen assembled here at this race, and I would expect these guys, to put the hammer down early on. This is definitely one of the races, one of the most prestigious races on the calendar. So these guys, they want to put this one on the resume.
Well, we saw a great race earlier with our women's races. Lauren Stevens taking the solo win. She had a great ride, and that really showed us that breakaways are probably going to be the story of the day today. That'll be the big thing to watch out there. I think we're going to see attacks come early and often from our men's field.
I think you're going to see attacks from lap number 1. There is no shortage of horsepower with this field, but again, it's going to take that right recipe to get a breakaway to stay out off the front. But, if it's anything like Lauren Stevens, what an incredible ride that was. A solo breakaway, something we don't see here very often. And it is possible here in the men's field, but tons and tons of horsepower in this field. Probably one of the strongest fields we've seen here in a long, long time.
Hot day here in Virginia. You see our folks out enjoying the expo area. The riders getting ready. We are looking at 95 degrees out here, and it feels like 110% humidity. Certainly not a comfortable day to be racing your bike, but this will really separate the strong riders from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's the guys who are prepared. The guys who are prepared are the ones who are going to survive. There are a lot of guys here who, they really enjoy racing in this heat. They're going to be guys who are working extremely hard and, probably already know that they're going to struggle. So, a lot of water will be consumed, a lot of hydration will be happening, and, a lot of attacks and a lot of excitement for the fans.
Yeah, a day like today going to be very important for the riders to drink. There will be feeding allowed in this race, so riders will be able to take bottles from their staff members out there on course, hand them up cold bottles. And we're even seeing riders starting today, Marty, with bottles in the cages, and then sometimes they'll start with bottles down the back of the jersey.
Yeah, and I've been watching some of the riders. They already have ice packed in the back of their jerseys as well. So ice bags on the back of the neck, ice bags in their jerseys, bottles stuffed into their jerseys, 2 bottles on most bikes, and, hydration will be key. Especially this is a very long race. It's a very grueling race, difficult course, a lot of starting and stopping, which, tends to lead to a lot of cramps.
Day like today, do you want to try and get acclimated to the heat early on, or do you try and stay in the air conditioning as long as possible?
That's a great question, and, I think you want to get acclimated. A lot of riders will, stay in the air conditioning, and then all of a sudden it kind of shocks their system. So getting acclimated is a key. It's going to be hot regardless. It's hot for everybody. Most riders will probably racing with the jerseys unzipped and dumping water on their head during this race, but most of these guys, they've been through this game before. They understand. They know it's hot, and I'm sure the racing action will be just as hot as what the temperature is on the course.
I'll tell you, I need an ice pack to announce this one. I can't imagine what the riders are going through out there, and we're just getting started. They're about to start the call-ups as we're going to roll some of the top riders in this field to the line. Again, an incredibly talented group of riders.
Yeah, they're some of the best criterium racers, not only in the country but in the world here. And, call-ups are very important. And these guys have been lining up for the last 20 or 30 minutes in the heat, wanting a good starting position on the grid. And that's important, especially with the amount of riders we have, the high-quality riders that we have. If some of these guys who are starting in the back may never see the front of this course if they don't get a good starting spot.
Well, the big team that we're going to be watching out for is United Healthcare. The man coming to the line right now will be their team leader today, Hilton Clark, wearing number 2 and also wearing the yellow jersey as our current NCC Series leader. Now, the NCC is the National Criterium Calendar. It's a collection of all the top criterium races in the country. The calendar put on by USA Cycling. This is a stop on that calendar, and so Hilton Clark trying to further his lead. Now, he wears a different jersey from his United Healthcare teammates because he is the current NCC leader, but UHC coming with a full squad of 6 riders. Now, their defending champion Clarendon not racing here, did not come back to the Air Force Association Cycling Classic this year, but they sent a very strong squad in his place.
Yeah, Hilton Clark's been racing a long time. He was a teammate of mine, and you know, we have a lot of Australians and New Zealanders hanging out in the Lehigh Valley at the Valley First Cycling Center, and you know, they all look at the results and say, Hilton Clark's still racing, still winning.
Yeah.
I said, he's a dominant criterium racer in the country right now. So a lot of times a rider will have so much experience. Someone like Hilton Clark's won numerous, probably 100 races in his career. So he always puts himself in good position. But more importantly, he has a very strong team around him. They protect him. They keep him fresh. They keep him guarded from any mishaps to keep his nose out of the wind. So, you know, Hilton Clark, I would imagine, will be set up for a victory today. And he's also a breakaway rider. That's one thing I can't undervalue is Hilton Clark's not truly your pure sprinter. He's a guy who'll get in a breakaway and grind and work hard as well. So he's really one of the best all-around riders in the country right now.
Hilton Clark brings Carlos Alzate, Adrian Hedgevari, Luke Keogh, Carl Menzies, and Brad White with him. The Crit Squad, as they call them. These guys are dialed. They're well-oiled. They know how to win bike races, and they just have to execute. But we saw in the women's race, you can't always count on the favorite. Sometimes you have a breakaway spoil the United Healthcare party.
Yeah, we saw that in the women's race. The favorites did not win. But one thing I really like about the United Healthcare squad is they do work well together. They know each other extremely well, and that's so important in cycling. Cycling can be very much a team sport, and that team does work well together.
We'll bring some more riders up. The crowd getting a good response for Chris Horner, one of the oldest riders in the field at 43 years old, racing for the Air Gas Safeway team, joining that young squad. I think the next oldest rider on that team is 22 or 23 years old, so he's almost double the age of the rest of the riders on that team. But Chris coming back to racing here in the United States and trying to enjoy one of his last seasons of racing.
I think Chris Horner has more miles on his legs than half the peloton combined. I mean, with so many young guys, Chris Horner's been at this game a long time, winning some of the biggest races in the entire world. You know, and to have him back on American soil and kind of doing his farewell tour here and really helping some young riders is very important. So, you know, Air Gas, having a leader, a team leader like Chris Horner, you know, that's a dream come true for some of these young riders.
Criterium like this going to be a little different than the Vuelta a España, so we'll see if Horner still has his criterium legs. But you got to remember, Chris Horner got his start racing events like the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. This is the stepping stone to go to Europe, so he's raced all the big American stage races in the early part of his career, and I'm sure he'll be comfortable in a situation like this.
That's one thing I like about Chris Horner is, you know, he paid his dues early on. He was a teammate of mine, Mercury Viatel at one point, and he did race all the criteriums and started racing on American soil, then going on to Europe and having success there, and to be back as well is, you know, just kind of his career coming to full circle. But tough rider, very good rider. I'm sure he's going to adapt to the criterium racing here very well, because I remember when I raced him in criteriums, he was one of the best bike handlers and fearless riders out there.
Let's talk about some more riders and teams to watch here. I'm going to be keeping my eye on the man wearing number 16, Sebastian Haedo, the Argentinian sprinter for the James Hagens Berman team. He's had some wins already. I saw him take a win at the Redlands Bicycle Classic just a few weeks ago, and he brings a very strong team with him. Daniel Jaramillo is on this squad. Luis Amaran wearing number 11 for the James Hagens Berman team. Those are going to be the guys in red, white, and black. I think that's going to be a big team to watch today.
Yeah, and they're very well schooled and coached with Sebastian Alexander. Sebastian's you know, been around the sport a long time. His family's been around the sport. His brother's a world champion on the track, you know, and he gets his guys highly motivated. And they're very, very crafty riders. That's one thing I like about the James team is, you know, they usually have guys represented every breakaway and giving it everything they've got to get a guy across the line first. So they've had success here in the past. We'll see if they'll be able to lock antlers and go blow to blow with United Healthcare.
I'm also going to be watching the Aussie riders racing for the Budget Forklifts team. They brought a couple guys here, Mitch Mullern and Scott Sunderland wearing number 41 and 42. They could have a good ride here. Kind of some unknown names on American soil, but sometimes that can be an advantage to come race. One guy who's not going to be hiding is James LeBurge. The Champion System stands no tubes rider wearing the Stars and Stripes skin suit. He is the current U23 national champion, as we're going to take a step back for our national anthem. Well, wrapping up the national anthem, guys strapping on their helmets and getting ready to do battle here in Clarendon, the great neighborhood in Arlington, Virginia, for the 18th edition of the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Riders getting their final instructions, and our race director, Rob Laybourne, having a chat with the riders. Rob started this race 18 years ago. And we are underway and racing. The 18th edition of the Air Force Association Cycling Classic men's race underway, and they get to it from the gun. That looks like maybe an Estellas rider having an early go at it in the red jersey. Marty, we're talking about the NCC, the National Criterium Calendar, with points on the line here today. Now, United Healthcare currently occupying the top 4 spots on those standings in the NCC, but tied for 4th. We're going to be watching the Canadian rider Ryan Atchison racing for the Estellas Pro Cycling Team. He'll be in the red jersey. Atchison, if he can get at least a top 10 today, I think he'll probably be able to break that tie and hopefully for him be able to move up in the rankings. But I know the NCC is a big goal for Atchison. I had a chance to catch up with him earlier this week, so I'm going to be watching for that red jersey of the Canadian Ryan Atchison.
Yeah, Canadian rider. I talked to him before the start. I said, you're in a perfect position, kid. I said, listen, fly under the radar. Let the big dogs duke it out. Sneak in there, get some results. You've got some great experienced riders on your team. You know, just stay tough, get good results, and you're going to be possibly a podium finish on the NCC calendar. So somebody like that, you know, he's not on everyone's radar yet, but he will be on their radar shortly, because a rider like that's looking for a pro contract with one of the big teams, and who I wouldn't be surprised in a year or two he rides for United Healthcare.
Yeah, he could only fly under the radar for so long before you get found out, as our first rider's already going away. I'm not going to call it an attack quite yet, but a little bit of a move coming from one of our riders.
Yeah, with 99 laps or 100
maybe a little
laps
early.
To go, it's a little bit early. I mean, we would say that's a suicide move. I don't think anybody is strong enough, even a Chris Horner, to pull that move off against this field. So nobody's going to be attacking on the first lap and staying away. But I do expect some attacks to happen. And one thing that happens here a lot, Brad, and you know this, you've covered this race a long time, is breakaways happen and they lap the field.
Yeah.
So nothing's more exciting than getting riders to lap a field, come into the back of a peloton, see the teams form at the front of the pack, get their lap or their riders that are lap up, and try to deliver them to the finish line. That's when things get really dicey. That's when things get dangerous. That's when things get exciting. That's what makes a great bicycle race.
Yeah, you know, if United Healthcare is going to be beat here today, I think they're going to be beat out of a breakaway. I really don't see anyone beating United Healthcare in a field sprint. They just have their trains so well dialed that if no one's able to get away and they can keep this race together, you'd be a fool, I think, to bet against United Healthcare in the sprint. But I think we're going to see a lot of these moves with riders trying to get away early to try to derail that blue train.
Yeah, United Healthcare is a dominating team all season long, and to be able to beat them, you will need to outnumber them in a breakaway and attack that breakaway. And we have one rider, number 169, already taken one flyer here off the front of the race with a long way to go, so they're going to let him dangle out there for a little bit. But, he might be going, hoping he might win a preem or two and have a little gambler's preem, but that was rider 169 making that attack, getting his TV time. And that's Jared Nieders from the Van Dessel factory team.
Yeah, Nieders putting in a little dig there. He comes back into the group, though. They're not going to let anyone get too far away this early on because they know that lapping the field is definitely a possibility. If you've been at this race or you've watched it in the past, that's something that you're always going to be keeping an eye on. And again, Marty, we talked about this during the women's race, but it really comes down to the course design and the conditions here. Hot, technical, and windy. Those are the three words to describe the racing today.
Yeah, all we need is a little wet, some rain, and you'd have a total race. But yeah, this course is extremely demanding. It's extremely grueling. It's rather long in length, not the course, but the race. The course is actually rather short and 1 kilometer long. But to have the amount of corners on this course, the canyons, these concrete canyons, these canyons in these buildings, there's always wind. I'm looking across the plaza here and seeing the trees swaying back and forth. So I know on the backstretch the riders will be hitting quite a headwind and, of course, getting a little bit of a tailwind up the home straight.
We can see big field starting here, over 100 riders taking to the starting line. We're not going to see 100 finishers today. In fact, I'd be surprised if half of this field finishes. Meanwhile, 3 riders away with a little bit of a break, a few riders trying to go, and included in that move is Luke Keogh of the United Healthcare team trying to chase down this solo rider up the road. And making it very clear right now that Luke Keogh is going to be a team worker today. That's one of the things about United Healthcare. All of their riders are dangerous. But when you see someone like Luke Keogh chasing down a move, that tells me that Keogh is not going to be their sprinter today. He is one of the best sprinters in the country. But today, I think he's probably working for Hilton Clark.
Yeah, he'll be working for Hilton Clark for sure. But I'm sure they gave him the free pass to be extremely aggressive in the beginning of the race. And if you find yourself in a breakaway that stays away, you will be our guys. So Luke Keogh's an aggressive rider regardless of any sort of team orders, but I'm sure his duty, as well as much of the team, will be delivering Hilton Clark to the end if it's a field sprint. But I would imagine United Healthcare being represented every breakaway. There will not be a breakaway going today without at least one United Healthcare in it.
Well, and if there is, they're going to drive pretty hard. That'll be a rare opportunity if you can find yourself in a breakaway that United Healthcare missed. Meanwhile, Jared Nieders off the front, about to be joined by these riders. And that's going to be a welcome addition for Nieders. He should be able to tack on to the back of this group. One other rider trying to go up to join. But again, this is a big group up the road, Marty.
And we do have one Jameis rider representing there as well, and that is Sebastian Hayedo in that early breakaway. So, rather surprising. I would not have predicted this to have a breakaway of that size already attacking, only after 3 laps to go. But, it is often possible here as well to have numerous groups take laps out of the field and lap the field. So, the group might be, or the racers might be willing to let one group come in, take a lap, and then send another group off.
Griffin Easter trying to chase for the Airgas Safeway team. That was the rider stuck in no man's land between the break and the field. It was 7 riders with 1 rider trying to join. And that's Easter right there, just out of the saddle, trying to make it. He's still got a few bike lengths to go.
Trying to get low,
yeah.
Get every little bit of draft he possibly can.
Well, these guys not working together too well. I would like to see this pace line get a little closer together. I'm noticing the guys not super well organized up the road in the breakaway, but again, sometimes just takes a couple laps to kind of get the rhythm worked out.
Yeah, and it looks like nobody in the peloton's really waiting or wanting to get up there as well. So United Healthcare obviously taking some easy pulls in the breakaway, and we do have that Airgas rider in no man's land trying to get across there, and that can oftentimes be a very difficult thing to do. But he's grinding, he's got his head down hard, and he'll take some chances going a little faster than anyone else here through the turns. But very, very early breakaway. We'll see how this plays out, but I am sure our riders from United Healthcare, as well as other teams, Jameis will be near the front, Airgas will have a rider or 2 at the front. And, of course, our Champion System No Tombs riders as well will also be patrolling the front. But, a couple little early jabs thrown right here, but I think this breakaway will be coming back.
Boy, Griffin Easter spending a long time in that gap. You really want to go one way or the other. A lot of times you'll see riders pull the plug after a lap or two stuck in the middle there, say, all right, I'm not going to make this. I'm not going to make the catch, and go back into the field. But Easter continuing to fight here for the Airgas Safeway team, trying to catch on.
Well, he's committed at this point, and Airgas doesn't have anybody in the breakaway, so he's their only shot at trying to get one rider across there, and I'm sure their team leader, Chris Horner, isn't too happy if they would miss that breakaway and not have anybody in there. I'm sure he was given early orders. You go with early moves, you go with early breakaways, make sure you don't miss anything. So that's why he's pushing hard to try to get across that breakaway. He's their only option on trying to have representation in this early break.
Again, seeing a little chaos at the back, and now United Healthcare putting on a full chase on the front. They send Carl Menzies up the road. Menzies is an incredibly strong rider. This is not the guy that you want trying to chase you down. They call him 10 because they say he has the strength of 10 men. And this is a great example of the different roles on a team. We talked about the sprinters, guys like Luke Keogh, guys like Hilton Clark, but Keogh and Clark don't get wins without riders like Carl Menzies because you need those strong riders, one, to lead you out, but also to chase down breakaways, to make moves, things like that. And so Carl Menzies is a critical part of this team.
Teamwork is what makes road cycling so beautiful, and we've seen it many times. If you watched it on Tour de France coverage, and to watch these teams work, it's pretty impressive. And these guys, as we discussed earlier, United Healthcare, they work so well together. These guys travel the country with each other. They know each other so well. You become family when you spend 200-plus days a year on the road with each other. So you know what each other's thinking, and that's why this United Healthcare squad, if you look over the last couple of years, that squad hasn't changed a whole lot over the last few years. And it's a winning formula. They keep delivering wins to their sponsors. These guys are the best in the business.
Well, you can see how long this field is, an incredibly talented field and a big field as well. This race almost always gets close or sells out every year, as it is a favorite on the calendar, no question about that.
Again, thanks for coming down.
No problem.
How'd it go last night?
Well, want to bring in right now our race director, being joined by the one and only Rob Laybourne of Arlington Sports International, celebrating our 18th year of racing this year. Rob, it seems like just yesterday when guys like Marty down here were racing at your races.
Yeah, it's sort of the year we become an adult. After 18 years, you can vote and you can get drafted, and so that's kind of a coming of age for us this year.
So, Rob, we've been talking about the NCC and the lead up to this race. Obviously, an important stop on the calendar. The big question is, can Ryan Atchison move up in the NCC? But talk a little bit about that calendar and why you decided to make your race a part of the National Criterium calendar.
Well, we were real fortunate that when we started the event back in 98, but 99 was our second year. We had a really good relationship with the U.S. Postal Service, and that really kind of helped open the door for us to get on the national race calendar at the time. And so we've been on it since the beginning. And then over the years, as that calendar has evolved, they went and decided to kind of break it up a little bit. Now they have an NRC and NCC, and so we're part of the NCC. And it's a nice collection of some of the best crits in America. And I think it's something that I'd like to see grow, and we're proud of being part of it.
It was certainly overdue to get all of the best races together on the same calendar. That cohesion is now starting to spread. I understand you've been working with race directors all over the country, kind of getting together and forming a group together so you can share the best practices and make racing better in America.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that's sort of been kicking around for a long time, and eventually the more we get together, the more we talk, the more we communicate, the more respect and admiration we have for each other, and the more we can go to each other's events, see what one guy's doing, what the other person is doing, and then take those really features and incorporate them into our event. There's a lot of really smart, talented guys out there, and I'll pick their brains all day to help my event become better.
And we've seen American racing continue to grow each and every year, but it takes not just strong riders, but strong events for the riders to go to as well. And so it really is a symbiotic relationship between the directors and the riders and the sponsors.
And that's another thing we really want to try to do is again, increase the channels of communication with the teams, with the events, with the our associate, the USA Cycling. Help me with the name here. I'm a little bit tired. But our governing body, and bring them all together. We started having a summit with USA Cycling about 7 years ago or so, And this is kind of, I think, an outshoot of that. We really recognize the benefits, really, again, of getting together and learning from each other.
And of course, USA Cycling bring on a new CEO coming up here in a few months. Derek Bouchard Hall will join them out in Colorado Springs. Have you had a chance to chat with him yet?
I've exchanged some emails. I'm very excited to get to know him. He's maybe I'll give him a shout out. I think he might be watching us right now. He's over in the UK, so I invited him to come watch. But I'm sure he's pretty busy with Wiggle still. But we've just exchanged some emails, and with our association, I think we really find some strong opportunities that we can work with each other.
Rob, real quick, I want to take a step back in history. We've seen so many sponsors come into this race, and we've had incredible partners throughout the 18 years. But now the Air Force Association coming on strong with Boeing and Northrop Grumman, really coming together to help make this race possible. Tell me about that partnership.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart, and sometimes the door knocks and you open it and there's an opportunity. And I've been really lucky, and I'm really grateful for these relationships that I've had a chance to be a part of, and I think AFA is really helping us really crystallize our relationship with the armed forces, and having companies like Boeing, just an amazing company. I mean, and I got to just step aside. If Dennis Muhlenberg is watching, I know he's going to be here tomorrow. He's the chief operating officer of I may get the title wrong of Boeing, but about 5 years ago I learned that he's a huge executive. He flies around every week. He's always gone, and the guy rides 5,000 miles a year on his bike. And I'm like, I'm a putz. I mean, I put a bike race on, and I put a couple thousand miles in my legs. And I'm like, if Dennis can do it, I can do it. And so that's really inspired me. And so I'm really grateful for him, as well as their support that they put into this event.
All right, I'm going to take a step back from your race director role, and now let's see how you do as a commentator. Your thoughts on a breakaway today? We were talking about this last night. The history on this course really favors breakaways. We've seen some incredible performances. Guys lapping the field, solo riders getting away and almost catching the group. There have really been some incredible stories.
Yeah, there's my all-time favorite, I think, was I got the opportunity to ride with Magnus Bagstedt a number of years ago when he was here with the Slipstream team, and he was the Swedish national champion, and we did a pre-race ride, and we were coming back to get coffee afterwards, and he informed his teammates that he was going to go from the gun, and everyone was just like, 100 laps, 2 hours, 100 degrees, whatever. But sure enough, the gun went off, and he took his 185-pound frame and just got to the corner in a blink of an eye. He ended up taking like 10 guys with him. They either lapped the field, or I think they did lap the, or no, they just stayed away the whole time. But it was amazing, and they stayed away for 100 laps. It was just phenomenal. Although Magnus, I think, got popped with 2 laps to go, but it was good. The other we're honored to have Marty Nostine here. My other favorite story that I told you last night was in 2002 when Marty, you were riding for Navigators. And you got to the front and just did your job to, like, with 9 laps to go. I think you led the entire field. You were ridden hard and put up wet. I mean, with the final lap, you came across the line. I've never seen so much crusted, dried-on salt on a rider than ever before. I mean, I don't know how you even got across the line. That was that was amazing. That was one of my...
And one thing we talked about is the importance of teamwork in a criterium race and bicycle racing in general. And, I was fortunate to race at that time with radios in our ears. So when we knew we had to do our job and try to win that race. And, that's the beauty of bicycle racing, is sometimes having your friends out on the race with you. And that's why you dig extra deep, And, I remember that race, and it was very painful.
Well, you
I
set
had a lot of
David
motivation.
Enko up, and he ended up winning the race. So you did your job. Well done.
And that's one thing I told Ed Beeman, who was a team director for TIPCO as well. I said, you've won it with men and women now, and which is pretty cool. But I have great memories here as well, and my hat's off to you for putting on a great race and 18 years in existence, and I look forward to many more.
Rob, 18 years already. What's the next 18 years hold? What do you have in store? Any big plans for the Air Force Association Cycling Classic?
I'm really proud to be a part of the National Association of Professional Race Directors. I'm just the guys out there are really dedicated to this sport. I know Marco's watching right now because he emailed me, and so Marco, a shout out to you. And they're really putting in a lot of time and effort and investment, and that's what it's really going to take. Is this really personal investment to really take our sport and work with the teams, work with the governing body to really, take it up to the next level.
Well, we wouldn't be where we are today without guys like you and races like
Well,
this.
thank you very much. And guys like you, big time.
Rob Laybourne, race
I got to
director.
say, 18 years ago, you were like a 12-year-old kid wet behind the ears putting up fencing here, I think.
Yeah, I got to say, this was one of the first bike races that I ever saw in my entire cycling career. I came here working on the fencing crew for a guy named Jay Baumeister at 10 Speeds Event Services out of my home state in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio. And I came out setting up the fence. I had no idea what I was doing. I'd never seen a bike race before, but I saw the great racing and I fell in love with it. So I'm a success story from the Air Force Association.
And I want to say, too, that I'm really excited about what you guys are doing on this webcast. And I know you've really, talk about investment, I know you've really put a lot of extra time and effort and energy into leading up to this day today, and I really appreciate that, and I know that people watching will really enjoy it too, so thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We hope that the folks at home are enjoying this beautiful sport that we know and love here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Rob, thank you so much for being with us. I know you got a lot of work to do. You're going to jump in the pace car here? What's next for you?
Maybe.
Maybe. When you're the race director, you can do whatever you want.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Rob Laybourne, race director at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic and president at Arlington Sports International. Thanks, Rob. Well, Marty, you heard the story about Magnus Backstead. No excuses for you big guys. No reason you can't be up in the breakaway. Big Maggie, always a star and always put on a great race.
He rivaled my size as well, so he was one of the big guys out there as well. But a very strong rider, and I think I rode that year. I remember, there were a lot of the real big European pros here, and that changed the dynamic of the race that year.
Well, we are at 86 laps to go out on course. You're seeing United Healthcare all over the front right now trying to bring back this breakaway that had moved away. They do have their man Carlos Alzate up the road in the break. So Alzate wearing number 1 is in there. That's going to be the blue and white jersey that you'll see. Bobby Lee was also up there for the Custom Velo presented by Altamira team. That's a rider you know well, a track star, Pennsylvania guy, and now racing on the road. I saw a tweet that he posted last night. He said, "I'm excited to get back to racing on a bike with brakes." It's been a while for Bobby.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time on the track and had great success here last year as well. I believe he lapped the field, and two-time Olympian, one of America's best track cyclists as well. So, he's the type of rider you want in a breakaway. Bobby can just put his head down and go very hard. It's just a matter of United Healthcare likes their chances with Carlos in the breakaway against someone like Bobby.
They also have Sebastian Haedo in that breakaway, wearing number 16 for the Jamis Hagens Berman team. And then, I'm not going to say a surprise rider, but Ben Frederick wearing number 162. Now, Ben got away last year. Ben was in the breakaway. He won our most courageous rider's jersey at this race after a solo breakaway, eventually joined by one other rider. And unfortunately, they were caught by that United Healthcare train with just a couple laps to go. But it was a great ride by Ben Frederick. Good to see him back in the breakaway.
Yeah, he's a very aggressive rider. I remember him from last year as well. We didn't know really who he was, but he kept the gas on the entire race. So, this is going to be interesting to see if United Healthcare likes their chances against the Jamis team as well. So, Alzate versus Haedo, again, as we know, United Healthcare, they only come with one thing in mind. That's to win a race. They're not going to play the game of, we might get second or third in this breakaway. So, I don't know if, Alzate will beat Haedo in a sprint. So, unless they're going to let this breakaway go, get into the field and start launching more attacks.
Well, certainly a evenly matched group up there. I wouldn't count Bobby Lee out either. Now, Bobby's not a sprinter. He's an endurance rider on the track, so that's a great guy to have into the breakaway. Although it's not 95 degrees and 100% humidity on the track, but I'm sure those skills will transfer over to this breakaway. So I like the group that they have up the road. I got to say I'm surprised that a group this powerful got away so early.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic right now, and, it is early in the race, and I would imagine the bigger teams might just be waiting for this group to come around, take a lap, and then they'll start launching some more riders. So, very, very early, but it's got the right dynamics. You have United Healthcare and Jamis both representing. You have a rider like Bobby Lee, who's a great rider in a breakaway like this. He's going to do his work. He's going to keep the breakaway moving forward and not backwards. So he's not sitting on. Although he's riding with a smaller team here, he's doing his fair share of the work, which the big teams are going to like.
We just saw Griffin Easter being brought back, the Airgas Safeway rider that was stuck in there between the break and the field. Now deciding to cut his losses and go back into the group. When you miss the move, you miss the move. There's really nothing you can do. And at this point, I think he probably realized that it's going to be near impossible for him to power away out of the group to join the breakaway. So waited just a little too long to make the jump. And now we'll have to wait and see if the field can bring these guys back.
Yeah, the breakaway has about a half lap up on the rest of the peloton. So I would imagine this group will take a lap. They will lap the field, and then we're going to see some additional attacks at that. Knowing United Healthcare, watching them over the last few years, you know, they usually like having numbers in the breakaway and making sure they have a rider that can win. And I'm not necessarily sold on the fact that they can out-sprint, you know, a Bobby Lee or a Sebastian Haidel.
Sure.
So, you know, I would have to say I'd put my money. United Healthcare would be a lot more comfortable if they had a Hilton Clark in this breakaway instead of Alzate, who's extremely fast and strong. But again, there's other fast guys out there.
Again, your 4 riders in the break: Bobby Lee, Sebastian Haidel, Carlos Alzate, and Ben Frederick. Without a doubt, Ben Frederick is the underdog in this situation. I'm not going to say underpowered, but certainly the lowest ranked rider out of this group of 4. But that could play to his advantage. We might see these 3 guys playing games, Lee, Haidel, and Alzate, kind of looking at each other, and Frederick might be able to slip his way onto a podium today.
Ben Frederick, you know, kudos to him for being in this move. You know, a lot of times you don't luck into a move like this. You know, you get in. Oh, we have one rider down, but you get into a move because you know you're at the front, you're attentive, and you jump on wheels, and that's what Ben did. So that's why he's going to be rewarded with getting into a nice breakaway and potentially lapping the field.
That's A.J. Moran going down with Dan Netzer of the Celerity Cycling Team, presented by Brooks Systems. Not sure what happened there. Maybe just touching wheels in the corner. A lot of guys out there. It can get chaotic in that field.
Turn 1 claims several riders every year. You know, it's a bit of a hairpin. It's a little bit, off cambered. It's a little bumpy. So turn number 1, there's usually 1 or 2 riders. So who end up crashing there every year. So typical. It's happened for 18 straight years. Riders will fall over at turn 1, and unfortunately we had 2 riders there.
Well, you see this breakaway working very well together. That was Frederick on the front in the green jersey, taking his pole. And looking behind them at the field, you see United Healthcare sitting on Airgas Safeway, putting one of their riders on the front as well. But UHC doesn't look too worried about this. Again, this is a win-win situation for them. If it comes back and they have a field sprint, then that's great for them. They have a sprinter that they can play. But if the breakaway stays away, you got to like your chances with Alzate.
Yeah, he is very, very strong. I don't know. I'm not the director, so I'm sitting here. But you know, I would be wanting at least 2 riders in there from United Healthcare. Outnumber the JMS riders, outnumbers the other riders in the field. But it does look like this breakaway isn't really truly committed full gas to try to get this lap. You know, Bobby Lee's doing his fair share of pulls there, but everybody else looks very comfortable. Nobody's really hanging on by a thread, and United Healthcare and JMS both patrolling the front of the peloton.
The other thing that I'm going to be watching is to see if Alzate is taking any pulls on the front of this breakaway. Sometimes you get a passenger where Carlos Alzate's only job was to get into the breakaway and then just sit on. His job might be to be a passenger or an anchor to try to slow things down. So we'll get a good look here when Bobby Lee pulls off the front. If Alzate takes a pull, that means that he's interested in keeping this breakaway going. But if Alzate is not doing any work on the front, then we'll know that his job is to bring this one back for United Healthcare.
Yeah, that's actually a great indicator. United Healthcare is at the front here, and, they're not going easy. You know, they're obviously going pretty darn hard. So, they might be wanting to keep that breakaway within sight and knowing we can bring it back at any given time. Alzate might be communicating with their team director and other people that work in their staff saying, hey, I don't have the legs today. I'm not good. Tell the boys, bring it back or sit on. So a lot of communication going on in the race. And with United Healthcare still at the front, I do think, they're probably a little uneasy with this breakaway.
Mike Tamayo, the team director for United Healthcare, the tactician behind that United Healthcare train. I remember a few years ago when race radios were still allowed in this race. Mike Tamayo was on top of the Hard Times Cafe just across the street from where we are, directing his riders all the way around because he could see the race pretty much all the way around the course. And he was calling the race over the radio to the riders, giving them instructions, telling them what to do. It's like a chess match at 30 miles an hour out there.
That's a great observation point, and very smart move by Mike, and being able to see a lot of action on the course, especially as a director. When you were able to call the race was really important, and and also the riders, they got to be able to communicate with each other. And And I raced in the days when we had radios, and that was a lot of fun, you know. And you could call on your teammates. You could say, hey, listen, we need to get to the front. You'd always have one kind of road boss out there and designated as a road boss. And, you know, and when that rider would be calling for the troops to come to the front, you'd get up there and you'd be communicating with your race director. But it was, you know, it was pretty interesting. It'd also be very good entertainment. You know, if we could get that live feed with some race radios, you could mic some people up. It'd be pretty entertaining.
Yeah, the good old days.
Like the good old days, yeah.
Unfortunately, no race radios here at the NCC events. And that was taken away just to kind of make the racing a little more interesting. The worry was that the racing had become too formulaic and that the race director could give time checks and kind of tell the riders exactly what they needed to do to make sure that these breakaways were caught. We were seeing a lot of breakaways being caught and not a lot staying away. And to kind of try and spark more of that breakaway action, they took away the race radios.
Yeah, I raced with them. I raced without them. Either way, you know, it's a bicycle race and you got to figure it out. And the good racers, you know, you can win without them. You can win with them, and you know, now I like the fact that they don't have radios anymore. Many times you'd pull the earpiece out because there'd be so much noise on it, and you know, you knew how to figure it out, and your teammates would get together and, you know, talk within the race. So, you know, I'm a fan of no race radios. I do think maybe on some stage races it would be pretty good to have, but for criterium racing, it's not necessary.
Well, the United Healthcare train on the front of the field, not really gaining time, not really losing time over the riders in the breakaway. It looks like Airgas Safeway also trying to contribute here. They're, in fact, making a solid effort to get on the front. Meanwhile, Jamis Huggins-Berman sitting just behind the United Healthcare train. Marty, this looks like 5 laps to go, but we still have plenty of racing remaining here in Arlington.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of guys come off the back. You know, it is hot. The pace is fairly quick, and with the breakaway, 4 riders off the front, United Healthcare, you see, you know, still patrolling the front. And every so often you'll get a rider like that Airgas rider there, and he'll go hard for a lap or two and kind of bring that breakaway back, but United Healthcare will just get back to the front and patrol it. But these are the type of races where you can't fall asleep. You know, you have to be paying attention at all times because you might think the race is in control with a breakaway United Healthcare, but all of a sudden before you look up, you'll have 5, 6, 7 more guys slip off the front.
Well, they saw 79 laps of racing to go. Last time through, just seeing 78 on the counter as our breakaway hits the line. You can see that Bobby Lee is on the front every single time through, and we get this camera shot coming through the line. Bobby Lee leading the way. Marty, talk about the discussion that goes on out there. You guys work out a rhythm, and you say, all right, I'm going to pull from the final turn to the line, and then you pull from turn 1 to turn 2. You really work out who takes the pulls where.
That's exactly what happens. You know, you do get in that rhythm, and every rider takes their necessary pull, and it might take a lap or two to figure that out, who's comfortable pulling where. The stronger riders will pull through the headwind a little bit harder, but everyone will kind of get in that rhythm, swap turns and on different parts of the course. And it's no set time distance or no set, you know, home straight backstretch, left, you know, right-hander, left-hander. These guys just kind of get in their rhythm, take their pulls, and then once you get that rhythm, you know what the guy in front of you is going to do, where he's going to pull to, and then you know when it's your pull. And that's really when these breakaways become dangerous, when they become cohesive like that. And you know that, you know, a rider like Bobby's going to pull the entire home stretch, and you know Carlos is going to pull down the back stretch, and the other rider will pull through the short chute and the headwind. So, you know, once that all gets figured out is when these riders will start gaining some distance on the peloton.
Well, this breakaway working very well together. I haven't seen a single sign of weakness. I do think Alzate is pulling on the front. He's taking his turn, but these guys are dialed. They got to be happy with the situation right now, but you can see the field just behind them in that shot coming out of that final turn. So they're not really getting a significant gap quite yet, but they are still just dangling off the front.
Yeah, this is very interesting. You know, I'd like to talk to Mike and see what his plans are here, but, you know, this breakaway has been maintaining the same time gap, lap in and lap out. And United Healthcare is positioned at the front, and that's tiring. You know, you have your riders swapping turns just like they are in the breakaway. And, you know, I don't know if he wants to just keep them out there and not have them lap the field. Maybe he's fearful of them getting into the field and some uncontrollables are happening. But, you know, maybe they'll just keep them out there for a little bit and then start bringing them back, or maybe they'll shut it down towards the end and let them sprint it out.
Well, there's only 7 people that know that, and 6 of them are wearing blue and white skin suits, and one of them is Mike Tamayo standing around the course here somewhere. Talk about how much goes into your pre-race meeting. Do you guys have a plan coming into a criterium like this?
Absolutely, and you know, you'll have the pre-race meeting. A lot of times it'll be the day before, the evening before, and sometimes the morning of. and you'll have your game plan. It's pretty much, your playbook, we'll call it. And, every rider usually is designated a job, and, and it's up to you to do that job. But a lot of the riders need to be, the good teams, the riders are honest. You'll say, listen, my legs aren't good this week. I'm struggling. I've not recovered. Don't count on me for much of anything. I'll help at the end. Or oftentimes the team director will sometimes call an audible. Let's mix it up. Let's have Hilton lead out Carlos. We're going to change it up. It's going to put everyone on their heels a little bit. So that's the fun stuff when you start mixing it up a little bit. But this is pretty much the same old blueprint from United Healthcare. We've seen this many, many times before. Formula for success. They've won more races than any other team probably in the last 5 years. And, this is, pretty interesting, though, because I would think, and I've seen it in the past, they usually have the breakaways outnumbered, and to have only one rider in there in this breakaway is a little surprising to me.
It's amazing to me how long and how well this plan has worked for United Healthcare. After a year, we thought people are going to catch on next season, and then it was 2 years, and then it was 3 years, and now we're into 4 or 5 years of this United Healthcare Blue Train. I mean, the plan has its own nickname. They call it the Blue Train. It's just amazing that they're so well dialed that no one can come over the top of them, and race after race, they're able to consistently take victories.
Well, they are so well dialed, and we're lucky enough to have great races like the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. But what we really need in the United States is we need 2 or 3 more teams, big teams, and that's what we need. And United Healthcare, I don't think, would dominate. And it's cycling. It's got its peaks and valleys, and there's years when there's 3 or 4 teams as equivalent to United Healthcare. That makes some incredible racing, and that's what you see in Europe. There's a lot of teams that are very, very good, very strong. But right now, the U.S. peloton, it's lacking 1 or 2 other big pro teams to go blow for blow with United Healthcare. They're the 800-pound gorilla right now. That's why they're winning races. But if we get a couple more bigger teams, pay these riders some more money, get bigger races like this, I think you're going to see it change a little bit, and that will come. And Rob's doing a great job by trying to get these promoters organized and give everyone a huge incentive to participate in the sport. And with that, we'll get more sponsors, we'll get more teams.
Yeah, we definitely saw an exodus from Criterium Racing over the last, I'm going to say a few years ago, because I do think it's back on the upswing now. We're seeing more teams and more races coming onto the calendar, but everyone wanted to be a road racer. Everyone wanted to chase the big money and go race in Europe, but not everybody makes a great road racer. You compare it to running. You have your marathon guys and your 100-meter dash runners. You don't have them competing in different events, and so for sprinters, I think this Criterium Racing is a great opportunity for them, and we just have to identify those sprinters, get them onto good squads, and we're going to have some great racing.
Yeah, and what's funny is I spent a lot of time with Europeans. They spend a lot of time racing on our velodrome in Trexlertown, and all they want to do is come here and race at Criteriums, and all our American riders want to go over to race Europe. And I'll just give a quick little funny story. My first time racing over in Europe, Olympic champion. I was racing 6 days. I had good form, and I got to Europe, and we raced the Tour of North Holland with navigators, and Davidenko was in the truck and a few other people, and maybe Hank Vogels. These are guys that spent time in Europe, and all they said were, why are we here racing in the freezing cold rain? I want to go back to the States and race for big money in the Criteriums. And I was all excited to race the road in Europe until after the race, and I went, wow, okay, I know why. Racing is a little more enjoyable in the U.S. You race for bigger money, oftentimes bigger crowds. But if you're looking to become one of the top road racers and make a big career in it, you probably do need to go to Europe and race on the road. And it looks like this breakaway has just changed dramatically as United Healthcare has launched several riders up to that break. And so that explains why they were just manning the front, biding their time before they start launching riders in this break. So this break has grown dramatically, has changed the whole formula of this race. So, like we said in the women's, the gloves are off. Now we have several Jameis riders, several Healthcare riders. There really is no breakaway anymore. There's just a break in the field.
Yeah, it was Carl Menzies and Luis Amaran that made the jump out of that field, clearly showing us that those guys were not interested, those teams were not interested in that breakaway because they were the ones that shut it down. Once that gap got close enough, they jumped across the gap.
Yeah, and the pace has been high with those attacks coming out of the field by United Healthcare and the other riders from Jameis, is causing a split, a big split in the field. And this is where the strong guys will survive. This is typical of our race here, where it's a war of attrition. It's 100 kilometers long. It's 100 laps. These riders, the brakes will split. The forms will split. Guys can't even hold the wheel. The pace is so high. It's hot. It's windy. And it's a tough, tough race. And right now it looks like the tough guys are at the front going hard.
Well, already starting to see riders fall off of this one as we've already pulled a few riders. Some riders just losing contact. And Marty, once you lose the sight of the back of this race, your day is pretty much done. Your chances of catching back on after you've been gapped off the back are slim to none.
Not with it's not happening with the horsepower here. The guys at the front are moving forward at a fast pace, and the guys at the back are moving backwards at a slow pace. So, you have to give it everything you got to stay in contention, to hold that wheel in front of you. When these breaks and these splits form in the field, this is where you got to just put your head down, drop the hammer, get across as fast as you can. I've always found what worked for me was if there was a split in the field like this, or there was just a 5 second, it wasn't trying to get across easy, and it was just one big sprint across, get there, recover, and rest. In a criterium racing, you can't pace yourself to get back on, because the guys at the front are not pacing themselves. They're only doing one thing, and that's try to get away from everyone behind them.
Well, Jamis, Huggins, Berman putting their riders back on the front, making this race as tough as possible. Look at the faces of these guys, head down, struggling to stay in contact. Just hoping you can make it to the end of the race.
We're just over a quarter of the distance of this race as our riders have 71 laps to go, and we do have one rider heading off the front riding for Kelly Benefits. We haven't talked much about the Kelly Benefits team, but they've oftentimes have slipped into some of these results with a strong performances. So that is a team with some young riders, very aggressive, excellent opportunity. That's actually a great time to attack, is when the breakaway or a big split like that does come back. So we'll see if that Kelly Benefits rider can get somebody to help him, off the front in the breakaway.
Well, a couple guys trying to have a go at it here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Right now, we've got our man Jay Korf with some special guests joining us here. Let's go down to Jay.
Thanks so much. Give you guys maybe a little bit of a break from all that cycling commentary. We're here with Mike Giles, who's a branch manager for Burke and Herbert Bank. That is a mouthful.
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much for joining us. Tell us about why you wanted to be engaged in this great event.
So we met with Michelle of the Tay-Sachs Awareness and Prevention, and she presented to us a great opportunity for us to be involved with the community due to her, her story with her son, and also with us the Air Force Association race and kids race specifically in our neighborhood, right in front of our doors. We thought this is a great opportunity for us to be involved, and we're glad to be here. We're proud to be here, and it's been a great event so far.
Just from an athletic perspective, isn't it amazing to see these men, these women, the pros and the amateurs, the remarkable athleticism, I think, that people don't get to see on a daily basis?
Yes, most definitely. Just watching them race, it's incredible. The endurance and stamina, the speed. I mean, it's actually incredible. I mean, you see races like Tour de France on ESPN and on TV, but to see them in person and be here and be involved, it's a great thing. It's a great event, and it's really impressive.
Talk about Burke and Herbert. There are a lot of banks out there. What makes you guys different? You guys have been around for a long time.
Yeah, we have a long story, tradition, and history. Burke and Herbert Bank is the oldest bank in Virginia. We've been here since 1852. We're still family owned with our fifth generation, Mr. Burke, Mr. Hunt Burke, as our chairman and CEO. Still involved, of course, with the bank, as I said, and it's a great thing. We're definitely always involved with the community, and it's along with being the history of the bank, but also being there for quite that time. The personal customer service is always there. You come into the bank, we know your name, you get to know us, we get to know your family, we ask questions, and we really want to get to know you. So I think that separates us from the rest. And of course, our best thing about us is no ATM fees right now. You can go to any bank in America and not pay any ATM fees with Burke and Herbert.
Now that's a dandy.
That's a great deal.
Thank you so much, Mr. Giles, branch manager. at Burke and Herbert Bank. Appreciate you being here and your support for this event.
Of course. Thank you for having us.
Brad, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jay. Jay Korf with WJLA joining us here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Meanwhile, we are monitoring our solo rider off the front, Ben Frederick. It's a little flashback to last year. Seems a lot like 2014, Marty.
I think Ben's got a problem. He doesn't like riding in the group, that's for sure, because Ben does not sit still. And he actually used an excellent opportunity to launch that attack.
Yeah.
So to find himself in the original four-man breakaway, and then as soon as we had a little lull in the action, when the entire peloton came back together, he just kept rolling off the front. So, yeah, deja vu. Here we go again. But Ben Frederick, yeah, definitely doesn't like to sit still. Aggressive rider, and and also a good rider for Kelly Benefits. I mean, this is just a great effort by this kid.
Ben Frederick came up to us before the race today asking for a call-up. Unfortunately, they weren't able to slot him in, but I said, if you just attack, you'll get away. We'll get you on TV. You'll be on the live stream. They'll talk about you. And attack he did. Frederick going into that break of 4 and now trying to stay away solo. Meanwhile, seeing some riders in the Shimano neutral support pits here with 69 laps to go. Probably a flat tire for this rider. That's your most common mechanical issue. Now, the official is going to make sure that this rider goes back into the race wherever he left off. So if he was in the breakaway, he'll go back into the break. If he was in the field, he'll go back into the field.
Yeah, Ben Frederick, given everything he's got here, rider in 162, pushing his Diamondback bicycle to its limits. But, I'm sure Ben right now is saying, please ring the bell. How about a preem? How about showing a little love for me as I'm out here giving everything I've got? But the bell hasn't rung, and Ben Frederick's just definitely getting some strong rides in. He's definitely on everyone's radar. I mean, Ben Frederick last year was so impressive to watch. He didn't care who he's racing against. He just kept full throttle at all times and was awarded last year with the Aggressive Rider Award.
Yeah, a lot of times it's not the skill that these directors look for, it's the heart. It's that motivation, determination, the ability to work. You can always get stronger, you can always build muscle. Obviously, it takes a certain level of athlete. You have to have that body, that natural gift to be an athlete at the highest level. But so much of this sport is mental and being able to push yourself and being able to force yourself into seemingly stupid situations like going away with 69 laps to go. But Ben Frederick has so much heart. I love the way this guy rides, always puts on a show. Great to have him.
He does, and here's some chaos happening here. This is what happens when you go into the feeding zone, as we talked earlier. You see a lot of water bottles being dropped, but when you have about 30 people holding up bottles and riders coming at 30 miles per hour, it's not easy to do, but it's also very important. A lot of these riders are already out of water, after only 30-some laps, but it just shows you it's very hot, it's very tough conditions, and coming into that feed zone can oftentimes be dangerous. A lot of accidents do happen in the feed zones.
Well, Ben Frederick's still away, taking a look underneath his left shoulder, trying to see where that field is and how much time he has. Actually, a pretty good gap back to the rest of the group, and you can see no real chase effort coming. These guys not getting organized on the front, so no real interest in Ben Frederick. That is great news for Frederick right now, riding for the Kelly Benefits team in the green jersey off the front. He's got to love what's happening back there right now.
He needs to know that this pack is sitting up a little bit, and that if he is told that the pack is taking it easy, he will bury himself to try to get 20, 30 seconds. Right now it's 15 seconds, but if he gets that 30-second mark, I think you will see that some of the riders in the peloton will start to get organized. But Ben Frederick, is definitely a rider you wouldn't want to take lightly. And he's been doing this before. It's the same type of effort he made last year, and hopefully it's not the same result with United Healthcare putting them in his crosshairs and hunting them down.
Well, they're saying 15 seconds right now up to Ben Frederick. Looks like one rider trying to join. Any help that Frederick can get right now will be welcome for him. This is exactly how it played out last year. Ben Frederick started the breakaway, went away solo, was eventually joined by one other rider, and again, they did get caught just at the end of the race by the United Healthcare train, but Frederick trying it again. I love this effort by Ben Frederick. He is about to be joined, or hopefully being joined, by Keck Baker, the Bally Harley-Davidson spokes, etc., presented by District Taco Team rider.
Two smaller teams have nothing to lose. They're just going to be going for it here and put some pressure on our larger team. So Ben Frederick again, can't say enough about the kid in his big gear, pushing hard, head down, and as you see here, the peloton's not really charging that hard, so they're a little comfortable right now with Ben out there, but they're definitely going to start paying more and more attention to Ben.
All right, we've got more guests joining us here on stage. For that, we go down to Jay Korf.
Brad, I'm here live with Michelle Klansnick. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thanks so much for joining us. She was here to help us with the kids race. Her son Ethan was born with Tay-Sachs, and you started a foundation in his honor, and the kids race is named after him in his memory. Can you talk about why it was so important to start the foundation, make sure that his memory lives on, I would gather, through education and through other resources?
Yes, so we really wanted to get the word out that genetic diseases affect not only kids, but everyone in the community, and that you can have a genetic disease regardless of your age and ethnicity. So that's important to get that word out. And then we wanted to do an event that our daughters, we have twin daughters, could be involved with, and we were hoping that Ethan would be able to be involved with it as well. And unfortunately he passed away before the first race, but we were able to honor him, and his sisters ride with the picture of their brother on their backs every year, and it's just a great way to keep his memory alive.
If you may be joining us, the kids race was between the women's race and the women's pro race and the men's pro race. It's easily one of the highlights of the whole weekend here with the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. So your daughters were in the race?
Yes, they were. They've done the race for the past 5 years. They've ever since they were 15 months old, they would just sort of waddle on their little bikes, and they love doing the race, and this is the first year that they were able to be in Heat 2 and do it without training wheels.
Now, you are the president of the Tay-Sachs Prevention and Awareness. I guess that's probably a nonprofit or a foundation. Can you talk about specifically what you guys do?
Well, so we do a couple things. One is to raise awareness that genetic diseases affect everyone, and that you can be a carrier regardless of family history. But we also try to help families who've had children that have passed away from Tay-Sachs disease go on to have healthy children through adoption or other techniques.
Michelle, we so appreciate everything you do for your community and for children, and it's great that your son's name will be a part of that kids race, hopefully for many years to come.
Thank you so much for having us.
Okay, back to you, Brad.
Thanks, Jay. Well, watching the guys in the breakaway, we are still looking at Ben Frederick trying to hold on, but meanwhile, he's going to have Kevin Gottlieb, the Airgas Safeway rider, away right now in that kind of teal and white jersey, trying to get something started.
Yeah, they're starting to have a little reaction now in the field. Looked like Hilton Clark had a little bit of attack coming up the home stretch here, but followed closely by the rider from Jameis. So we'll see. I'm sure United Healthcare isn't going to want to sit still here very long. Either way, if they form a breakaway or come down to a field sprint, they're well positioned. But I would love to see one of these smaller teams sneak away, lap the field. So I'm rooting on Ben. I hate to say I shouldn't be doing that, but I'd love to see Ben sneak up on the back of this field, take his lap. He's very deserving of it, and a tough rider.
I don't think you're alone in that, hoping to see an underdog win here at the Air Force Association, the Cycling Classic. It's certainly possible out of the breakaway. You'll remember the women's race. If you're watching our live stream here, it was Lauren Stevens who had an incredible ride going away solo for the
United Healthcare missed a move, and now they have to sprint for second place.
Right here. So she got away early. Her attack came about 15, 20 laps to go in the race. And you can see by the time she came onto the final lap, she had about a 20-second gap over the field. It was an incredible ride for Lauren Stevens.
It was an incredible ride because United Healthcare, they chased extremely hard. They put every rider at the front, and they burned them up. And Lauren Stevens took on that team single-handedly, getting a high five from team director Ed Beeman. And I haven't seen an impressive performance like that in a long time, but I told Ed afterwards, I said, holy cow, she was strong.
This was the sprint for second. Corinne Rivera sprinting out of the field to take the silver medal as the current Criterium National Champion Kendall Ryan ended up on the podium in third, taking bronze here in Virginia.
Corinne, I think, was very frustrated, so I think that sprint showed that, but she's very fast. And but to have Lauren Stevens just right away, and again, destroyed the United Healthcare team. They couldn't catch her. They put all their riders on the front, and those riders are Olympic medalists, some of the best riders in the world, and she just stayed away from them, which, a very deserving yellow jersey awarded to our winner.
Well, it happened in the women's race. Can it happen in the men's race? Will anybody be able to beat United Healthcare today at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic? We're already seeing the first attacks of the day starting to go away. The riders are going to be seeing 63 laps of racing remaining, so still a long time to go before we wrap this one up.
Yeah, there's still a lot of racing left. This is why, as a rider, you come by and look at the lap counter and you see 62, you think, oh boy. And as a rider, it's either going really quick or really slow for you. So, we do have a lot of activity still happening in the peloton. These riders are still, they're still throwing jabs at each other. That right formula hasn't happened, and United Healthcare as well as Jameis, and you have some individual riders like a Ben Frederick, taking some shots at these guys. I would imagine it's only going to heat up here a little bit. But our peloton, our group, our riders, the field has dwindled already significantly.
Well, you saw Ben Frederick in the green jersey. The rider in the blue jersey about to jump off the front was a man who we saw in the breakaway earlier, Bobby Lee, the Olympic track cyclist, now trying to translate his skills to the road here. Bobby Lee coming very focused here to the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. I know he made it a big goal to try and come here. That's Lee right there, wearing number 81 with the United Healthcare rider just on his wheel. Now, he's not going to be able to get away. I think that gap is probably a little too small for Bobby Lee, but this would be a great guy to have in the breakaway. Originally out of Easton, Maryland, now living in Pennsylvania. Raced the track twice for the United States, a 40-time national champion. As you see there, an endurance track cyclist, so he's going to be one to watch for the break.
Yeah, and this is the type of rider Ben wants with him, because someone like Bobby will just get on the front and take his share of the pulls, but it looks like Bobby's bringing everybody with him. So, not really the smartest move as far as trying to get up there with bringing some of the United Healthcare guys, and Bobby's fast enough and strong enough to jump away from these guys and make a solo effort across. But Ben Frederick right now is looking at Bobby and saying, thank you, Bobby.
Yeah, Frederick about to get caught here, and they're ringing up a $100 cash premium on the line, trying to get Ben Frederick maybe that little motivation to stay away, but I just don't think it's going to be enough for Frederick. That is going to be heartbreak here. Getting caught thinking if you could just hold on for one more lap, you'd be $100 richer, but I don't know if Frederick's going to be able to do it here. It looked pretty close.
Yeah, I think they're going to bring him back, and I think they're going to take the $100 away from him as well. But again, I'm still cheering for Ben, and hopefully at least he can hang on for the premium for his hard effort.
I'll give this kid $100 if he doesn't win the premium. It was worth it for the show.
They should have rang the bell many more times before that.
I always love seeing riders get off the front, especially riders going up against some of the best criterium racers and best criterium teams in the country. So props to Ben Frederick today. Still away as he makes his way onto the finishing stretch, out of the saddle. We'll see if he can hold off this group. He's got 4 riders behind him. This will be the last time that we see Ben Frederick off the front, but if he can stay there, he's going to walk away from this at least $100 richer. And I think he's got it. Bobby Lee coming up on the wheel, though. Lee right behind him. We'll see if he passes on the line. And Frederick gets it. $100 for Ben Frederick, a well-deserved payoff for his time in the breakaway today.
At least he got something for that effort.
That's right.
So again, if Ben Frederick rides like he has every other year, we're going to be calling his name again here really, really soon, because Ben Frederick, like I said, I think he has an issue. I don't think he likes riding with other people around him. So, $100 richer, a lot of effort for the $100, but a great effort. I'm glad Ben Frederick won it. So I'm sure we'll see him attack here shortly.
Maybe he just likes getting on TV. Mom and dad are watching. Maybe he's trying to impress a girl back home. I don't know.
It's working, and he should keep doing it.
We'll talk to Ben after the race. So we are just about all back together as the breakaway gets caught. Ben Frederick reabsorbed back into the group as we hit the reset button in Arlington, Virginia at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Let's go down to Jay Korf, who's got another guest joining us here today.
Someone who knows a thing or two about bicycles and about the world of cycling and getting around and the importance of bikes making a difference in your community. I'm with Henry Dunbar of Bike Arlington. Thanks so much for joining us. Tell us about Bike Arlington and why it's making already a huge impact in this part of Northern Virginia.
So Bike Arlington is a program of the Arlington County Division of Transportation, and our job is to get more people to bike more often. So we do that through education, encouragement, and outreach by sponsoring events like this, like the kids race here at the Air Force Association's Cycling Classic. We do projects in outreach to schools to try and encourage those people to ride, but we also work with other people in the Division of Transportation to put in bicycle infrastructure and to just make sure that people are aware of the availability of how they can get around by bike.
Talk to us about the remarkable evolution that you have seen here in the last, I've been here for now 11, 12 years. We have so many more trails, so many more ways to get around. the bike share program has exploded. I mean, that's just one of many things that you're doing, but talk about kind of how the landscape, literally and figuratively, has changed.
So we're seeing it literally at the street level, changes in the way that the county is approaching transportation. So if you move around the county at all, you've obviously noticed the installation of bike lanes. Arlington has the first protected bike lanes in the state of Virginia, down in Crystal City along Hayes Street and along Eade Street. There are delineators separating the bicycle traffic from the car traffic, also with a line of parked cars. And we're very excited about the prospect of getting more of that installed throughout the county. There are other bike lanes that are just a line of paint that's separating, which for many people is enough to make them comfortable riding on streets. We've come out, every year with a more extensive bicycle map that shows people how to get around, both on the trails through the famous Arlington Loop, which is a 17-mile loop of 4 different bike trails that connect together, just basically to make all parts of the county accessible by bike.
What's the future? It could be, bike lanes everywhere. I'm sure that would certainly cut down on the horrific traffic that we have in this area, but can you give folks a sense, look 5-10 years down the road?
So part of our goal in working with commuter services is to encourage people to take trips not in their cars. So biking is just one part of that. The future would be to see, between 5 and 10% of all trips being taken by bicycle. That would be our perfect, sort of goal here in North America. So to do that, more infrastructure, more bike lanes, more protected bike lanes, getting more people to ride in much shorter trips. We've got, most trips that are taken by car are under 2 miles. And so we could just get people to consider that bicycling is an option to do that, to run errands, to literally to get to work, to get to school, all of those things that we do that are really these short trips. So having, thousands of people doing that every day, thousands more than we already have, is what we'd love to see in the future.
Keep up the great work, Henry Dunbar, Bike Arlington. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
Unbelievable turn of events as Ben Frederick back off the front right now. That is the man on your screen in the green and white jersey for the Kelly Benefit Strategies Lateral Stress Fellow team. Frederick goes again. Marty, this is an incredible ride for Ben today. Almost caught, and now he goes again. Talk about how impressive it is for this kid.
Extremely impressive. Ben has one speed. Ben has speed, and it's hard. I'm just going to keep going hard regardless of what the speed is. In the peloton, I'm going to go my own speed. And, for him to be able to go off the front again, as I predict, I said, I don't think we're going to be the last time we're going to hear from Ben Frederick. So $100 richer. Hopefully he'll get a few more preems in his pocket. But Ben Frederick is one of the strongest riders in the group today.
Ben Frederick is going to win this race or die trying. This is one of the most impressive rides that we've seen in a long time, not just here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic, but I'm going to say any criterion. This is a great race.
Yeah, I think Ben Frederick really likes this course here because every time I've watched it, he's very aggressive. He's off the front, knows it very well. Doesn't like to ride in the pack, I think, but he is getting some TV time, some air time, creating a lot of fans. So I know I'm a fan of his. I'd like to see him win this thing. Like I said, nothing would make me happier if he would sneak up in the back of this field and they just kind of the group would fall asleep here and Ben would just keep chugging away and come up to the back of him.
Well, I think we both agree he's going to need some help if he's going to do it today, and he's got a few riders trying to come up. We're seeing a bridge attempt of 2 riders. One of them is the Jamis Hoggins Berman rider, and that's going to be Stephen Lease, wearing number 12, trying to get up there. So, again, that'll be a welcome addition for Frederick.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get away the way I don't think he could do it like our women's champion did it. There's too much horsepower in the men's field. He's going to need a couple people to get up there and help take their fair share of the pull. That initial breakaway, and when he was in the first breakaway with the 4 riders, it was a pretty strong group, and I thought that had an opportunity to take a lap. But obviously, United Healthcare or Jamis, one of them didn't like the fact that they were outnumbered or didn't think they could win that race. But now he's off there solo again, so definitely going to be grinding away here, Ben Frederick. Hopefully they ring that bell and reward him with some preems.
Well, UHC are clearly not happy with that one, and they're actually getting some help here as well. A few riders trying to go up there to bring this one back, but this is going to be the story all day. You'll see that blue and white jersey all over the front of the field.
Yeah, we're almost at the halfway point. This is when the racing sometimes gets serious. You got a couple kilometers in your legs. Your legs are starting to sting a little bit, get a little bit heavier, and this is when you take an opportunity to get away. This is when the breakaways will form. United Healthcare obviously out of the saddle there, trying to keep their riders near the front. But Ben Frederick is the one who's animating this race. I mean, if it wasn't for Ben, I think there would be a couple of those big teams rolling around looking at each other.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Frederick has now caused this split. Riders trying to bridge up to him. It's a huge group that's now gone up the road, but there is a split back to the rest of the field. You're going to see it as they head around turn number 1 here. So that's Frederick on the front, and now all these riders have joined him. That's the split that I'm talking about with a Jamis rider at the back. It's not much, but it might be enough for these guys to roll.
Yeah, people don't realize how hard that is. When it's like a rubber band. It's ready to snap, and you're just nose to tail, focusing on the wheel right in front of you. Your lungs are burning, your legs are screaming, but you look behind you and you think, wow, I also have a little bit of a gap here. So this is where you got to dig the deepest. It's this part of the race, and because it could be the race for a lot of riders. This could be the split. This could be the breakaway that gets you to the win.
I mean, it literally takes one rider to drop the ball in there, and then you have that gap open up, and it's so hard to chase down. If the guy in front of you just doesn't have the legs to follow a move, or maybe just takes a turn the wrong way, you can be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, but I don't think this is the move, because the peloton has sat up a little bit. But you're right. Sometimes that 5-meter, 10-meter gap is all it takes at the right part of the course. You look around, that rider's in front of you, this 10-meter gap, you're in a headwind, you just watch people ride away from you. You see a split of 12, 15, 20 riders end up being the breakaway and winning the race.
DC Velo rider Mark Hyatt there in the red jersey taking the corner. New attack coming from Airgas Safeway. That's going to be Kevin Gottlieb wearing number 34. So Gottlieb launches the old counter after Ben Frederick's move comes back. But look at the riders marking Gottlieb there. Bobby Lee is there. Hilton Clark is there. United Healthcare has another guy up there. And Jam is marking that one as well. So I'm actually a little surprised to see the big names at the front. But again, we saw this in the women's race. Sometimes you just have to do your part and chase down a move.
Yeah, at the end of the day, put your nose to the wind, push the pedals hard. You can't blame on anyone but yourself if you don't try. But this race is going to start getting very animated. Hilton Clark there riding in second position, probably one of the best criterium riders this country has ever seen. So where he goes, the race is probably it's the right time to make a move. So he's going to get a lot of reaction from the rest of these riders out here. Jamis, United Healthcare controlling the peloton, not really chasing that hard. So they might like their opportunity with Hilton Clark in the front.
Let's talk a little bit more about Clark. Certainly one of the biggest veterans in this field at 35 years old, the Australian. 5'8", not a big guy at 150 pounds, but he has a lot of power. A two-time NCC overall winner in 2012 and 2013, obviously currently leading that. He's won here twice, back in 2010 and 2011. He'll look to add another one here in 2015 to make it 3 at the Clarendon Cup.
Yeah, he knows this course very well, and he's been around a long time and knows criterium racing. He actually comes from, a very strong pedigree. His father was a racer. His brother was a great racer. The Australians are known internationally as being tough riders, and Hilton Clark is one of the tough riders.
Well, Hilton sending one of his riders up the road. That's Adrian Hedgevari wearing number 3. Look at the gap that's formed here. I believe that's Frederick that just tacked on to the back of that group of 2. Trying to get confirmation as we get a better shot here. But all of a sudden, we got another move, and Hilton Clark is in it. Clark has made this selection.
This looks like a very dangerous recipe here. We have a lot of strong riders. We have the same guys we've been talking about pretty much all day. The United Healthcare riders, Bobby Lee is in that group. United Healthcare with 2 riders, that's the numbers they like. Jamis only has 1 rider in there, so unfortunately they don't have the numbers. So I would imagine United Healthcare is going to want to drive this breakaway a little harder than they have in the past.
Yeah, this is a pretty good situation for them. I believe that's Luis Amaran, the Jamis Hawkins Berman rider. Be wearing number 11. But yeah, Hedgevari is driving this one and driving it hard. Well, bad news for pretty much everyone else, as you see Amaran popping out to the side there, trying to take inventory of the group. 8 riders with 1 trying to tack on to the back. It'll be 10 just going into view there. I hope those panic bells are ringing back in the field. This is a great breakaway, a big move, a lot of strong riders. If I'm back in the field, I'm chasing this one down.
A lot of strong riders. Great news if you're in that breakaways, you're in the breakaway. Bad news, you got to look around, see who's wearing number 2, wearing that yellow helmet. And you're realizing, you have one of the fastest sprinters in the world in there.
I told you I was in there, and I'm like, and they weren't able to stop.
motorcycle gap right now just going up to 10 seconds. It's going to be Texas Roadhouse on the front with the yellow and white jerseys. I think that might be Chad Berdzalauskas.
Yeah, or Emil Abraham, a rider from Trinidad, who's a very good criterium rider as well. I saw him out there. And Emil, this is the type of situation he finds himself in. He's a very quick rider, good sprinter. So, again, a rider that likes this situation. If I was Emil, I'd be just soft pedaling, letting the big dogs do the work, take their fair share of the pulls, and hopefully they drag Emil to the end and he can find himself a podium finish.
We also have Gavi Epstein from the Champion System Stands No Tubes team who has made his way up there. That is Emil Abraham. You're right, wearing number 101 for the Texas Roadhouse team. And now it looks like InCycle Predator trying to send one of their riders up.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a little bit of reaction out of the field here, and you got some other Texas Roadhouse riders trying to get up there and maybe slow things down. But Emil, racing for Texas Roadhouse this year, he's kind of a journeyman rider. He races for a lot of different teams, brings a lot of experience, and it's a strong addition to Texas Roadhouse. And he's won several races over the last couple of years, some very big races, and can surprise you on how quick he is.
Well, 51 laps to go on the counter. And I'm not seeing a whole lot of worry back in the field. I think that's because most of the big teams are happy. I would think Jamis would probably want one other rider up there. But Airgas Safeway is represented. UHC is represented. Champion System is up there.
Yeah, and I was just watching as they rotate through here. And our rider from Jamis, rider number 11, Luis Amaran, is not pulling. He's just calling guys in. He's what we call holding the gate, but there's no gate behind him. There's nobody behind him. So every rider, he's just calling back in. I'm sure United Healthcare doesn't like that. Either that or United Healthcare might say, okay, if you want to sit on, we're going to have Hilton Clark follow you and sit behind you. So, we'll see if these dynamics work. You have a couple other strong riders in that breakaway that will just keep grinding at the front. But Luis from Team Jamis not pulling. So very interesting.
You gotta think they're trying to set this one up for Sebastian Haedo, an incredibly strong sprinter out of Argentina. But again, he can only do what he does best if they're able to reel this one back in. So I think that's probably what Amaran is doing in the break today, anchoring that, just trying to help out his teammate.
Yeah, I believe you're correct on that. And, we're situated here right across from the Shimano pits, and the team directors are standing there over as well.
Yeah.
So I'm watching Sebastian, and he's actually talking to Ed Beeman, and I see a few of the United Healthcare guys over there. So a little chess match happening right here. And, I often wondered, our deal struck. Come on, tell your guy to pull. No, he's not pulling. So we don't like this combination. And Luis, is just kind of sitting in the back there, resting his legs. If this thing would stay away, he would be fresh to sprint at that time.
Well, that is the Jamis team director there on your screen, standing just in front of that Shimano tent. Sebastian Alexander calling the shots for the Jamis Hagens Berman team today. Didn't give any input to Amaran that time through, but I think he got the message pretty clear.
And something that's very interesting is this is the only criterium Jamis Hagens Berman is doing this year. So it's a rare treat to have that high quality team here. And he even told me, Sebastian told me today, I don't really have a criterium team, but these are my road guys. But we do want to win today. So if anybody can get his team motivated and call it criterium, Sebastian's one of the best in the business. But he does have a stage race team here. And so these guys are definitely strong enough. And we'll just see if they're smart enough to kind of line it up and get a sprint finish.
Well, they just gave the up sign to his rider sitting second wheel back in the field, so clearly trying to motivate those guys. Meanwhile, this is your breakaway with Hilton Clark on the front, our current NCC leader, wearing that special yellow jersey with the helmet, riding for the United Healthcare team. That is his teammate just behind him, Adrian Hedgevari, wearing number 3. And again, those are the riders to beat today.
We still have our original 9 riders here off the front, but we do have 2 chasers. One of them, number 199, is Martin Heceki from the Czech Republic. He's actually a silver medalist in the World Track Cycling Championship, so coming all the way over here from the Czech Republic to compete, in the Clarendon Cup. It just shows that this field is truly international, and Rob and the job he has done and the 18 years of tradition and history here is just something that you haven't seen in a long time. And one name we haven't really talked about a lot is Chris Horner. He's been very quiet. We haven't seen him much at the front. He's maybe just saving that for one big move. But Chris Horner would be one rider that could probably bridge up to that breakaway solo.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Chris Horner try and sprint, but if he is able to get to the front, maybe get into a breakaway, that would be more of a Chris Horner style, more of a time trial than trying to sprint it out with a group. So I think you're absolutely right. If Chris Horner's going to be a factor in the race today, it's going to happen soon. He's going to have to get up there. Not sure what this Jamis rider is doing. There's no service out there on course. That is Sebastian Haedo, wearing number 16, raising his hand. Now, typically in a road race, you can raise your hand. If you have a flat tire, the neutral support car will come up to you and give a spare wheel, or your team car will come up. Maybe he's still in stage race mode. I know you mentioned they had a stage race team, but
he could be in stage race mode. But I think what Sebastian was doing there is, as we heard Sebastian Alexander, team director, telling his rider up. And I think Sebastian Haedo is calling the rest of his teammates, hey, get up here. I need some help. We don't like this breakaway, so we need to get some riders up here to try to bring it back. We're uncomfortable with our rider in that breakaway, and we need to bring them back. So, this is a chess match on wheels, and United Healthcare has two riders up there, and if they know that Jamis is going to form a chase group, they're going to start drilling it in this breakaway and make it hard for him.
Well, you saw on that graphic already stage wins at Redlands, Joe Martin, and Tour of the Gila. So clearly on very good form. You're absolutely right. You saw him waving forward there, saying all hands on deck, and they're just going by Sebastian Alexander saying, hey, where's the rest of the team? I thought we were a squad here.
Yeah, Sebastian's just told the rest of the guys who are about halfway back in that peloton, you better get up there and start bringing this thing back. So it might be a little too late, though, because United Healthcare has some horsepower in that breakaway, and they have some riders sitting directly behind the Jamis team as well. And, what they really have to watch for is if Jamis gets to the front, they get close to that breakaway, they start working very, very hard, tying themselves out. United Healthcare will be positioned directly behind them. They can launch additional riders across to get to that break. So not only will you go from two riders on United Healthcare to one rider at Jamis, but you might actually go from 3 to 1. And so Jamis has to be very careful here, make sure that they time their chase properly, because if not, it could end up hurting them even more.
Well, Haedo knows this is a dangerous move. That was why he was trying to call riders up. And that is Amaran that you're seeing off to the right-hand side of the riders. And again, Amaran not doing any help. He's actually trying to slow this one down. Meanwhile, the bridge attempt, and now here comes Jamis. They got a few more riders who have now come forward. They'll put 4 guys on the front right now trying to reel this one back in for their man, Sebastian Haedo.
Yeah, they're in a tough situation right now. They're going to start, hurting some of their riders, and start sacrificing some of their riders. We saw this in the women's race as well when United Healthcare missed that break. All of a sudden, they start sacrificing some of their riders. They come down, they only have one rider left to go in the sprint. And if they make the break, great. If not, they're sprinting in this case for 12th or 13th position. So we'll see if Jamis has those stage race legs to really push hard and get them back. But I think it's going to be a lot harder than what it looks.
Well, that is Kevin Gottlieb on the front of the breakaway right now. The Airgas Safeway rider, teammate of Chris Horner. This might be a good gap for Horner to make it across. I think he's probably one of the few guys in this field that would be able to bridge.
Yeah, it would be fun to see Chris Horner comes flying out of the field to try to get up there. He's done it many, many times. I've watched him with a lot of different jerseys on, and including Saturn and Mercury and a few others. And, he can get around a course like this pretty darn fast. And, we'll see if he still has a couple more goes in his legs.
Also in this breakaway is Ryan Atchison, who has marked this move. Now, Ryan, as we said earlier, currently tied for 4th place on the NCC standings with Hilton Clark up in the move. I think this was probably a must-make move for Ryan Atchison, the Estellas rider who came to this one very motivated. Now, their team is split up. Some of their guys went out to Tulsa out west, and he's bringing Adam Meyerson with him here. But Atchison is very, very motivated. He was here a few days before, getting ready, trying to get set, as he really wants to move up on those NCC standings. He is clearly committed to trying to make that calendar happen, and that's Atchison sitting racing. Second wheel right there for the Estella's Pro Cycling team in the red jersey with black shorts.
Well, he's in a great position. If you're wanting points, you're in the right spot right there in that breakaway. And, you know, strong rider from Toronto, Canada, loving every race he does. He has so much enthusiasm. He's really excited. He is racing here with Adam Meyerson, who has a lot of experience. So I'm sure Adam might have given him a little nod saying this is the move you need to be in. But he is currently sitting at fourth or tied for fourth in points, and this will be a great point day for him if this breakaway stays away.
Well, meanwhile, look at this. The Jamis Hoggins Berman train coming forward, doing everything they can to try to bring this breakaway back. Meanwhile, United Healthcare just has to sit back and watch, but they're poised in case anything does happen to make their jump. You see the UHC train just behind Jamis Hoggins Berman. There's Adam Meyerson on the back of the UHC train. That is the teammate of Ryan Atchison. Meyerson racing in his final season this year with the Estella's Pro Cycling team, and still a fighter, so he'll be a good rider to have back in the field for Ryan Atchison.
Yeah, I don't know if this breakaway time split is coming down. You know, we're in a little bit of a stalemate here with the riders off the front and the Team Jamis team at the front chasing them down, but you know, there are a lot of strong riders in that breakaway. United Healthcare is just going to keep the pressure on. They're going to put one guy at the front, you know, Hegavari, Adrian, who's a very strong rider, and he's just going to drill himself because he does. The last thing he wants, especially after a big effort like this, is for the Jamis to start reeling them back in. A lot of riders, this is a move that you're committed now with 44 laps to go, that this is my move for the race. We're either going to, this will stick and make it, and we're going to sprint for the win, or we're going to have to get absorbed back into that field, and it's a whole nother game. Hit the reset button at that time.
So, Marty, 43 laps of racing remaining. We're looking at the breakaway up the road. If you had to put a number on it, their chances of staying away today.
Oh, wow. If it wasn't Jamis chasing, I would say it's pretty strong, but I think it's about 50-50 right now. It depends how well the Jamis riders' legs are feeling. They obviously want this thing back, and, you know, we'll see if they can bring it back. But Jamis has some horsepower here. But like I said earlier, United Healthcare position right behind them. Very risky move for Jamis to go to the front and try to bring this breakaway back.
Well, the way that Jamis came to the front, it was maybe a little late for them. I think a little later than they would have liked to finally get organized. But now that they're all together and working on the front, I think we're going to start to see this gap come down quite a bit. Riders grabbing bottles there. You saw Bobby Lee there stick it down the back of his jersey, trying to stay cool. We'll see that throughout the day. You'll see riders take a cold bottle, sometimes an ice sock, which is basically just a pantyhose stuffed with crushed ice. You put it down your back, and you get that evaporative cooling effect on a hot day like today.
Yeah, it is very hot. But I want to go back. As you said, you know, the Jamis team did not get organized in time. It took them 3 or 4 laps to get their guys to the front and 3 or 4 laps of easy riding while the breakaway was putting the hammer down. So until they got organized, they lost another 10-15 seconds.
Good look at the speeds there from our moto cam. You can see moving in excess of 30 miles an hour on the flats right now. They are flying in the breakaway and gaining time here at 42 laps to go. This is the biggest gap that the breakaway has seen all day. These guys going, gone right now as they're already around turn number 2. This is the field just now coming to the line.
Yeah, I will say, visually, I think that breakaway is going faster than that peloton. So Jamis is either going to have to start burying themselves and start burning some matches, getting those some guys to commit, you know, do 2 or 3 or 4 hard laps as fast as they possibly can and start taking back 5 or 10 seconds per lap, get it close to maybe they might have one rider launch across and sprint across again in that breakaway. But at the pace they're going right now, I think we're at a stalemate here. This breakaway is looking very strong. Still 42 laps to go. There's still a long way to go in this race. But Jamis right now, they're not getting any help from anyone else as well because there are so many other riders representing that breakaway. But they're going to need a little bit more horsepower than what they have at the front right now.
Yeah, Jim is trying to bring this one back together. You got to think at some point they realize that this breakaway is gone. They let it go and then try and set up for what they'll hope will be a field sprint with lapped riders in there. Jamis might let this one go, wait for the guys to come back around, and then hit the reset button with a group of riders a lap up. Obviously, then they would have to sprint with Amaran, and Hayato, the best that he could do would be well outside the top 10 because these riders would have lapped the field. So I don't think that's their first plan, but if this breakaway does get away and stay away, then I think we'll see Amaran start to drive it to try to get up there because they do have one of the strongest trains in this race.
Yeah, and Amaran heading in that left turn was sitting in 3rd position. He might be doing some soft pulls, some soft pedaling, but or getting to the front and slowing it down a little bit. But right now, Amaran is taking some rotations. He's not sitting dead last. If you're sitting dead last, that might make a few of the riders in breakaway a little unhappy. And what happens then is if you have one guy sitting in the back, then all of a sudden someone else is going to say, well, if you're sitting in the back and not pulling, I'm going to sit in the back and not pull, and it will destroy it. So Amaran's probably playing his cards a little bit. He's getting direction from Sebastian Alexander, his team director, to maybe just do some soft pedaling, soft pulls through the breakaway, but I'm sure they want to bring this one back.
Yeah, with a group this big, there's only so much that Luis Amaran can do to try to bring this one back. You can skip every pull that you get on the front, but if you have 7, 8 other guys all pulling, all doing that work, then your effort isn't going to do much for you.
Yeah, and as we get closer to the finish, that's when you're going to start seeing some riders not take any pulls. There's, those sprinters, someone like Emil Abraham, he's a pretty crafty rider. He'll disappear. People will forget about him. He'll be sitting back there. He's a little guy. He'll hide behind 1 or 2 of the bigger guys, and you'll see him. He'll reappear with 2 or 3 laps to go on somebody's wheel. But right now this breakaway, they're working very well together, and everybody's taking their pulls and pulling through and keeping the speeds high. So it's going to be difficult for the peloton to bring this one back.
Well, as our field rolling by our position here just up from the line, saw a little bit of conversation between the Jamis Huggins Berman riders trying to get together, trying to get this one figured out, saying, what are we going to do? Because what we're doing right now is not working.
It's not working. The good news is they have somebody in the break, and that rider is capable of making the podium, potentially winning. And let's not discredit Luis Amaran. He's one of the strongest riders in this country, and he's won many, many races, but he's not the guy they'd like to have up there. They would much rather have Sebastian Haedo, who could go blow for blow against some of the United Healthcare riders in a sprint. So they do have a rider representing that breakaway. It's just not the right rider they like.
I do want to point out Bobby Lee has a teammate in this breakaway. Lee riding with Garrett Olson, wearing number 84 for the custom velo presented by Altamira Racing Team. So that'll be a big advantage for them. They'll have 2 guys that have gone a lap up. Again, that's Lee and Olson. Bobby Lee wearing number 81, Garrett Olson wearing number 84. Meanwhile, looks like some action in the pits. The rider getting a wheel from our friends at Shimano Neutral Support. It's going to be Carl Nelson. So at 39 laps to go with the breakaway away, let's go ahead and go back down to Mr. Jay Korf joining us down on course.
Much for that toss, Brad. A lot of exciting things going on out there on the race course. We want to get you up to speed on the most exciting thing off the race course. We wouldn't be here if it wouldn't be for the Air Force Association. People who make everything happen for this event. They're our beneficiary. So first we'd like to thank Carrie Hahn and Paula Roy with the Air Force Association for joining us. Carrie Hahn is the Vice President of Member and Field Operations at the AFA. Do you call it the AFA?
We call it AFA.
AFA. And Paula Roy is the Director of Airmen and Family Programs at AFA. Thanks so much for joining us. Real quick, could you let folks know at home, this is an area that has so many different organizations associated with the military. What do you guys do, and how are you making a difference in people's lives?
Sure. AFA was set up in 1946 to advocate to make the Air Force a separate branch. We've been doing that. That happened in 1947, and since then our mission is to educate, advocate, and support. Work on educating the public, advocating for our Air Force, and supporting the amazing men and women and their families that make up the Air Force. And that's where our Wounded Airmen fills right in with that mission.
And we know you have a lot of members, but you're always looking to grow. Some people might think that only people associated with the Air Force can be a member. Talk about that.
And no, we are open to the public, so anybody that's supporting the Air Force, if you want to support the Air Force as a whole, or specifically our Wounded Airmen, a great way to do that is to donate or to join. You can do that at www.afa.org. We'd love to have you.
And you were talking about the Wounded Airmen program, which is the beneficiary of this weekend's fundraising efforts. You guys have raised a lot of money. Tell us how much, and tell us about some of the wonderful things that you do for the men and women who have sacrificed so much for our country.
I think currently we are up to over $20,000, which is awesome. That money will 100% of that goes in direct support to our airmen and their families. Those funds are distributed through adaptive sports camps. We support warrior games, but more importantly, we support airmen. And how that we're the AFW2, our RCCs contact our office with needs, and those needs could be anything from helping someone that has retired and hasn't gotten their first retirement check yet, support that gap financially. We do financial, direct financial support. It could be for adaptive sports items to help them live a little easier. But we are just very, very grateful for all of the sponsors and the people, the participants who are out here today to help us raise money for such a worthy cause.
I know that because I race a lot, I've done hundreds of races in my life, be it running races or cycling races, and every once in a while there will be a race where it's a fundraiser, and you know that this isn't going for some outfit that wants to make money, but it's going to go to a specific cause. And I know that people out there who are doing the challenge rides tomorrow, the price is a little higher than it would be for a normal race, but that money, you know where that money's going, and you know that money is making a difference. So that's got to be great to be a part of this kind of event.
And you're going to see, for those people that are coming out for that extra give back, we're bringing out 7 of our wounded airmen. We'll be out there cycling with them. So they'll be along supporting the people that we're doing this all for, because it's really not about AFA, it's about these wounded airmen that we need to support.
So you said you had 7 out there on the course tomorrow, and then are some of them just going to be hand-turned bikes, and will others be upright?
It's a combination, absolutely.
I bet that's going to be inspiring. I think a lot of people, when they see those men and women out there on the course, it makes you think twice. You're very grateful about everything that you have.
Absolutely. And as you're meeting, go up and talk to these people. They have amazing stories to tell, and they want to tell them. That's a big part of what we do, is help tell the Air Force story. After you meet them, if you want to go support them, you can stop by our booth and donate to the Wounded Airmen program. Like we said, 100% goes back to Wounded Airmen. So if you give $5, $5 will go in direct support, because AFA covers all the administrative costs.
Yeah, something that in this day and age, there's all these, unfortunately, other nonprofits that, are getting bad reputations for not doing that. They're not doing the right thing. They're lining their pockets. Very little money, if any, is going to the right cause, but that's not the case here. Any final words, Paula?
Well, just a heartfelt thank you again to Rob with Arlington Sports and Boeing and all the other corporate sponsors, all the participants today that are riding in support of our Airman program. We are so grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everything that you do. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thank you very much. As we're continuing to monitor this breakaway, Marty, want to take a second to talk about that great ride. We were talking with the folks from the Air Force Association there just a minute ago. They have an incredible ride in Crystal City tomorrow morning before the pro races get underway, with literally thousands of people coming out to ride the same course that the pros get to ride. It's an awesome opportunity. If you're ever in the D.C. area, we certainly encourage you to come out and ride, support a great cause, and get a great ride in as well. It's an awesome course and a great vibe down there.
Yeah, and it's for a great cause, and these events do not become this stature without support from the community, and there's a lot of moving pieces to a bicycle race, and there's a lot more than just what happens on the course with the pro racers. There's kids racing, there's charity rides, there's a lot of other great things that benefit the community, and they have that formula for success right here in this region. So my hat's off to everybody to make this thing happen, but it's becoming bigger and better every year, and another bicycle race gives back to the community, which was one of the most important aspects of it.
Well, at 35 laps to go, just seeing the back of the field there. Meanwhile, up the road, the breakaway starting to fall apart a little bit. That is the break right there, about to catch the back of the group. Adrian Hejvari driving very hard right now for the United Healthcare team, trying to make that catch. There goes Bobby Lee just behind him, and then Hilton Clark in the yellow jersey, the current NCC leader. Marty, looks like this catch is going to be made, not a question of if, but when these guys tack on to the back of the group.
Yeah, and I think Jameis has resorted to fact that this breakaway is going to catch them, and that's going to make things really interesting. And it's really fun when these breaks do catch the back of the field. And but there's also 34 laps to go. I could see another breakaway going again. But United Healthcare, they want Hilton Clark back in that field. They're going to protect him. They're going to line it up for the sprint and try to deliver him the line in first place. And likewise with Jameis and everybody else. So we're going to have a little bit of a bunch kick here. This breakaway is rolling into the back of the bunch, and it looks like our field has resorted to the fact that they are going to get lapped with 33 laps to go.
Well, now the situation changes quite a bit as your race strategy shifts from trying to catch the breakaway to now going back and bringing those guys back up to the front. So I think you're going to see United Healthcare dropping a few riders back to escort Hilton Clark and Adrian Hedgevari up. Jamis Huggins-Berman is going to pull the plug on their chase on the front and bring Luis Amaron back up to the front. It's really about keeping these guys out of trouble. Once the catch is made, you want to keep them as fresh as possible and then hope that you can deliver them to a sprint win.
Yeah, and unfortunately for somebody like Emil Abraham racing with the Texas Roadhouse squad, he's the only guy lapping the field here. So he might have a handful of teammates left, but he doesn't have his teammates who will deliver him back to the front. So for several riders, it's going to be a little bit more difficult now sprinting with 50, 60 riders than it would have been sprinting against 12 riders. But the teams that have big, strong riders are still left in this peloton. They're the ones who are going to get their riders back to the front. But right now they are making contact with the back of the field, so we do have our riders taking a lap on the field. So very exciting finish yet to come. Still some time for some other launches and some other attacks to happen.
All right, so that's it. The catch has been made. We've got 9 guys who have gone a lap up. Those 9 riders are Kevin Gottlieb, Gavi Epstein, Kevin Gottlieb, Emil Abraham, Garrett Olson, Ryan Atchison, David Gutenplan, Bobby Lee, and Martin Hasecki all going a lap up on the field. So now we hit the reset button with all of those guys gaining a lap, and now it's a question of which of those 9 riders will be able to get to the front and win the end of this race.
That's a great effort by those 9 riders. They put the hammer down when it was time to put the hammer down, getting that lap. Now they're back in the peloton. Certain riders, a rider like Martin Heceki from the Czech Republic, riding for the Maloha Push Bikers, he only has one other teammate out there. He needs to pay attention now that he has a lap up. Start keying off some of those United Healthcare and Jameis riders. As long as he stays around those guys, he's going to have a good opportunity to make a podium finish here. But I will say, it does get difficult when you start lapping the field. You have to keep track of the riders you took the lap with. So it's going to be up to USA Cycling officials. The riders have to keep track of each other, and eventually, they're going to figure it out here in the end. So we'll see if anybody else launches attack, but it does look like, Jameis is still at the front. They want to bring it back or get their rider back to the front and start controlling this race and eliminate any other attacks.
Well, 32 laps to go. There's plenty of time for those guys to get up to the front. In fact, they're probably going to take a little rest at the back. You get a little bit of time to kind of sit and relax, and then you try to make the move as you go back up. Well, being joined right now by a very happy man celebrating a victory with Lauren Stevens in the women's race. This is Ed Beeman, the team director of the TIBCO SVB team. It's on. Don't worry. Ed, you got to be happy about that result today. Tell me about that ride for Lauren.
I was impressive. I think the girls did a great job early on, just keeping the pace high and kind of thinning the field out, getting it stretched out, and putting a lot of girls in the pain zone. And then Lauren just timed her move perfectly. It was a little bit early, I think, by a lot of standards, but she's just got such a big engine. She was able to get out there and make it stick.
Was that the plan for you guys, to try to get a breakaway with Lauren in it, or were you hoping to sprint for Kendall or kind of split 50-50?
Well, we felt pretty confident either way. Kendall's really in good form right now, and so I told the girls before the race, let's make the race hard. But if it's a field sprint, we're happy with it. We'll take control late in the race. But if we see an opportunity to get a group up the road, this is a course that favors a breakaway typically. So the girls were switched on, and they were looking for that opportunity.
How much were you talking to Lauren? Does she like input on the bike, or does she prefer you just kind of keep it quiet out there?
Yeah, no, every lap we were having a conversation. It was short and sweet, but we were pretty much in contact every lap.
I want to bring in Marty Noston, a guy that you know well. We were talking about your history together to be able to have this race, and you guys coming now on the other side of the bike, moving into director roles, and Marty obviously commentating here. Talk about what that's like to have Marty here and just be able to kind of reunite with your old cycling crew.
Oh, it's so much fun. Marty and I stay in touch on a fairly regular basis, given our busy schedules, but. Yeah, it was a blast to see him earlier, and so much fun to know that he's behind the table and giving his wisdom and I'm sure some of his wit in bringing this race to the public.
Marty was commenting on your beard. He said, "I wish I could grow a beard like that."
I can't grow.
Marty hasn't shaved for 6 weeks now, and that's where he's at.
I'll tell you what, this beard is much handier in the winter than it is on a hot, humid day in Arlington. That's for sure.
Hey, Ed, what's next for you guys, for the Tibco team? Where do you go from here? What's next on the schedule?
We have a few of the girls going to Britain with the national team. So there's a couple girls on the U.S. national team and one of the girls on the German national team racing over there next week. And then the next part of the team program will be a block in Europe. So we'll be in Europe from early July until almost September.
We were talking about this earlier. You are one of those teams that splits between road races and coming to criteriums like the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Can you give us a little bit of insight into how you get the riders to kind of shift their mindset from long stage races to these short, intense 90-minute crits?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. When we built the team this year, we really had in mind that we were building a stage race team and that we wouldn't do that many crits. The Clarendon Cup and more recently the Crystal City Criterium they've always been favorites of mine. I think this is one of the toughest and most interesting crits on the circuit. So early on we made this a point. If we're going to do any criteriums, we've got to be in Arlington this year. And this race is so hard that it actually plays out almost a little bit more like a circuit race and like a one-day race than it does a classic criterium. So the girls are in good form, and when you're in good form, you can do just about anything. And it's great crowd, great energy. So it's easy to switch gears, I guess.
And I'm sure winning a Criterium National Championship didn't hurt either.
Yeah, absolutely right. That certainly motivated the girls to start going around corners.
Tell me what that was like when Kendall won, winning the national championship. You were there, and we see you always on the line high-fiving the riders. We saw the high five for Lauren today. What do you say to the riders after they get a huge result like that?
That crit championship this year is one of the most exciting events for me, or victories, watching one of our riders win of any that I've seen. And it reminded me a little bit of when Marty won the Criterium in New York so many years ago. There's just, sometimes there's just those special days when the team does a great job, the energy of the crowd and the importance of the event all kind of come together, and then a rider has a spectacular ride. And certainly Kendall was someone that we felt was capable of winning, and the morning of that race she was so confident. I think we all just felt like this is going to be her day, and then when it happens, it's just it's an incredibly good feeling.
Well, it happened today. It all came together as Lauren Stevens got the victory here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Ed Beeman, the team director of the Tibco SVB team, joining us. Ed, thanks for being here, and congratulations. Be sure to pass that on to Lauren for us.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, guys.
I'm already back with the action on the front. Jamis Huggins Berman taking over here as they've got everybody up there. And that is going to be riding for their man, Luis Amaran, who has now lapped the field. Again, 8-9 riders, we're still checking on that. Going a lap up on the field with a great ride.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going to be a very exciting finish here. And one thing I'll say about just Ed, I know he just left, but when he said when we had the team meeting and I told the girls, let's make it a hard race, Brad, I'll tell you, nothing's changed.
Yeah.
He said that to every team meeting. Let's make it hard. Just make it hard out there. But, Ed was one of the special team directors throughout my career. I looked at team directors as kind of head coaches. And Ed was one of the best ones, and he always had the riders back, and he always went the extra mile for you as a rider. But that's why his riders go extra deep for him, because he's a good guy and a good director. But I just had a smile when he said, when I told the girls, well, let's just make it hard. And nothing's changed. He said that, many years ago. And this is a hard race. Talk about hard races, 27 laps to go, and the amount of riders we had lapped the field. So it's going to get very interesting. I just saw Chris Horner zip by the screen there, the monitor there, and Chris is going to take the rider that he had in the breakaway from Airgas and try to give him one of those special lead outs. So, this is going to be pretty cool to watch because you have two strong teams battling for the front, going for the victory. You got Jameis and you got United Healthcare. You got somebody like Chris Horner, who's one of the strongest cyclists in the world, taking his one rider up there as well. So we're going to see what happens here at the end. But, I do think, United Healthcare sitting in the catbird seat when you have somebody like Hilton Clark with a lap up and a couple strong teammates around him in fine form as well, it's going to be tough to beat the Blue Train.
Let's run through those names again. We are confirming 11 riders who have gone a lap up. Ryan Atchison, Martin Haseki, Adrian Hedgevari, Bobby Lee, Garrett Olson, Emil Abraham, Hilton Clark, Kevin Gottlieb, Gavi Epstein, Luis Amaran, and David Gutenplan, making it 11 riders a lap up. Luis Amaran of the James Hoggins Berman team, that is going to be his squad right there. Also good to see Estella's up there. Adam Meyerson doing a great job working for his man Ryan Atchison, the Canadian, wearing number 62 today with just two riders. There's really not much you can do but try to stay near the front. They're doing an excellent job of that.
Yeah, he's got a good leader with him. Meyerson's been in this situation before, and he's kind of a respected rider as well out there. He's been around, so, he'll find his spot in the peloton, and he'll take care of Atchison. And, every point matters in this NCC competition. And, I'm talking to Adam before the race. It matters as much to him as it does to Atchison as far as getting points. So I think, those two have a bond. They want to have a good result here today, and Meyerson's a good wheel to follow out there. And, Adam's probably going to post up behind one of the bigger teams that just protect his riders well. And that's one of the difficult things as you lap the field as an individual or with one or two riders. You don't have that. You're going to be fighting with someone like Adam or either someone like Chris Horner to protect you. It doesn't get much better than that in this business.
Seeing Carl Nelson back in the pit. He's got another Shimano guys by first name at this point. He's had a few mechanicals out there today. Just chasing back on out of the pits. And you can see not an easy thing to do. Getting the gear in right, spinning out there just a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't have his gear set before he got that push, so he's probably a little surprised when he went to start sprinting and there was no gear to push. But he'll be back in the action here in no time. And, some days you're in the pits 2-3 times, and that makes for a long day. But that's why it's important as racers. You need to have your equipment in order. You got to be ready to go. There's obviously some things you can't control: potholes, flat tires, broken bikes. But you want to come to the line with everything in tip-top order, and that's one thing I try to tell my son who races as well: is make sure your bike's ready to go a couple days before the event. I don't want to see you working on it the morning of the event because that's always a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big reasons that teams like United Healthcare have had such great success. They bring a full support squad for these riders, mechanics, directors, soigneurs, all the stuff so that the riders can just relax. In fact, I was talking to their mechanic who was out there late last night getting bikes cleaned, everything dialed in. He was up early this morning about 5 a.m. making sure all the bikes were good to go. And that's a big reason why they have so much success. You can have the best ride in the world, but if you get a flat 2 laps to go, your chain drops, something's not right, your brakes are rubbing, that can be the difference between a win and falling off the podium.
And that's really unacceptable. As a pro rider, you want to get on your bicycle knowing that it's the best bicycle in the world and you don't have to worry about anything. You could go 100 miles per hour in that thing and know it's not going to fall apart, your tires aren't going to blow. But this is a business. Obviously United Healthcare spends, quite a bit of money, as well as James Hoggins Berman. I mean, these companies put money into these programs. They want results. It's marketing dollars spent. That's why it's important to make sure everything is in tip-top condition. It is a business. These guys aren't out here racing just for trophies. They're racing for not only prestige, but also for exposure, for prize money, and obviously Olympic Games bursts and things like that. So, this is the top of our sport right here. It's top of the food chain. It doesn't get any bigger in criterium racing than what we have here today, and that's why you have the best riders in the world and the best equipment in the world, being able to race at high speeds around these corners.
Yeah, these bikes really incredible machines. Most of these bikes going to weigh in somewhere under 16 pounds. You're talking about carbon everything: carbon handlebars, carbon wheels, carbon seat posts, and of course carbon frames. If you wanted to go to a bike shop and buy one of these things today, you're looking at least 10 grand out of your pocket.
Almost as much as a pace vehicle.
Yeah. close.
But close, yeah. Maybe about 6 bikes for a pace vehicle. But yeah, they're very expensive. But you get to a certain level. Most of these riders here don't pay for their bicycles. They're given to them. They're sponsored. And they are expensive. And I've been in several crashes throughout my career and looked at what's laying on the ground, snapped in half, wheels broken. And all I thought was, man, I'm glad I didn't have to pay for that thing.
Yeah.
It was about $15,000 laying there in pieces. But, these are some of the trickiest bikes in the world. And bicycles right now have gotten so awesome. Very, very cool. And the technology is growing every single year. So I think, we're just kind of knocking on the doorstep of what's to come. And these guys, and I'm not much of a bike techno guy, but I'm getting there now because these bikes are very, very cool.
What was your bike like back at the peak of your career? Were you guys still on steel? Had carbon come around by then?
No, everything was carbon, and even throughout my Olympic racing, everything was carbon. What we're seeing now, though, is things are getting a little bit lighter. The bikes are getting a little bit faster. I didn't have electronic shifting when I was racing. I came out right after I retired, but everything. The carbon's getting better. It's getting stronger. It's getting lighter. The wheels are getting faster. The tire technology is changing a little bit. So the bikes are getting a little bit quicker, but at the end of the day, Brad, as you know, and every top rider will tell you, it's the motor on the bike, and all the guys are on the same bike. There's not a rider out there that has a better bike than anybody else with more of an advantage. Yeah. They're all very, very similar. They might be within 2-3 pounds different of each other, but wheels are important. But all these bikes are the same bikes that 90% of the peloton rides, and it's the same bicycle you can buy at your local pro cycling shop.
The big thing that we're seeing now is the attention being paid to the aerodynamics of the bike. These aero bikes are becoming so much more popular. And even in criterium racing, you can get a little bit of an advantage for breakaways like this, the solo riders off the front. It's just that 1 or 2%, but sometimes that can be the difference between first and second place.
And I'm fortunate enough to talk to a lot of top-level coaches and national team programs, and the technology and aerodynamics has gone such a long way. You can see the helmets are changing a little bit, the bikes are changing a little bit, and really important, and this comes from a lot of wind tunnel testing, is the clothing. The clothing fabric is changing, and the way the skin suits fit, and the positioning is pretty interesting as well. And there's one national team that spends a lot of time in the wind tunnel, and they even told me, and it's a team pursuit squad. I said, wow, you guys don't even wear the same aero helmets. I said, everybody's different. So, an aero helmet that works for Marty is not going to work for Brad. It's not his aero. Although it might look cool, but, your head's different and the way you ride is different. So it's getting to that point. That's specific now because, especially in track cycling, every thousandth of a second counts. So no drag, the clothing's tighter, the helmets are more aerodynamic, the bars, the wheels, the bikes are definitely getting a little bit quicker. And the athletes as well are training smarter.
We just saw Bradley Wiggins breaking the hour record just a few days ago with his custom Pinarello bike. He had 3D printed handlebars, which was a first for me, but I think that's probably something that we're going to see a lot more in this sport with custom components tailored to the rider.
We'll see a lot more to that, and the Brits are really leading the charge on custom bikes and custom bars, and even for hand grips and everything else. And I rode several 6 days with Bradley Wiggins, and he was an incredible rider, incredibly strong, and even then, during 6-day racing, he was concerned about aerodynamics. We got our boy. He did it.
Yeah, well, picking up riders at the back of the field. There was a breakaway of 3 that went away behind that original break of 11 riders, and included in that group the local hero, Ben Frederick. And they're about to make contact, so Frederick will go a lap up in this race. In fact, that's probably, you're going to see the catch here. They might have already made it. They might be in there. In fact, I think that's it. So Frederick now goes a lap up. He did the impossible. After trying to solo away, he was caught. He attacked again. He was caught. And then the third time was a charm as Ben Frederick attacks and gets back into the group. He took 2 riders with him, so now that's going to bring us to 14 riders that have gone a lap up in this race. This is turning into a track race here, Marty.
It is turning into a little bit of a track race, and I'll tell you, Ben Frederick, relentless. Would not throw the towel and would not quit. There's a lot of riders in there. As that first group took the lap, they said, we're done. Not Ben Frederick. He said, it's an opportunity for me to get my lap. But we obviously had a mishap because we do have some riders from JAMIS and United Healthcare waiting in the pits here in our Shimano neutral support, getting ready to get pushed out.
Yeah, it must have been somewhere near the front to have UHC and JAMIS getting caught in. Also one of our budget forklift riders, the Australians, coming in right now. Everyone looks to be physically okay. They're just trying to get the bikes dialed in right now. One of the worst feelings in the world, Marty, having to take a neutral support bike. You really want to do everything you can to get your bike dialed in and fixed because you have everything set perfect. Where the hoods are, the way that the brakes feel, the way that it shifts. Your seat height is so important. And if you have to change bikes and go to one of the Shimano neutral support bikes, that's tough.
It is tough. The bikes are great. You know, they're as good as they get, but you're right. They don't fit you properly. You don't trust them all that well. You don't know how it's going to handle going into speed. And these riders don't get a couple laps to feel that bike out. If you get on a neutral support bike, you got to, pick up right where you left off. That's Mach speed as fast as you possibly can go, redlining it through turns that are bumpy and a little uneven. So, that's one thing you're 100% correct. You want to avoid getting on one of those neutral support bikes. The big teams, we'd always travel with a spare bike waiting for us in the pit. So if your bike broke, you went back in, you got your spare bike, and you know that bike extremely well.
Well, you see United Healthcare there, the rider talking to Mike Tamayo. The man on the right-hand side of your screen right there is Tamayo, the team director of United Healthcare. Carl Menzies is the rider that had that issue. The mechanic is going to give him a hold. He'll have a standing start. Then they're going to push him back in. He's saying, come on, let me in, trying to convince the officials to let him go a little early.
Yeah, and United Healthcare has a great mechanic in Jorge Romero. He's from my hometown area, Lehigh Valley, and is a great wrench to have. And so those bikes are in tip-top condition. And also Sebastian Alexander doing a little push for his Jamis guys. So, there's a little bit of strategy as well. And it looks like, both riders, United Healthcare and Jamis, went down together, and they both had a few nicks on them. I saw some blood running down their legs. But, again, the adrenaline will be going. These guys have been through it before, and, at this point they have tens and dozens of scars on their body and just a few more.
It's amazing just how tough these guys are. You're basically jumping out of a moving car at 30 miles an hour wearing nothing but your underwear. That's the best way to describe crashing a bike, sliding across the pavement. The road rash is usually the worst of the injuries. Of course, if you don't have a broken bone, that is. You see a lot of broken collarbones, a lot of broken wrists for riders that go down. You put your arms out to try to break the fall, and that's what typically breaks the collarbone.
And it happens very quick. And the crashes that happen at high rates of speed are usually the ones you don't get hurt at. So ones that you're kind of awkward and put your arm down, like you said, or fall awkwardly, are the ones when you break your bones. But I know we had several bad accidents on the velodrome here just last night as well, and I actually thought of that as well. Driving down here, I thought, cyclists are tough individuals, because I watch these guys get pulled off the deck, 6 broken ribs, a broken collarbone, punctured lung, and walk back to the pit and walk into the ambulance. If that would happen on a soccer field or a football field, they stop play.
Yeah.
I mean, these cyclists are tough individuals, and that's all I thought about was I don't want to hear anybody say this isn't a sport or a contact sport, because I've seen it firsthand. I've felt it firsthand. I've said it from early on in my career. These are some of the toughest athletes you'll find on the planet.
And the fact that the first question to their doctor is, when can I get back on the bike? I think a lot of people, that would scare them away from the sport
Make
forever.
the cast so I can hold my handlebars.
Totally.
I've said that many times. Yeah, I can't hold the bars. Can you reset my cast and my wrist and my shoulder? Can you pin my collarbone so I can ride next week? I've said it. Then these guys do it. It's just crazy. But, they may not look big and intimidating. They may not wear pads and run at each other high rates of speed, but these guys, they take a beating on their body. And when you hit the turf going that fast, it hurts. And a lot of these guys get back up and will continue on.
18 laps to go with the field. Again, we do have a group that's gone a lap up, so it's going to come out of that group. Our winner will be one of the now 14 riders who have gone a lap up here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Again, Marty Nothstein joining Brad Soner here. And Marty, you got to give credit to those guys that went up the road. That was the race-winning move, including Ben Frederick, who we've been talking about all day. But now it really comes down to those 14 riders and how well they can sprint out of the group.
It's going to be how well they can sprint, how well they can get organized. The big teams are going to have a lot of help. It's those riders that lap the field as individuals. Someone like Ben Frederick that doesn't have a big team to help him, he's going to have to pick his way through there. Emil Abraham's another rider who's going to have to position himself up behind some of the stronger teams. But those guys are wild cards, so anything can happen, getting themselves in a good position. The bigger teams are going to take risks. There could be accidents happening. So right now, it truly is anybody's game. If I was a betting man, I would say United Healthcare. They've done this before many times. They know how to deliver their riders to the line. First across the line, plus they have 2 riders, so they're going to be setting up not only to win, typical United Healthcare fashion, they're going to want to sweep the podium. They're going to want to put 2 guys on that podium, so that's what they're setting up for. And you're seeing that start now with 17 laps to go. They're going to start organizing, getting to the front, start gradually increasing that pace, make sure their guys are safe, conserving energy, not in the back here, jumping out of turns, starting to fight for position. They're going to want to keep their guys with some fresh legs.
Just got a note from Richard Fries, our stage announcer here, talking about Sam Rosenholtz, the young rider out of New England, who is also in that second group of 3 riders that joined to make it 14. He said Rosenholtz is a very good sprinter, a young rider out of New England, so he may be undervalued in this race. So we're going to be watching for Sam Rosenholtz of the Green Line Velo team.
No, and those are the type of riders, like I said, are wild cards. You know, these guys will take chances. And if you're fast and you're kind of unknown, and I'm sure some of these riders, especially that first break that went away, they don't know who lapped the field yet. So they might see a number and think, oh, who's this guy coming on the inside? He hasn't lapped the field. And somebody like, Ben Frederick could be the guy who sneaks in there as well. So I like fast guys. I like field sprints. What I made my living doing. This is what they get paid for. This is what they're going to have to, earn their keep and not leave their teammates down as well. So I'm sure United Healthcare, they're expecting win, but I like young, fast guys. Daredevils, take a chance, get to the front, get behind that United Healthcare, get on Hilton Clark's wheel, do whatever you can to do that. You might have to fight, you might have to scrape, you might have to push, you might have to rub the barricade and lock up your brakes a couple times. Do whatever you can to get on that wheel and then try to outsprint them at the end.
Yeah, you're either first or last, I think, for a lot of these guys.
Absolutely.
You want to go all in on that.
And there's a lot of fast guys in this field. And if we would line them up and send them off in a straight line, Hilton Clark probably wouldn't be your fastest guy.
Yep.
But he's very strong. He's well organized. He's got a great team. But if we get some of those other faster guys to kind of position themselves, so we're looking for a little bit of battle for United Healthcare rider, and also Martin Hečeky, who's the rider from the Czech Republic. He's strong. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys start taking flyers at the end. Who don't, I don't want to mix in the sprint, but I know there's a chance I could slip away.
The other thing about Hilton Clark and the United Healthcare team, they're just intimidating. I mean, they're not afraid to yell at riders that try to come in. They'll put their elbows out. If you try to get in on that train, you're going to have 6 guys on you pretty quickly. And I think that scares a lot of riders away off the front of the field because they're not afraid to push you around up there if you try and get in.
That's because they haven't dealt with any track sprinters yet. Let me tell you, so that would change pretty quick. There'd be a lot of United Healthcare guys laying on the ground. But the difference is, the track sprinters wouldn't even be around at this time of the race. They do about 10 kilometers and be done. But that's sprinting at the highest level, and you see that in the Tour de France sprints. There's nothing more aggressive than those sprints at the end of the Tour stages, and that's one thing I've said many times. Those guys are fearless, and to shoot the holes and the Mark Cavendishes and these guys are just incredible bike handlers, at high rates of speed. And you talked about pushing and shoving and hitting, and that's not 15 laps to go like we are now riding side by side. That's 15 kilometers to go, pushing, shoving, and I like watching it because I like watching those lead-out guys because you see the look of relief when they're finally swing their arm up, think, I can get out of the way.
Yep.
Let the crazies have at it because they just gave it everything. They did their 1 kilometer pull at Mach speed, 70 kilometers an hour, get out of the way and just take a deep breath. Think, I survived another day. So I love the end of the race like this and when the sprinters can duke it out. And I like a little pushing and shoving the bike race as well.
Marty talked about the lead-out. Let's explain that for the folks watching at home that maybe aren't familiar. United Healthcare right now with all their riders in a single file formation on the front. Now pretty soon here you're going to start to see these riders peel off one by one. These guys are going to empty their tanks for the team and then their job is done. You pretty much go 100%, you empty the gas tank until there's nothing left and then you swing off to the side. A lot of these guys will finish pretty much dead last, the United Healthcare riders. Even though they've been riding at the front all day, their job is to only deliver that one rider to the line. And once their job is done, they're free to swing off and go to the back. Now United Healthcare is one of the best teams in the country, really in the world, at doing this in criteriums, getting all their guys on the front. They have it perfectly timed out. Every rider knows their role and knows when they can pull off. The goal right now is to keep the pace as high as possible so that nobody can, 1, come over top of them and overtake them on the front, and 2, try another breakaway, try a late race breakaway. So right now United Healthcare will just pin the throttle, trying to keep these guys on their toes and prevent anybody else from getting away.
You explained it perfectly. quickly. Again, they're going to get every rider to the front, keep the pace high enough to where nobody is going to be wanting to attack because they know they can't get away, but also time it to where in the last 3 laps they are going so fast, you'll see riders start getting peeled off the back. And if you're not on a wheel, you're not in a draft or in a comfortable position, you're not going to make it because United Healthcare will be going as fast as you possibly can sprint with 3 laps to go. And if it's done properly, as you said, each rider will peel off, remove themselves from the race, call it a day. Their job is done, and their teammate will continue or even pick up the pace as another lap goes by. But this is something that will change the outcome of the race at times, is when they start putting these preems in at the end, because guys are going to start taking flyers. You know, these are guys who didn't get laps potentially or who want to make a couple dollars, and this is what gets a little annoying for some of the top teams, you know, like United Healthcare again, because they're going to have to bring that rider back.
Yeah, now that those riders have lapped, everybody is eligible for the Preem, and it's a big one out there right now. They're giving away a $700 retail value wheel set, and for an amateur rider, that's a pretty good payday to come to a bike race.
I could use a new wheel set. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice, huh?
We can get you in there for tomorrow. I think they might have another set. We'll see about getting you an entry.
Let me tell you.
Well, 13 laps to go on the counter, and again, it is 14 riders that have gone a lap up. Ryan Atchison, Martin Hachecki, Adrian Hejvari, Bobby Lee, Garrett Olson, Emil Abraham, Hilton Clark, Kevin Gottlieb, Gavi Epstein, Luis Amarad, David Gutenplan, Ben Frederick, Sam Rosenholtz, and one unidentified rider I'm still working on trying to pick out there. But again, a lot of talented names in here. Let's talk about the sprinters first. I think you got to put Emil Abraham on that list. You know, he's a veteran in here. I'm going to call him an old guy. He's not super old, but old for the peloton, old, comparatively old to the rest of the riders. Ryan Atchison has a sprint on him, but maybe not the best sprinter in the field. He can sprint if it comes down to it. I think Bobby Lee might have a good go, but Hilton Clark, I think, is probably the best sprinter in here. Your thoughts?
Hilton Clark is definitely the best sprinter. Emil Abraham's a fast rider. It's really going to depend on how much energy he has left. I mean, this is a hard ride for Emil Abraham to make that breakaway, take a lap. It's normally not how he wins races. Yeah. He wins them in bunch kicks, in field sprints. You know, I do like the fact that, you know, we do have Amaran. Amaran's in there, you know, and he's no slouch. He's fast, and depending on how this lead out works and what happens with United Healthcare, he could be one of the riders in there as well that could contend for the victory. And of course, I would love to see one of our underdogs, you know, take a shot at the big boys. But you know, Hilton Clark wins races for a reason. United Healthcare wins races for a reason. So does, you know, Jameis, and these guys have their act together. This is what they do. This is what they get paid for. And it'll be a disappointment, I promise you, if United Healthcare doesn't win this race.
I think if they don't go 1-2, they'll be disappointed. If you remember this race last year, we saw Kiel Reinen taking back-to-back victories where they swept the podium 3 days in a row. The guys were celebrating from like 200 meters out. It was pretty clear that they had the sprint won, and it was just a slaughter of the rest of the riders out there. Looks like it's going to be a little closer race out there this year, as they got a lot of competition now. That rider up the front in the green jersey went off for the Preem. That's Corey Davis, and he's still riding away for the Isogenic Seasucker Gutenplan coaching team. Davis taking a look behind him, sees the field breathing down his neck, but he does have a brand new $700 set of wheels to take home.
That'll make the drive home a lot easier.
Yeah. And the best part is you can't split it with the team. No one can come asking for their fifth of the take. Typically, the prize money in these races, Marty, is split evenly among the team. For a team like United Healthcare, even though Hilton Clark is going to win or will win for the team, he's going to be the rider that they rally around. Any preems that they get, any prize money that they get is going to be divided up equally among the 6 guys on this squad. Typically, the mechanics get a little cut as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that. You know, not only do the riders get a piece of the action, but also the mechanics and a lot of Swan Urine staffs as well. They may get a half split to split amongst them, but all the prize money is shared within the organization and the team, so which is really important. And you know, it's the winner will get to hold a check. I've held $20,000, $25,000 checks, but by the end of the day, it's not that. You know, you know, $2,000 maybe, which is still a great payday. But yeah, these riders do split their money, and rightfully so, because you're counting on your teammates. They're out there putting their nose in the wind, working really, really hard for you to win, and everybody does their part. And only one guy can stand on top of the podium, but it'll take a team to win this race.
Yeah, you're going to see a great example of teamwork coming up here from United Healthcare. Again, they are the favorite coming into today, but there are a lot of great riders here trying to spoil that party as 14 riders, have gone a lap up today.
Yeah, when it gets down to the 10 laps to go like this, so where if you come into the field, you really have to start paying attention to those numbers of the riders who lap. So again, you are thinking of numbers. Who's Martin Hachecki? I heard his name. What number is he? 199. Where's Bobby Lee? He's wearing 81. Well, we know Clark. We know the clothing he wears. But you start losing track of the guys who you lap the field with, and you don't know what position you're sprinting for. So that's why it's really important. You come out of the last turn, you're sprinting as hard as you can to the line. You can't be counting numbers. You don't know what place you're going to be coming across line, because you have other riders who are sprinting for 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th place out of the field.
Well, Marty, the temperature not that bad out here in Clarendon. We were expecting a hot, humid day, but it's actually pretty pleasant. We didn't hit quite the 95 degrees that they were anticipating. There was some thought of rain, but we've been clear here. It's turned into a beautiful day in Arlington, Virginia for the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
Little cloud cover. A little cloud cover kept it cool. When the sun peaked out, though, it did get hot. But, I know one thing. It's a lot cooler under here under the tent than when it is out there racing. But these guys are giving everything they've got. And, I think we're going to have a great finish as well, regardless of the heat, humidity. Doesn't matter. It's a little breezy as always in Clarendon, but we're going to have a good show.
Inside the final 10 laps of racing now, and they're starting to ring up. We call these the gamblers' preems, the preems that come late in the race where you have to make the decision. Do I try to go for the preem? Do I pick up the cash? Or do I conserve my energy and try and hold on for the end of the race? The guys that are a lap up, they're not going to sprint for the preem, but if you miss that move, if you're not one of those lap up riders, heck yeah, you go for this preem.
Yeah, this is your race. Take a prize home. I had a pretty good coach and team director one time, Eddie Borshevitz, when I raced for Mercury, and he actually told me, he said, Marty, if you do not make it to the end and you don't think you're going to be able to win a race, win preems. At least make an effort and give yourself a couple finishes during the race. And I lived by that, and a lot of these riders, I pass that information on. Hey, listen, you're not one of the riders that lap the field. Make this the end of your race. Take a prize home. Get out there. Make yourself a big effort.
Well, this is Corey Davis still away and looking like he's on his way to picking up another $50. Now, Davis is not a threat to United Healthcare, so they are more than happy to let Corey Davis go here, even if he does stay away from this field. The best that he can do today is going to be 14th place.
Yeah, and I think United Healthcare wants somebody like that out there. Having a rabbit out there to chase is actually good for a lead out as well, because that makes you pick up the speed a little bit, dig a little bit deeper. But they'd have no problem letting Corey take a couple preems up the road and make an effort here. They're just going to keep him in sight. And it doesn't even matter if they catch him. He could disappear. There's no way Corey's going to lap the field in 8 laps. So United Healthcare is content with having one rider up there. We have a couple
riders going down, just going a little wide there, including, that's one of our riders, I believe, who went a lap up, and he is hurt. That is going to be Garrett Olson. So -1 out of that breakaway as Olson goes down hard. Trying to take some time to recover their land on the ground, but that was not an easy crash for Garrett Olson today.
No, it wasn't, but they're going to try to get him off the course so riders can continue and, as they're going to come around to see 8 laps to go. So, yeah, it looks like Garrett's probably just a little bit upset himself and might have the wind knocked out of him. I don't know if the free lap rule is still in effect, but I don't think he's going to be making it anyways. Garrett's a little bit banged up. Even his helmet there is a little busted up, so hopefully he's okay. But that's unfortunate to make a huge effort like that, gain a lap in a race like this, and then end it in a crash. Unfortunately, this is cycling. This does happen.
Certainly wish the best for Garrett Olson going down there late in the race. So we lose one rider. That was a lap up. And now they're ringing up a $100 cash preem. More money on the line for the first rider across next time through. Again, these are lap prizes going to the winner of the lap. The riders have no idea when they're coming. They simply ring the bell as the riders cross the line, and then the next time that we see the riders across, they're sprinting. In this case, it's $100 in cash on the line.
Yeah, and I think what happened there in that crash, our riders are starting to take chances now. Yeah. This is when you're going to start leaning on each other, bouncing each other around, fighting for that position. It gets rough back there. I've said many times, if you had a camera, now they have, you can put a GoPro on and maybe mic a rider, you'd hear some things and see some things that are pretty scary out there. But yeah, these riders are going to start getting a little more aggressive as the lap counter starts counting down.
Yeah, you know, riders also kind of mid-pack starting to realize that they need to move up, and they need to move up now, because if you're going to be a factor in this race, you need to get close to the front. Looks like Jamis sending one of their riders away, I guess, going to try to get United Healthcare to chase him down. Now, this is not Amaran. I believe this is going to be Trelini Gaston wearing number 13. We'll get confirmation on that here in just a bit. But interesting move here by Jamis, sending one of their riders up. You can see United Healthcare doing a nice job of staying calm. They're not worried right now. They're saying, hey, go ahead, 14th place is all yours. And that is Gaston away, wearing number 13. Interesting move here. Your thoughts on this? Is there a strategy behind sending this guy away?
There was $100 on the line there, so there, you know, I think he was coming in trying to get a little bit of a preem, but also, you know, not a bad move, keeping the speed high, and it also keeping the speed high for Jamis is also going to help their sprinter as well. He doesn't want to be mid-pack right now, battling and fighting. You waste so much energy in the back of the pack fighting for position. And it's a constant movement. You're on your brakes. You're sprinting around somebody. You're shooting the inside. That's why it's so important to have strong lead-outs, good riders in front of you who can protect you, keep you out of the wind, and you know, also a good move by Jamis, keeping the speed high. And getting a $100 premium.
Yeah, I think you're right on the premium. You can see he immediately went back into the field, said, all right, I got my money, I'm out of here. Do want to point out Stellus Pro Cycling sitting on the back of that United Healthcare train, very well positioned for a team that's just two riders racing here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Again, Ryan Atchison is one of those riders who's gone a lap up. He has his teammate Adam Meyerson trying to work. Atchison currently tied for 4th place on the NCC, so he really needs a good result today.
And he's following a good wheel. Meyerson's a smart rider. He's actually a pretty aggressive rider. He can find himself and put himself in positions that most riders can't. So I'm sure he's just telling him, follow me. Follow me, I'm going to be right behind United Healthcare. And this is where you want to be. United Healthcare is starting to pick up the pace pretty heavily now, and you're going to see these riders behind him start jostling for position. Chris Horner also on the inside, taking his air gas rider that was a lap up.
Yeah, good to see Horner getting up there in the criterion, putting in a little effort there. He's going to be working for his man Kevin Gottlieb, wearing number 34 today for the Airgas Safeway team. Gottlieb was one of those riders who went a lap up, and so Horner is just trying to kind of shepherd him to the front and keep him safe where he needs to be.
Yeah, as I said, Chris Horner is one of the best wheels out there to follow. And, you know, 43 years old, our oldest competitor out there, but definitely one of the strongest competitors. Won many, many big races, including the Tour of Spain. I mean, that doesn't get much bigger than that. So to have an American win Tour of Spain, winner of Tour of California before, you know, he's definitely one of their upper echelon riders, back on American soil racing criteriums. You know, hopefully he can deliver his rider to a good position.
Well, again, it's a great wheel for Kevin Gottlieb to follow. We'll see if Gottlieb can close the deal. Well, Marty, now's the time to start making predictions for the win here. Taking a look at this list of riders, I got to go with Hilton Clark. I'm going to take the easy way out of this one and say that Hilton Clark is probably going to take the win today. That's my pick. You going to agree, or are you going to go someone different?
Well, I think with what I'm seeing right now with United Healthcare at the front, they have full control of this race. Hilton Clark's going to be the best safe bet, we'll say, and they're protecting him. They have a rider in front of him and a rider behind him. But I would like to see, you know, let's just say I would like to see a Frederick on the podium.
Yeah.
I mean, I really would. And, you know, that will be my prediction. Hopefully we'll get somebody like Ben Frederick on the podium who works so hard to get that lap with only 2 other riders. He's been aggressive all day. Definitely the most aggressive rider out there. But by the looks of it, I got to go with you. It's a little bit boring prediction, but I do think Hilton Clark's going to win this thing. Oh, we have another rider
more riders
down,
going down.
And this is going to happen as we get down to the last few laps as the pace gets a little bit higher. But, yeah, Hilton Clark, they have him protected. I've seen this happen before. You know, they have 5 riders in front of him and 1 behind him. He's sitting back there whistling, just tickling the pedals, thinking, okay, when the bell rings, I'm going to have about 2 more guys in front of me, and I just got to make sure my tires stick through the turns, and I can have some good legs coming up the home stretch.
You know, I'm with you as well. I think everybody out there would like to see an upset from United Healthcare. It's always great when the underdog gets a victory, and it's hard to not cheer for someone like Ben Frederick, who's had such an incredible ride, the local rider, 2 years in a row here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
Yeah, and I do think Emil Abraham could be a wild card, and our guy from New England, you know, and you know, Rich Freeze knows his riders. So,
yeah,
you
Sam,
know, and
Sam Rosenholtz was Richard Freeze's pick.
And if Sam Rosenholtz is a fast sprinter, I don't know him, I don't know the name, but you know, there's a lot of fast guys, and he could be a surprise. winner as well here. And again, it depends on where he is right there. If he was right behind Meyerson and the Stellas team, I would say he's got a better chance. So if he was positioned directly behind Hilton Clark, he might be able to outleg him right now. But what Clark has for him going right now is just that team chemistry. He is so protected right now. He's not fighting. He's not wasting any energy. I'm speaking from experience. When you're sitting where Hilton Clark is, it's the greatest feeling in the world. You don't want to be 10 riders behind him, because that's where you're just wasting time, wasting energy. It's a constant movement of front and back on your brakes, battling guys, scraping the curb, pushing, shoving, and it just wastes energy. So Hilton Clark right now is in the catbird seat.
I want to point out again what a great job Adam Meyerson is doing. I've been seeing him shepherding Ryan Atchison around the entire race. You're going to see the two guys in the red jersey. They're off to the right-hand side of the UHC train. They're about 7th and 8th place right now. They're right there, just with the black shorts. Adam Meyerson has been doing an unbelievable job of keeping Atchison at the front. Atchison couldn't do this alone. There's no question that Ryan Atchison is not the guy that is going to work his way in there, but being able to follow his wheel, being able to follow the wheel of the teammate is huge for the Canadian rider Ryan Atchison.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge. You know, I would follow Meyerson in this race if I was in there as well. That's a safe wheel. He's going to put you in a good position, and that's, you want to stay out of trouble right now. Adamson, Meyerson on the outside right there to the corner, riding in the wind for his teammate, which is really important. So we're going to see what happens here at the end. But Jameis is another factor as well. You know, we'll see if they'll make a last move ditch effort coming up the home stretch. But you know, we're going to see a lot more jostling for position now as we get coming to 2 laps to go. These riders are going to start getting a little more aggressive. You know, and these are the money laps now.
Well, United Healthcare still has the full squad on the front right here. They haven't lost a single rider yet. Typically, you would see riders, like we talked about earlier, pulling off with inside the final 3-4 laps, like that Jamis rider that you see on the right-hand side of your screen there. His job is done. He's popped. He's delivered his rider, and now it's up to the rest of the team. But United Healthcare, with the 6 riders that they started, all riding on the front, this is an unbelievable performance from the Blue Train. Here comes James LaBerge there in the Stars and Stripes jersey up the side of the road. He is our U23 national champion. Well, riders getting 1 lap to go on the line. UHC is there. Jamis has it. Now Meyerson has dropped off Ryan Atchison. His job is done. There is Luis Amaran, the Jamis Hagens-Berman rider. And again, let's run through those names. These riders a lap up. Ryan Atchison, Martin Hachecki, Adrian Hejvari, Bobby Lee, Garrett Olson, Emil Abraham, Hilton Clark, Kevin Gottlieb, Gabi Epstein, Luis Amaran, David Gutenplan, Ben Frederick, and Sam Rosenholtz. Look at this. That's going to be Atchison. I think Atchison is attacking early. Getting inside of that Blue Train. Great ride by Atchison here. You gotta love this. He's starting to infiltrate the Blue Train. This is exactly what United Healthcare is trying to prevent. They didn't let him inside. You saw he tried to come in, but Atchison got pushed out by the UHC train. But he's up there. Atchison in great position, following the wheel of Hilton Clark. Clark in the yellow and white jersey for the United Healthcare team as the NCC leader. Now Clark leads out the sprint. Looks like Hejvari in front of him, and Atchison just sitting on the wheel. Here comes United Healthcare. They drop off Hilton Clark. Clark goes, and Clark will get it with Atchison in second. And we'll identify 3rd place, but what a great ride for Ryan Atchison, taking the silver medal. And it was Hilton Clark getting the win for United Healthcare, furthering his NCC lead at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
You know, textbook by United Healthcare, you know, and it's just how you deliver your rider to the finish line. Hilton Clark absolutely exhausted there, hanging over the handlebars, but what a great ride by Atchison. Again, following Meyerson throughout the last few laps, putting himself in position there. And United Healthcare, again, as I can't say enough, just textbook, pretty to watch, awesome to watch. Hilton Clark, another victory, increasing his lead in the NCC, but Atchison will definitely now move out of that tie for 4th place and be probably in 2nd overall.
Well, you see Adam Meyerson there congratulating his teammate Ryan Atchison, saying, great job, buddy. You did all that you could, but it is so hard to stop a train like the United Healthcare team.
Yeah, he did everything he did, and perfect as well. And he picked in, which I like to call pick in. He shot the inside, got right in on on Clark and, rode that wheel. He just didn't have the legs to come around at that point. But, great finish, very typical of the Clarendon Cup here. Breakaway lap in the field in this tough conditions. So, again, hats off to all the competitors out there.
Well, huge credit to Ron Atchison finding the podium, but the day does belong to United Healthcare and Hilton Clark getting another victory to make it 3 times here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic in Arlington, Virginia at the Clarendon Cup, as Hilton Clark adds another victory to his resume. Well, we're going to be going to Podium here very soon. We're going to let those riders have a chance to cool down and clean up, maybe take on some water. You'll see the soigneurs handing out bottles and towels to the riders as they come back around after a cool down lap. That's the best feeling in the world. We saw the women's riders taking those Cokes, and man, when that Coke first hits your lips, it's like nothing else in the world.
I tell people all the time, what do you like after the race? Is it Gatorade? Is it this? Is it protein? Nothing like an ice cold, crispy Coke. It's just like it tastes so good. But these guys are very deserving of it, and everyone gave it their 100% effort. Hard race, crashes, it had everything, excitement, and to come down to a sprint. And once again, United Healthcare doing what they do best. The blue train taking over and delivering Clark for the victory.
And of course, how about Ben Frederick? Ride of the day for me. I know Hilton Clark is going to stand on the top step of the podium, but the ride that Ben Frederick had, attacking 3 times and then finally able to lap the field. He was the second group to lap the field. It's so rare that you see a group lap and then you see another group able to go, but he was part of that second group of 3 riders that went away and was able to lap the field. So well done to Mr. Ben Frederick.
Yeah, he was relentless, and and his hard work paid off, and I'm sure he'll get rewarded handsomely. Hopefully he wins the most aggressive rider award.
Well, there is Mike Tamayo congratulating his riders there from United Healthcare, the man who orchestrated the win today. Just taking him through the final few turns. David Gutenplan had a good ride as well. He was in the breakaway, one of those riders that went a lap up.
Good news is the race is over for these guys.
Yeah.
But guess what? Quick turnaround. They're going to be going at it again tomorrow.
Yeah, right back at it tomorrow morning as we head to Crystal City for day 2 of the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. We will have streaming there for you as well, so you can catch the action there tomorrow morning if you enjoyed what you saw today. Well, Marty, another year in the books as we look ahead to year 19 here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. I think safe to say another successful year here in 2015.
Yes, definitely a successful year. Exciting race. Look forward to next year because this race just keeps getting better and better every year.
That's Adam Meyerson in the red jersey talking to one of the Morning Vita riders, the Italian-based squad. That's Alfredo Belloni.
Think they're speaking English?
I would guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if Adam speaks any other languages.
No. He's saying, you were in my way.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean it, but this is racing. All right, we're okay for tomorrow.
Belloni hasn't understood a single word of Adam's Boston accent. He's just shaking his head and giving him a thumbs up.
We're good. All right.
And that's what it is. You talked about this earlier. The battle is so intense on the bike, and words are exchanged, and looks are given, and maybe every once in a while a finger is put up. But after the race, it all comes comes
very
back
few
together.
grudges are held to the following race. Everybody's put in the same situations, and if you've been there, you've done it to somebody before. So, I'm sure Adam was bumping some folks around, and but this is bicycle racing. Again, this is a big race to win, and these guys are going for it.
Well, here are your unofficial results. Hilton Clark taking the win. Ryan Atchison in second. Bobby Lee found the podium in third. Great ride for Bobby. Carlos Alzate finds fourth with Emil Abraham in fifth. Adam Meyerson, that's actually going to be sixth place, but I don't believe he was a rider who went a lap up. We'll check into that with Adrian Hedgevari in seventh place today. So again, riders just getting ready for the podium on what turned out to be a beautiful day here in Clarendon at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. A great crowd turning out as well to support the athletes and support the great cause here as we thank our friends from the Air Force Association for their support of this year's edition of the race.
Who needs top 5 behind the stage? Please, top 5 is ready for a race. Please come behind the stage as soon as possible. Top 5.
Well, sounds like we've got Richard Freeze with our race winner, Hilton Clark, down on course. Let's go down to Richard.
Hey, Hilton, Richard Freeze with Hilton Clark, and I just got to say, Hilton, the team did a great job, but early on in the race, an early move goes, and it was like, no, we didn't want that one to work, so you brought that one back, reshuffled the deck. What was the strategy there?
Yeah, we don't really like to chase our own teammates down, but Carlos was in a move with pretty much, we thought, one of the most dangerous riders in Sebastian Hayedo. So we made a call. The guys weren't too happy about it to chase down our own teammate, but I told the guys that I'm going to be ready for the next move once it comes back. So we trusted each other. We've been doing it a long time, and boy, oh boy, that was a hard race.
It's long, you know, back in the day, 100-kilometer crits were normal. Your father probably tells you about them, but you don't get this distance and this heat and this humidity and those turns. Brutal conditions today.
Yeah, look, I call it the race of 500 corners because it's 500 corners, and if you're touching the brakes 500 times, it's a lot of times to accelerate again. So if you can really take the corners well, you save a lot of energy the whole time. And once I had, I said a word to Bobby Lee, because Bobby Lee's riding really fantastic this year, and I could see out there, and I said, don't go without one of us, because if you're with one of us, we'll be able to lap. And I went with him, and then man of the match was Adrian Hedgevery again. This is the second time he's been to Breakaway with me here, and he just drilled it. And most of the work to lap the field was Adrian Hedgevery, so it's awesome.
And I got to ask you a little bit about Adrian. I watched you guys race in Wilmington a few weeks back, and you gave it to Brad White. And Adrian's always the guy that's right in there doing that work. And I just have to ask, is there a better balanced criterium team in the world than what you guys have here?
Well, let's just wait there. We didn't give it to Brad White. Brad White went out and won his bike race. And, you know, some people say we're giving it to each rider, but we go in with a strategy of the course of the field, and we look at everything we can control, and we just try to cover and put ourselves in a good situation. And this year we've just been changing sort of riders winning just because that's the flow we've been having. But it's, you know, like 2 years ago was Sweden podiums. This year we get a win, and we're really happy about it. So
I got to ask you a little bit about this race in particular, and this one in particular, very important to you. You are always on the podium here. What is it about this race and these conditions that you just always do well in?
Yeah, look, in 2001, this was one of the first major criteriums I saw when I first come to America. I saw Team Mercury, Team Postal, Saturn just going head-to-head, and CSC, and I just thought, this is just awesome. It was my first year on this team, first race I won this race. So it's the third time winning it. I love this race. I think it's a true test of who is a good crit rider.
Tell me about some of the amateurs. You're getting a little older, a little longer in the tooth. These amateurs throw into this race hard. It's their premier race. Do you have trouble keeping track of some of these kids like Ben Frederick? You had a few in the break that were good as well.
Look, firstly we sort of think about ourselves and try and work well together, but we look at some of the major teams, but also there's always kids coming through that are really good that we've got our eye out for, because they impress us. Maybe we can bring them through our program. So we've always got our eyes open.
All right, Hilton Clark, you're one of the great champions. I want to congratulate you on a great win today.
Thank you.
All right, I'm Richard Freeze. We're going to throw it back to the guys on the desk, and we'll be right back with our selection for our most heroic rider.
Yeah, well, pretty incredible ride out there today for all of the riders going up into the breakaway. Sounds like we've got that rider right now, so let's go right back to Richard down on course with our most courageous rider.
Hey, I'm standing here right now with Ben Frederick, and Ben, you had an early move alone, then you had a move with a breakaway, that got caught, and I sort of said, if he does something or if he stays in the race, I'll consider him for most heroic. Breakaway laps the field. I was like, maybe not anymore. But then you redeemed yourself. Tell me about deep in the race, you decide to go out there. You go out there with Sam Rosenholtz, another rider, and come back to be on the same lap as the leaders.
Yeah, I just really wanted to put on a show for everyone out here. I love this race. This is my favorite race of the year. I wanted to show that, Kelly Benefit Strategies and Diamondback, we're a good team, and we deserve to be doing the biggest races.
I got to ask you a little bit about, you got to be real happy. I know you're still a young rider in cycling age. You did a career ride today. I think a lot of guys noticed what you did. Tell me about you being able to maybe don this most heroic jersey, and what is that going to be on the resume what comes September when you go to Interbike and try to get on a better team?
Absolutely. I mean, I'll have that jersey for 2 years in a row, and so, you got to put your name out there. You got to be out there, show that you're hungry and that you're willing just to lay it all on the line.
Was there a moment when you, after your first big effort, you come back to the field? I've been there as a racer, and you're like, you know what, that was good enough. I showed everybody you did a good show. You had already put in a good show. Was there a moment where you're like, that's enough, I'm not going to do any more?
Of course not. You can never give up. You can absolutely never give up. And when I was out there, I knew that my race wasn't over. I kept my pace under control because I wanted to keep attacking. I wanted to be in the move that lapped the field.
I got to ask you, with about 2 laps to go, it looked real lonely, pretty bleak. A lot of your guys, let's face it, a lot of these guys are working full-time jobs, unlike these pros, and you could see it. They were dragging, then all of a sudden, it was like this green foam surrounded you. How good did that feel to have that fighter escort at the end?
It was amazing. I trust the guys 100% to be there in the big moments. Curtis Windsor especially, he's had experience at the pro level, and so I was just looking for him to be around me at the end. And every time it started to swarm, I would get nervous, and then my teammate Andy Seitz would be there, or my teammate Brian Lewis would be there. And it was just a great comfort to know that they were behind me, even though I couldn't see them.
Good to have your dad here?
Oh, absolutely. This is the first race that he saw last year on the live stream. And so for him to be here live and for me to be able to put on a show for him, it's great. It inspired him to start riding last year, and he's lost 30 pounds since this year.
Great story. Yeah. Great story, as are you. Ben Frederick, most heroic rider, congratulations. Back to the guys on the desk and back to our podium presentation.
Thank you very much, Richard Freeze there with Ben Frederick. The ride of the day. What an incredible ride it was for Mr. Frederick as he gets our Most Heroic Riders award. And I believe we'll have a chance to get him up on the podium. Meanwhile, heading back to award our top 3. Those guys going to be up on the blocks in just a bit from here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic in Arlington, Virginia.
Without further ado, let's move on to our presentation of our award. The other stations are real eager. We're just about to get underway with
Going back to take a look at the sprint coming to the line here. You can see the United Healthcare rider trying to lead out Hilton Clark, taking a look back and saying, where is he? That's Alzate who led out the sprint. You see him celebrating there because he knows that he got Hilton Clark the win today. Ryan Atchison holding right onto the wheel there, and then that was Bobby Lee in the blue jersey just behind them. But an easy victory today for United Healthcare. Well, they at least made it look easy. You heard in that post-race interview Hilton saying this is one of the toughest races that he's done. But an incredibly impressive ride from United Healthcare. So Hilton Clark adds another victory to his resume. The 35-year-old Australian had won here 2 times already at the Clarendon Cup, and now he makes it 3, 2010, 2011, and 2015. The UHC train is back on track, Marty.
Yeah, what a great way to start the weekend with a victory here. So you carry that momentum into tomorrow. Another course that I remember last year they swept at Podium spots. A very difficult course. These guys are in great condition. They're ready to go again. So United Healthcare, just doing business as usual. And Hilton Clark, and a good guy. His interview, he's a genuine guy. He's a tough racer. You strap the helmet on him. I think he's a little bit different than what his interview is, but, very, very tough guy. Knows how to get across that finish line and smart, just a smart rider.
But Marty, you're a guy who's won a lot of bike races. You've had a lot of medals around your neck and stood on the top step of a lot of podiums. Does it ever get old, or is winning always winning?
No, I think winning's always winning. I think that's what drives Hilton Clark. What probably gets old is waking up every day and training, traveling to these events. That's what gets old. But, as long as you're continuing to win, that's what the hard work is for. So, Hilton Clark, the entire team, this is what they do for a living. And it's very rewarding. And anytime you win a race, whether it's the biggest race in the world or a small one, winning is a great feeling.
And it's always such an interesting dynamic in this sport. It's like, okay, you won today, but tomorrow's a new day. This victory doesn't matter tomorrow when they head out on the course. It's a whole new day and a whole new goal and a whole new race.
Yeah, unless you're racing the biggest races in the world, and you can hold those titles for the rest of your life. I mean, and these are titles you can hold for the rest of your life. But tomorrow's a new day, and I can promise you the 150 riders that Hilton Clark beat up on today don't care about what happened today. They're waiting about. They're already planning and waiting for tomorrow. So that's the beauty of Criterium Podium racing, I've said it many times, it's like, it's just a bunch of killer bees out there. They could care less about what happened today. They all know Hilton Clark's a great racer today. He didn't surprise anybody, but tomorrow's a new day. They all strap on the number again. There's going to be a new winner tomorrow.
Yeah, go back, lick your wounds, and try and recover for another day of racing back at the hotel. What's your post-race like after a race like this? Obviously, you get you do the podium, you get cleaned up, and then a massage and a little food maybe afterwards?
Yeah, a massage and probably a good meal. It's still somewhat early in the day, so these guys will go back, shower up. The mechanics, everyone else has to do all the hard work. As a rider, you're done. Your clothing's clean for you. Everything else is, your job is now to rest. Get into the hotel, get in some air conditioning, get some food in you, get a massage, sleep, and get ready to do it all over again. So your day is done, the hard work is done, but recovery is important, and getting a good night rest is going to be important to perform well tomorrow.
I always try to beat the riders back to the official race hotel because inevitably the Wi-Fi will crash when you have 150 guys trying to log on and Skype home and look at pictures of the race and maybe watch a race that happened earlier today. And so you want to be one of the first to get in there, get your business done before the Wi-Fi goes down.
That is so true in the race hotels, or wait for the elevator.
The elevators
are pretty tight when their bikes trying to be put in there. So nothing used to annoy me more than when you're on the 6th, 7th, 8th floor and ding, and there's 5 bike riders in there with bikes. You think, I'm going to miss the race. I've been staying here for 20 minutes. So yes, getting to the race hotel is important.
Well, some beautiful views here in downtown Arlington as we're getting ready to turn the streets back over to the city. We have great support here for this race. To put on a race like this and close down, what are some pretty major roads? We're here on Wilson Boulevard, which is one of the main arteries going through Arlington. It's pretty impressive to get these roads closed down, keep them closed down, and make sure that everyone stays safe throughout the day.
They have a very accommodating city to, as you said, to close these roads down. These are major roads. This is important for the community, but to have the city shut it down, allow bike racers come out here and compete for one day and kind of shut the city down. It doesn't shut it down, but one thing it does is it brings a lot of people into the downtown area here. Yeah. People who probably who wouldn't be normally spending money on a weekend in their city center, but very accommodating city, and I thank them for allowing this race to go on.
Well, sounds like they are getting the podium underway as Richard Freeze down there revealing to the crowd here in Arlington that Ben Frederick will be our most heroic rider today.
I would be extremely disappointed.
I would have something to say about that,
I think
for
you
sure.
And I would protest that and get up on that podium and just take it and give it to Ben. But Ben, that's 2 years in a row, and he's well deserving of it. And just ride that aggressive and just keep the pressure on the whole day. He made the race.
Yeah.
He really made those breakaways happen. So wear that jersey proudly, and hopefully we can do it again next year.
Well, Ben Frederick asked for a call-up today, but turns out he didn't need it. He had a great ride on his own as Frederick takes a bow to his home crowd here in Arlington at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. He is our most heroic rider.
I hope he gets a call-up next year.
Well, I think he's secured his spot on the call-up list. And, of course, the coin from race director Rob Laybourne as well. All of our riders here getting an Air Force coin. And now they'll move into the top 5 riders on the stage. We go 5 deep at the podium here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic.
We go now for our top 5 presentation for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium presentation.
So let's go down to Richard Freeze. We'll let him take over for our podium presentation here. He's got our top 5, Richard.
We'll start with Savannah Knight from the Air Force Association will be our presenter for flowers. We go now to 5th place. Whatever United Healthcare, Adrian Hegavari in 5th. In 4th place, please welcome Emil Abraham, riding for Texas Roadhouse. Your 3rd place finisher, please welcome out of Tawnytown, Virginia, by way of Pennsylvania, custom velvet, powered by Ultimate Bobby Lee. Your second place finisher, riding for Astellas Oncology Pactimo. He is 4th overall in the NCC, might move up today. It's Ryan Aitchison. And your winner today, we're going to switch a rule here. Got to get the order right. Please welcome, riding for United Healthcare, we've met him before. Please welcome your winner today, Hilton Clark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the cup to be presented will start with the coin presented by Rob Laybourne, president of Arlington Sports. Now we go to our jersey presentation. Brian Moore, coming out from Northrop Grumman, putting it on right now, the yellow jersey of our race winner today. Race leader. Brian's our Vice President of Business Development for Northrop Grumman. Brian's not a bad rider himself. We'll see him after tomorrow. And now the presentation of the cup. Rob Laybourne, President of Arlington Sports, presents the Silver Cup. That goes home to Australia. Hilton Clark is your champion. Ryan Aitchison, the silver medalist. Bobby Lee in bronze. Amir Abraham, fourth.
Well, congratulations to all of our riders here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. Another great day and another great year of racing as Hilton Clark makes it 3. And, of course, one more shout-out for Ben Frederick, the ride of the day for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great podium. You have a lot of great champions on there and, entertaining race. And, it's another typical Air Force Association Cycling Classic, hard-fought victory. And, Hilton said something that was pretty neat. It's a race of 500 corners, and it's a tough race. And Ed Beeman said the same thing. He views it more as a, classic type circuit race, and that is so true to this course. So, it truly is the best criterium racer winning this event today.
Well, that will do it for us here from Arlington on behalf of everybody here at the Air Force Association Cycling Classic. My partner here in the booth, Marty Nothstein, Richard Fries, and Jay Korf down on course. This has been a production of Arlington Sports and Sports Stream Media. I'm Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. We'll see you back here next year.